welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way! This one.
This is what everyone is here to compete for. So without further ado, let's brawl!
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship, where we are kicking off another month. This time round, we are in the SESA and the ANZ region. I am Mark, joined today by my fellow Brits. He likes to talk crap. Great to have you here, man. Are you ready for the best of SESA and ANZ?
I'm always ready for some SESA, I will say. First time actually casting this region, so maybe we'll stumble on a few of the player names, but I'm really glad to be here. Glad to see some awesome teams and a great bracket today.
Good to hear it. Well, I mean, you like to talk, which is a great thing because we've got a lot to talk about. But first, let's wind things back just a little bit to the very beginning. How did the teams and players get to this stage today? They had to, of course, go through the in-game challenge, getting those 15 wins without conceding those 3 losses. No second chances, it must be said as well. That leads them in to our monthly qualifier, where we have a double elimination bracket. The upper bracket teams that had no losses whatsoever instantly qualify. The lower bracket teams, the elimination bracket, have to go through again without a lifeline, which they've already used up to get through to the monthly finals. That is where we kick things off today. Trap, maybe in a minute you can just talk us through a little bit about the format for anyone that might be new at home.
Yeah, well, I'm sure a lot of you have played some pesky Power League, and this time it will be the draft format coming from that game mode in-game. We'll be seeing a top 8 single elimination bracket, consisting of those teams who did qualify from the qualifiers. Initially, we will be starting off with a best of 3 in those quarterfinals, and then moving on when we progress further to the semi-finals and finals, we will be seeing a best of 5.
Always look forward to those semis and finals. But again, got to start off with the quarterfinals. First match of the day is FA Upper Moon up against FA Hashira. That is a grudge match, guys. That was the same match we saw last month, kicking things off. So I'm very excited to see that one straight off the bat. Extra Toxic Boys up after that, up against Reconic Esports, SCSA. Serenity Esports and Bio Esports will clash as the third match of the day in the quarterfinals. And Free Win Agents, our current holding monthly finals champions from March, will take on Blitz, who are completely new to the BSC. This is their debut, not just for 2022, but their debut. So go easy on them, Free Win Agents, please. Please go easy on them. But of course, the main headline is that we have over $1 million in prize pool this year. Huge sum of money, life-changing, and of course, a golden ticket to the World Finals. We go big here at the BSC. This year is absolutely no different, but it's got to be said, we can't let all the players have all the fun. You guys at home can get involved as well by heading over to event.brawlstars.com. So many in-game rewards can be had over there by just logging in with your Supercell ID, sync it all up. It works like absolute harmony. But you're aiming to get through all the tiers by basically interacting with the stream. You can do so by answering some Brawl Esports trivia, placing your predictions, which we'll get to some of ours in just a minute, to give you a couple of tips along the way as well from our insight. Place, who you think was the MVP of a match, and cheer for your favorite team over there as well. And again, you're heading through those tiers, getting those rewards all the way to a BSC exclusive. And this month, it's the Shredder Pin. So you can get that, flex it on your friends, flex it on your rivals, spin and pin, all that good stuff in game. But when it comes to those predictions, Trap, talk us through a little bit about what we were discussing prior to the show. Give the viewers at home a little bit of a helping hand.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping this month's predictions on event.brawlstars.com go a little bit better for me. It took me about, near enough all 5 monthly finals in the previous one to actually get that pin locked down. But me and Ark had a little bit of a discussion beforehand, before the stream actually started, and a few teams that we think might go quite far. We had a little bit of a controversial and different opinion on the first one, though. I decided that Hashira, maybe because of Upper Moon's roster change, might be able to take that first one. We'll touch on that a little bit later. But from there, we were all smooth sailing between the two of us, deciding the next 3 teams who would win. We went for Iconic, Bio, and Free Win Agents, and I think there's some solid choices from both of us.
Yeah, I think that's fair. There's a couple of debuts, it's got to be said, today in the 2020 season. But of course, let's bring that one team that is literally their BSC debut. So, I think we've gone with kind of what we saw from last month. There was some very close matchups, though, in the quarterfinals, and that has to be said. A lot of 2-1s across the board. So, genuinely, could go either way at this point, but that is what, for me, keeps this region so exciting and keeps us all guessing. And, I was fortunate last month, actually, got to be said, with Kenny. I got 100% correct. I had a lot of viewers at home saying how pleased they were about that. But if we don't get it right today, guys, please don't hold it against us. We're doing our best. We're with you, and it's all about having fun, right?
Yeah, because there's a lot to live up to, Ark, a lot to live up to, but I'm sure we've kind of got them locked down. Our knowledge, I'm sure we'll at least get a few of them right, so if you do choose to go the same as us, I will feel bad if I do get yours wrong, but don't actually blame me. But I'm sure if you do go with something similar to what either me or Ark have got, you've got a good chance of securing a good amount of points.
Yeah, one thing to mention as well is when it comes to predictions is that it does carry over to other regions as well. So you haven't got to get to that final tier today and get everything absolutely right. So you can take a little bit of that pressure off yourselves. It does carry to other regions, and a great way to be able to follow those regions is by going to Twitter, follow Brawl_esports there, and make sure you turn on notifications as well. That will give you no excuses to missing a Brawl Stars esports stream. That for me is always the way to go. Ultimately, that's how you can kind of make sure that by the end of this month, you'll guarantee yourself that BSC shredder pin. So I know that was a big beloved thing on social media this month as well. But yeah, I mean, a lot of great teams, it's got to be said. Free Win Agents, of course, being probably the most predominant team in this region at the moment. We've seen, 2020 champions. That in itself is a huge accomplishment. So let's talk a little bit then about Instinct then, because you mentioned before a bit of a roster change there and the reasoning behind your predictions. Talk us through a little bit about what happened there.
Yeah, so we did see a player of Instinct move from FA Upper Moon over to Free Win Agents. I do believe he is going to be sitting on the bench of Free Win Agents for now and solidly as a fourth player, I believe, throughout the season, unless something a bit unexpected happens. But in my eyes, and this is why I predicted for Hishira, with Tenghoon coming in, not saying he's not, at the same level as Instinct was, but I think maybe it can throw a few things off in terms of synergy, and therefore, it might have a bit of an issue against Hishira in this initial matchup. So that's kind of why I chose differently, but I mean, it can go either way, and I'm really hoping that they do manage to keep it the same level they did last month, because it really did provide some great games.
Yeah, that's very fair. And having a player shift, it does impact the team on some level, whether it's skill or otherwise. It does have an impact. But maybe let's talk then a bit about the picks and ban rates that we've seen in this particular region, but maybe some similarities that we've seen in other regions as well. Is there anything from the SESA and ANZ region last month that you saw that kind of really stood out to you?
I was going to say, I think it was quite common across the board in terms of most regions kind of playing a similar meta. We saw, a lot of Gale in Hot Zone. I saw that looking at the statistics as quite a recurring thing. And then you've got a lot of Byron being played, some Pam actually forcing itself into the meta quite nicely. So we're seeing a lot of the healers, some tank counters coming along the way, and, Pam might be slotting in because Fang's quite a strong brawl at the moment and the Gadget's quite a defensive measure against it. But then again, it is an extremely strong brawler as this. So they're three brawlers that I did see were slotting into the meta quite heavily at the moment and became a bit of a pattern throughout.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because last year we saw some huge, big meta shifts back prior to the power match format that we have obviously today, so no duplicate brawlers. Whereas this year, there's been definitely more similarities, I would say, but still some nuances that do kind of continue on within regions. I mean, I saw some interesting picks from Free Win Agents. They went with like Carl in things like Layer Cake, and that seemed to be quite a common pick. Carl and Crow for me were really considered very highly by this region, and Crow was kind of, it filtered down to others and was seen quite highly there as well. But in SESA and ANC, they really did favour that particular brawler for me, and sometimes, more often than not, it kind of ended up being banned as well.
Yeah, I mean, Crow's definitely a solid brawler across the board, but Carl's something you don't see every day and something that does have quite a lot of issues with current gadgets who have been, added to the game. A lot more knockback potential, and also gears with a bit of damage and a bit of healing is going to be better against it as well. So he is having a bit of a tough time, and I imagine you kind of have to stay at the range and play that extended range that he does have with his pickaxe, rather than going in quite swiftly with his super, whereas, the knockback potential is probably there.
And, speaking of bans, one brawler that was banned last month, but globally banned. Eve. We haven't seen Eve yet at all in the BSC, but she is playable today. One thing to mention with her, of course, is that she did receive a nerf just the other day. How do you think that's going to impact things? Do you think we're going to see Eve, and kind of what do you make of that particular brawling? Do you think that she stands a really good fighting chance?
Yeah, well, I mean, she's been hit before even her BSC debut, wasn't being allowed to play in the qualifiers either, so I'm hoping we still do see her. Did have that Piper range, and now it's been reduced to the Lou range by about 2.5 tiles, the reduction was. So still an extremely capable brawler, and all the kit that she does have, being her babies that come out from the super, her jump, her ability to hover over the water, it kind of just pairs really nicely to be a great all-round brawler across a lot of maps, and I'm quite excited to see her being played. I'd imagine banned quite a lot, but regardless, hopefully we'll see her sneak in once or twice.
She's a very caring, kind mother, for sure. I hope to see it, because ultimately it's always going to shake things up. And I played it. It felt pretty good for me still. The range definitely coming down will make a big difference. But the players, teams are going to be getting ready right now as we speak. FA Upper Moon up against FA Hashira coming up soon. FA Upper Moon, got to talk about this team straight off the bat. I mean, phenomenal performance last month. Went to the grand final, went to match point against Free Win Agents, who eventually in that last game managed to take it. But CZK was originally on the Team Flash roster last year, and this year separated ways, went and formed a new team up against FA Shira, who again showed great promise last month as well. So we spoke a little bit about how we're split in these predictions, and it's kind of nice the way the teams are literally situated between our tags in terms of that prediction. How do you kind of see this one going, Trevor? I mean, aside from your predictions, could this go all the way?
I mean, I think definitely so. As you said, it's a bit of a grudge match from the previous month as well, in which it did go into a very close matchup towards the end. But, I mean, I think FA Upper Moon have definitely got what it takes to take down Hashira once again. Hashira, though, are going to have built up a bit more, chemistry and synergy between their players, because they haven't really had any changes since the previous month. FA Upper Moon, on the other hand, obviously, we did mention the roster change, which is going to hit them quite hard in terms of synergy. I'm hoping not so much in terms of skill, as we did say the replacement, or Tang Hoon, as his name is a very capable player and a 2019 world finalist at that as well. So you can't really lack his, you can't really hit on his skill, and he's definitely a veteran player. So definitely got a lot of skill and what it takes to win.
Yeah, really valid points. The ability to perform under pressure can never be underestimated. Going in, of course, to our first map of the day, dueling Beetles, then for Hot Zone. Quite a tough one, I would say, actually, to start things off for this first quarterfinals. Not the easiest of maps, and one that can be really quite harmful if you lose control and maybe get like a bit of a rough draft along the way. But there's CZK there as well as Rosalie as well. Looking very composed. Clearly a musician as well in the background. Love to see it. Okay, bans are in, and Eve is not going to be seen, at least as far as the first quarterfinal matchup goes in this particular map and mode. Maybe we'll see some more of her creeping in, but for now, it's even Byron being banned straight off the bat.
Yeah, we're going to see a little Crow pick first straight off, and yes, he did predict that to be used throughout Arc, so, a bit of a props to you on that one. Crow going to be selected as the first pick. The slowing toxin, great bit of kit for him, able to just slow down all the people on the zone, and also he's going to have that healing reduction as well. We're going to see a Bell be picked up from FA Upper Moon here. You can't really complain about that pick, used as a side lane brawler quite frequently, and a Stew to follow up on that one. Great mobility, and able to get the super so easily as well is definitely a great bit of kit for him.
I do like the bans. I've got to say Byron being so dominant here, as we know in the Hot Zone, great for control. So Ruff's coming in, actually, and that's going to be a great pairing with Bell. So it could be a way to kind of take it away, actually, from FA Upper Moon. But the sandbags will be tricky, as that will obviously lend itself well to Bell. I did not expect the 8-bit. I was actually going to suggest a Sprout here myself for control, and that could be the idea. FA Upper Moon, or maybe something more aggressive on that side of things. But 8-bit definitely going to lack a mobility. Amber as well. Again, that was not a pick that I kind of expected here. Amber is very, very good. Do not get me wrong. But we tend to see it more in like double swoosh and maps with a lot of bush. Ultimately, her ability to burn those down goes a long, long way into providing some insight and some information. But yeah, a kind of interesting drop. I think that actually we see a lot less of Amber recently. But when I have seen her being played, especially like in the EMEA region, and Javi is a notable player on her, I remember that just how powerful she really can be. And Moon going to be looking to definitely burn down and capitalize down on the fact that the 8-bit has got such low mobility and slowness.
Yeah, I've got a feeling they're taking that Amber to try and get a bit of the piercing damage through the sandbags and also that 8-bit turret. I'd like to see maybe a little bit of a lane swap here, moving the Amber over onto the Ruffs and the Bell onto the 8-bit, but so far it's not looking good for Upper Moon as FA Hashira look to have quite a lot of mid control, and they've established the turret early on as well. They do obviously have the speed zone from Stu on this side of things, but that's really nothing compared to the extra damage that this 8-bit turret is going to be providing. But nonetheless, they're pushing out quite nicely now, taking one player down and push the other two into quite a poor position. So just recovering from this deficit of percentage now, and just around now they will even things out.
The superiority coming in to break that left-hand side. It's going to open things up nicely for Legendary. It's going to get burned down. And again, you did call it, Trav. You said that the lane swap was what you suggested. It didn't quite work out as the takedown was still there, but I do prefer this for sure. There's much more value on the Amber on this left-hand side. Great taps there from ZZK coming in, and now the lead with FF and Moon as they start to get some composure in this matchup.
Yeah, a few great dodges in the mid from CZK as well. Orca seems to just be going up over and over again, trying to secure percentage bit by bit. But now, seeing Hashira establish some control once more, JK's going to jump in and finish off the Stu there. Great jump by him. Now CZK falling quite low over the right-hand side, but it's going to get tapped up, and now Amber will activate some fire onto him and take him down. Still do have a lead, but as FA Shira get closer and closer, they're going to have to keep on going aggressive once again. Now that 8-bit turret should be out with another bounce or a mark going onto it, which is maybe a little bit of a wasting.
The reverse polarity gadget there on the Bell side of things. There it was again. CZK coming straight in with that more recent introduction of a gadget to Bell. Quite unusual, actually, because I kind of used it and thought, this can definitely use a buff, but showing us how it's done, getting the connections, and yeah, great start for them so far. Comp seems to be working out well for them, and I do prefer it myself. I feel like maybe on the rough side as well, maybe superiority not going to necessarily actually help out too much on the side of FAS Shira, but still early days and a chance to recollect themselves and kind of address some of their previous mistakes. But so far, FAF and Moon looking pretty good for the most part after they decided to get warmed up.
Yeah, they do have those preferable lanes, or what I'd like to call preferable lanes. Orca trying to go aggressive once more. JK's going to fall down, and now full control in the hands of FA for Moon. A little bit of fire raining down from Teng Hoong on the left-hand side too. Does get traded out by Legend X, though. Couldn't quite stay alive, but a good mark from CZK, and they do take the lead now. Slowing Toxin comes in, though, but his mobility with his super is going to be too much for them to handle just yet, but eventually he is going to be taken down by now the 8-bit, and he falls very low just because of that mark that is provided onto it.
Well, has got the ability going on now, and another speed zone going down from Orca as well, just to be able to counter that. Nice burn from left-hand side as well. The Ruff's mainly being used in the offensive, actually. That supply drop obviously not going to be able to soup up anyone on the side of Hashira. Nice takedown from ZZK, and another pull-up onto Roselle there. Oh, there's the reverse polarity again, just utilizing that gadget so well. It's great to see again. Well, that hasn't really been seen that much on the Bell side, at least not in the games that I've been spectating. So I really like to see the way he's utilizing that and getting some great value.
Yeah, I mean, Upper Moon have kind of just established control and kept it for a good amount of time now, and that's showing in the percentage too. JK's going to jump forward, but might be a little bit of an overextension here towards the rear side, as now they do get cleaned up, and FA Upper Moon going to be taking this first set, if they can set up on for another 2%, that is, and it looks like Orca might be doing it now, but they're just going to stay off the hot zone for a little while longer. Does get the super in eventually and secure the first set. A little bit shaky in the first game, but the second game definitely a lot more convincing.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I like the way that they had the game in the bag. Just give it a little bit of time, a few seconds here and there, just before they decide to cap it, but nothing that's extended on for too long as a period of time. But very convincing. Again, I wasn't too convinced, going back to our predictions at the beginning, that maybe this is actually going to be something which Hashira could manage, actually, but I think the comp for me just wasn't quite there. I like the Ruff's pick. Actually, we see that a lot. It's translated across many other regions as well, being a very dominant brawler, but it does obviously lack a lot of range, and when that Amber pick came out, that's again a really smart thing to go up against this, and as you rightly put it, swapping lanes was a great way to give the edge, and it did seem to work out much better for FA up when they did do that change. So definitely goes to show that a bit of communication and lane swapping along the way can really make a big difference.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not really too sure about, I believe it was a last pick on 8-bit. doesn't really seem like the best brawler on this map. Obviously, once you get the super, it's going to be quite good, but it's just really, really difficult to actually establish control and stay in the mid when you're so slow and so easy to get hit. Feeding a lot of supers throughout the entire game as well. So a little bit worrying that was a brawler that kind of gravitated towards, possibly something that we see in SESA quite a lot. But I just don't think it really worked pairing into the comp that the opponents had. And maybe that was kind of the downfall of them. Obviously, as you did mention, the roughs, but that's kind of universally played and definitely proven on this map.
Yeah, I feel like obviously if you picked Sprout there, which is what I kind of thought they might try and do, it's not the ideal position. You ideally want to be the last team to pick if you're going to go with Sprout on Dueling Beetles, because ultimately it does open up the doors to a decent counter. Then as a Sprout, you can be quite vulnerable at times. So I understand why they maybe didn't want to go with that, but I think that at that point you kind of had to take the risk a little bit. The 8-bit, though, as you rightly put it, didn't work out for me either. So definitely hoping this next draft for them will be a little bit better, and it is a much more OG map, it's fair to say. You know, Hard Rock Mine takes us way back into the good old days of beta, so they should have a pretty decent firm grasp on the things that they're going to be looking for here. I mean, for me, straight off the bat, as you know, Trav, I'm a Rico bias right here. I love to see it. Rosa as well, we haven't seen as much of, but still a very, very dominant threat when it comes to the amount of push that is on this particular map, especially now when you consider the gears are in competitive. Having the speed gear goes a long, long way here, and I thoroughly expect we're going to be seeing a ton of that across the board.
Yeah, I mean, something that I want to mention is that Lola we've been seeing coming through the mid quite a lot. Especially in the MEA, it's been quite a prominent brawler through the mid on this map. Pam as well, but as you say, Rico's a great lane, and I like roughs on this map as well. If a team does want to bring it back after quite a heavy loss with it in the previous one, but I mean, it is just a great brawler to take when you can power up your teammates and play for the long game, which you want to be doing with Gem Grab. Realistically, it is a great brawler to have alongside you. But then again, you know, focusing through the mid, there's always a possibility of those long range brawlers, the Bell, the Piper. But I would love to see an Eve, but I'm just not sure if we will, just because of the bans.
This is the thing, the nerf was only just a couple of days ago, so okay, I like it. I like it. There is no water, of course, in Hard Rock Mines, so Eve will not get any value from that particular ability, but however, has a lot of pushback potential. Fang coming out straight away from the side of FA Upper Moon. I do like that brawler pick here. I think it can work out quite well. Definitely, it's fair to say that a lot of less bunching up of brawlers to really be able to get the most value from the super, but I do love that Pam pick. I think it's going to be a great mid or lane, actually, depending upon how FA sure wants to play this.
Upper Moon, going to be taking the 8-bit this time, pairing along with a Rosa as well. So you did mention Rosa. I'm not really sure how it would fare in this meta, and especially when you're against a Gale and a Stu who do want to keep that range and keep you at a range as well. Pam through the mid, I will say probably a good countermeasure to the Fang as well, so it's a great pick as just a really, really solid mid, and also a counter to one of the lane brawls that's going to be trying to aggress and take the gems off her. Scrap Sucker, always going to be the way to go with that.
Yeah, no, still no Eve though. Big sad, but I can kind of relate to this comp. I'm not too sold on the 8-bit myself though. Again, gotta be honest, but given the lack of range that was already there, given the Fang pick and the Rosa pick, I guess that FF were looking to really double down on some of that, but the Gale pick came out, and that's a strong hard counter from Legend X, and already a bit of a collision of brawlers there, and a nice roundhouse kick, and Orca going in again, continuing the assault, but didn't quite connect, and JK will punish that quite severely.
Looks like they're trying to establish some mid control now. They do have the Pam turret up, but it is opposed by an 8-bit turret on the other side. Does have it once again though, and both players, if their turrets do go down, which CZK and both JK's in a very strong position to actually stay up, but they've got to look to try and avoid Orca's super, which he now does manage to guarantee himself. 5-4, so not a huge difference in terms of gems, and still very much up for grabs, but I do have a feeling that FA Upper Moon here do have a lot more turnaround potential.
You missed the max. You know, it was a great ban to take. I can kind of see why they valued it so highly there. Also going in again with a nice stun roundhouse kick, but the follow-up from Roselli is good. Legend X on the left-hand side has now super, but low HP. Damage gear, though, coming into play, keeps him a threat here. As there's a takedown as well on Teng Hung. Back. Orca looking to... Oh, he does get a super off the back of that shot. Just the one was needed. He's trying to time it in. Goes straight for JK. Never roundhouse kick. Beautiful gems in the pocket, but not enough as again. Roselli's been absolutely on point this whole time with a clear up and still going strong. But it's CZK who comes out there with the cheat cartridge gadgets, and the countdown remains.
Yeah, that's what I mean about Fang. You've always got to be on edge about him coming towards you. Pan turret thrown up, and it's going to be damage as well. 800 coming through per second, but it goes down quickly. Legend X and JK are going to fall, and it's going to be match point coming up next for FA Upper Moon.
As quickly as that, not looking as close as last month. As again, if you're just joining, this is a grudge match effectively from last month. It was a 2-1 last month, but there's still plenty of time. Shira could get the turnaround. There's nothing to prevent the comp that they're running working out. I think it's just going to be a bit cautious in how they play it, and ultimately, FF Moon have got the aggression so far, which has been paying off, and with some clutch plays. But to be fair, you know, I wasn't too convinced in the early stages. Let's see how they perform this.
It's always that moment of you've always got to have Pam Super or a gadget ready for the Fang, and if he catches you off guard once, then it's going to be a major issue for your team. And clear to see that it was in the previous one, as JK dealt with him a couple of times, but that one time he got caught off guard and hit with a roundhouse kick. It's going to be his demise, but a lot of gems laying in mid now. Raziel trying to aggress a bit more and take down a turret or a couple of these brawlers, but Legend X going to clean up the left-hand side quite quickly, and Raziel does pick up a gem. Not the hands to have it in preferably, but nonetheless, they're aggressing quite nicely. CZK is going to go down, and a good twister to keep Teng Hoong at a good amount of distance from Legend X.
Honestly, as you mentioned, Raziel being the gem carrier, not the ideal one of that. Orca was also the one who would then follow Super to pick up the fortress. We got some very unusual gem carriers that you wouldn't expect to see. There's a nice breakthrough gadget there, will open things up, and also, most importantly, breaking up the bush there. Very important to see the breakthrough of any particular brawlers that are lurking, but that is bringing the gems over on a plate. Not the greatest plays there from Orca, as now the countdown's in favor of FA Shira, and I don't necessarily see how FA Moon can push this in time.
It had to be done at some point, just not right then with no support from his team, but now coming in, Teng Hoong almost taking down Raziel on that offensive side, but does manage to secure it nonetheless. FA Shira get their first game on the board, and it was quite a convincing one, I will say. A little bit of a provide of gems on from Orca to them, but I know, as I said, it had to be done at some point, so there was going to be a better time, but with 4 gems over a Fang's head, it's always going to be a really hard comeback.
Yeah, we called it, didn't we? Like, we knew that one of those gem carriers was not going to be ideal. 2 brawlers that are meant to go on the aggressive. It just makes absolute sense that, you know, you don't want to be carrying those gems. So, bit of a slip up there from both sides, but it was FF Moon who paid the price. Let's see this time round whether both teams can keep the gems in the 8-bit and the Pam's hands and make this a close finale. I mean, again, it's FA Shira who are behind here. If FA Upper Moon win this game, they will be going through to our semi-finals.
Super's widely available from them now, though, and Stu is going to go down, but once again, in the hands of the Fang. This time, though, 6-0, so got a lot more time to kind of wait it out, pick up gems from mid, and have a little bit of patience on this one rather than going aggressive once again. But Legend X with some phenomenal positioning down this left-hand side, now pushed Rosenirov all the way back to spawn. Managed to pick up his super as well, so Stunning Blow can come along with it. Does get the Stunning Blow off, and no trade there from Teng Hoong as Legend X remains in this position. Raziel aggressing now, but 2 gems in his hand. An aggressive 8-bit super does get taken down. Orca going in now. That's a risky play. Does get knocked back and taken down once more. JK's going to grab the gems, but super from Teng Hoong might be able to clean him up. Another super available, but he is gone. Stunning Blow comes in, and Legend X cleans up. Gems now all in Hashira's hands, and once again, the Fang is not the preferable brawler to have the gems.
Ah, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. I was going to say prior to that I feel like, you know, that Orca's learned his lesson. Like, you know, surely after you make that mistake in a previous game, it's on your mind. You know, it can't surely come to light a second time around, but he dropped the pin. I think it's fair to say that he knew himself that that's where the mistakes were made in that match.
Yeah, I mean, I think the mistakes were made off the start, to be honest, like actually letting the Fang get those gems. But, I mean, it's better to have the gems on a brawl like Fang than the opposing team to have them. But in the end, the opposing team did manage to have them anyway. But regardless, great plays from FA Hashira there, bringing it back to 1-1. We are going to be moving on to Bell's Rock, which is a map that is a little bit worrying for one of these teams, as you know, Knockout can be quite a poor game mode for those teams who don't have the best synergy, as, you know, 1 life is all you have, and losing it will be resulting in a loss.
But Orca likes Fang, and this is one of those instances where, you know, over time the map's going to enclose in on itself, giving Fang even more pop-up potential. Let's see whether that's something that's on the minds of Ashira going into our draft in a moment, to see whether they're able to preempt that and get that banned away. I suggest they do, because, you know, yeah, we saw Orca on Fang, not great as the gem carriers, and not really necessarily valuing the purpose of that particular brawler on that side. I can see what he was trying to do. It was trying to bring the gems away from the mid, as you rightly put it, to keep them away from your opposition's pocket, which I totally get. And looking at the positionings of the opposition at that moment in time, it did make sense. But when you're then with those gems, you've also got to be a bit more reserved and kind of go back away from the brawler's nature and how you want to play it. You've got to kind of think yourselves, right now, I'm a very vulnerable brawler who's got great aggression, but not the greatest when it comes to carrying gems and maintaining them. So, but Knockout again could be the opportunity for them to you know, have that brawler really come into its own. I also got to say, other brawlers that spring to mind instantly here, Byron, Sprout can have such phenomenal control, and also that little pocket there in the middle of the map is a great way of locking someone in to just ensure a takedown, which again, just one kill in Knockout is really all it takes to give your team the edge.
Yeah, I feel like this map usually does have quite a good balance of throwers, long-range brawlers, and tanks. We are going to see a double Fang ban, which CCK does not seem too happy about looking at his face cam there. Either very tired or just very unhappy about that Fang ban. Definitely didn't seem too happy about that one. But Tick is going to be the first pick from FA Upper Moon here. Great brawler to have in your locker, just because of the amount of range that pairs with his ability to throw over walls as well. And on the other side of things, Razael actually looks quite happy, or he did.
I love the reaction. I still can't get over it. CZK absolutely fuming at this strategy here. Clearly something that was on his mind going in, and yeah, that could be game plan over. Let's see how they recover from it. Either way, I mean, again, Tick great for control. But Gene, great healing qualities, again, from the magic paths, which we tend to see. Also, Vengeful Spirits does come into play quite a lot on the gadget side, which is something that we didn't see last year. But that pick scares me. It scares me. Byron is a solid pick, and that could be another reason why CZK was feeling a little bit down in the dumps, because ultimately having that first pick here with such a big brawler like Fang being banned does open up the doors to two big heavy hitters coming their way. So the counts have really got to be on point here.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe it'd be a good time to pair, you know, something that does counter both of those as well. But you've also got to be on the defensive about that final pick, because if they do take another thrower and try prevent these brawlers from getting actual connecting shots, then Immortus is very much up for grabs from FA Hashira here. Final pick is going to be a Bell. Obviously, Brock being the one before that. So they have chosen to go for a little bit of a throw with a couple of ranged brawlers paired along with it. Double heal so far from FA Hashira, still have their final pick though. And you've got to think of something now that does counter both throwers and long-range brawlers. So it wouldn't surprise me if maybe they did choose to go with something a little bit more tanky, or even an Eve, which I absolutely love to see. But yeah, I was going to say tanky because of that double healing qualities that it had. They'd be able to keep him nice and topped up in HP when he goes in the aggressive. But Eve, I'm even more happy to see.
Eve gets a debut in the BSC. Her hatchlings are coming out to play. Love to see it. I was kind of considering maybe a Crow, or something with a bit more range, as we see it as a common pick, or maybe that Sprout as that final pick to they really have that control, which I don't know. I mean, with the Brock on the other side of things, the wall break, yeah, I can understand why that might not necessarily be on their minds, but I do worry. I've got to say, Trev, I do worry. This is, for me, a winning comp that Hashira have gone with in this draft, and it could be after what was a fantastic start for FF Moon, their downfall here. Let's see if they can make this work. It's not a bad comp by any means. There's a lot of healing qualities on the side of Ashira, but that is one brawler down that won't be providing any more heals. The Jin going down, making it a 3 vs 2 is a great start for FF Moon.
Well, they might be causing their own demise here with a few bell bouncers coming in. Hashira do fall, and FA Upper Moon take the first round there. And as you said, I do quite like Hashira's comp, but the tick is just proving so nasty against them. And a few Brock shots from Orca then did get that Gene quite low. Do have that Eve versus Bell matchup on the right-hand side, and yet again, Taking is going to be using reverse polarity, so no nest eggs coming in, which I feel is usually quite a useful thing in Knockout. But once again, we are seeing them fall one after another on the side of Hashira, and continuous. We're going to see the Rocket Laces jumping up, and the first game goes to FA Upper Moon not quite, extremely convincingly.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. And what a stark contrast as well from the reactions that we saw from CZK in that draft process. But it seems like, well, at least so far, all working according to plan, and maybe it was just all a bit of an act for the cameras. But I've got to say, this comp can struggle in the late game. So at the moment, FF Moon really doubling down the earliest of outsets to try and make it that early advantage and get the most out of Tick. Again, Brawler's going to struggle all nice there with the mines, doubling down the gadget side and steering away then from Last Hurrah, which is a bit of a trend now we're seeing with Tick, going with the Mine Mania instead.
I definitely think Last Hurrah is actually extremely useful on a map like Bell's Rock towards the late game, though staying alive for a little bit longer. But this time, Hashira are definitely a lot more in it than they were in the previous one, and I think that's down to JK actually just providing quite a lot of heals. But then again, he is going to fall down swiftly after I've said that, and now a 3v2 situation once more for FA Upper Moon here. Gene pull available, and you've got to bear in mind, if he does get pulled in, that is going to be him down, considering he can't pop this Last Hurrah, and Mine Mania is his gadget of choice. But Legend X, this is where it comes into play. That nerve of the range is just absolutely ruthless for him. Raziel going to walk into the gas as he doesn't want to feed supers. Round, match, set, game, everything point to FA Upper Moon now.
I haven't seen anything from the Gene side. It's such a strong brawler to have, and as well as Raziel as well going into that pocket, which is a really dangerous area when you've got a Brock on the other side of things. And despite his teammate going out first, it kind of led to a lot of the HP being very low in the outset of that game. But I see a pull. I see something here from FAS. Sure, if they're going to be holding on their tournament lives right now, as they would love to see a semi-finals. It was so close within their grasp last month that this month it could be dwindling here as Tickhead coming in, taken care of. But got to see some activity here as Shaky takes a big rocket rain to the face, but it is still 3 versus 3, and that's some combat, and that's pretty, I would say it's fair to say, the longest we've seen FA Hashira holding on so far.
Yep, pull available once more again, and does need to try and get a connection onto it, as we really haven't seen much movement from that at all in this game. Mark is onto Legend X, though, and once again an aggressive jump down the mid should be his demise. JK now the only one left between FA Upper Moon in the semi-finals. Splash available, does use it on himself, but Orca's going to jump in, finish him off, and guarantee themselves the place in the semi-finals.
Nicely done. Congratulations all round then for FA Upper Moon. Some signs of relief potentially from CZK. I think it's like a bit of a head nod to say, how do we get away with that? How do we get away with that without Fang being banned? I don't know. But they made it look very comfortable. I've got to say, I feel like in that draft process, and as well with the comp, I definitely still think Ashira had a great comp. I don't think there was anything wrong with that. But I think a lot of that control from the Tick side of things really worked out quite harmoniously well together with the synergies of FF Moon. And gotta go there and say it, that they already deserved the victory. For me today, at least.
Yeah, it was still an extremely close game, though. Did obviously take the sets they won quite convincingly, but that middle one was definitely a lot more worrying for them. And Hashira were in control for the dominant amount of it. The one game they did win was a big turnaround, and the other two was kind of just a Fang providing the gems. But nonetheless, great performance from both teams, and a congratulations to FA Upper Moon for progressing on to the next round. We're sure we'll be seeing even more great plays from them coming up when we do move on to the semis.
Yeah, they're looking good. Can't deny it. They are looking very, very good. Well, next up, we have got Extra Toxic Boys up against Raconic Esports, SESA. So another great matchup. Again, this region is the gift that always keeps on giving. Extra Toxic Boys making their debut then for 2022. A couple of the players, of course, had some good spells last year, but Raconic Esports, for me, I think going back to our predictions, it was the one that we both went for, wasn't it? So, again, looking at the performance last month, going up against a team that, just making the debut today, I think it's fair to say we kind of went with our predictions in what would seem like the most logical way forwards, because Raconic Esports were very, very good last month.
Yeah, I like a little logical and methodical way in terms of predictions. Raconic definitely performing decently well last month. And Extra Toxic Boys was a team that I wasn't too familiar with. As much as I love the team name, almost on par with Dogster Lobster in terms of best team name in the game. Extra Toxic Boys, I'll give you a good word on that one. But regardless, I think Raconic was the logical choice to go with, and I'm sure a lot of you guys' predictions will be fairly similar to what me and Ark have gone for. I will say, took a bit of a hit on the first one. I did pick Hashira just out of pure of a guess that they would have a few little issues with the roster change that they did do. But yeah, I'm firmly in Raconic's hands here, and I'm hoping, I'm not hoping, but for my prediction's sake, I'm hoping they win.
And that is definitely a consideration going into the semi-finals later, is like, how is that going to impact things? We had a few question marks on that, and now they've been kind of resolved. So, well, okay. Again, I'm expecting a good draft. We see this region playing out more often than not with some very, very good ideas. And as I mentioned earlier in the intros, you know, I do find the meta is starting to consolidate itself a little bit when it comes to draft, because, you know, certain brawlers just counter other brawlers better. It's as simple as that, you know. And we are seeing some similarities coming through here. I did like a lot of the drafts that we've already seen today, so I kind of expect the same thing once more. But you know, again, you know, these two teams with extra toxic boys coming into play, do you see them as a potential underdog here? Although we didn't go for it in our predictions, you know, what are your kind of thoughts? Do you think that they might be able to cause an upset here?
I mean, I think upsets are always on the cards in Brawl Stars. That's the thing. All it takes is just get a good draft, play well, play reasonably, and then you'll be able to take the win. It's just all in that draft period. If you are the underdog team, it's got to be perfect, and if not, then you are expected to take the loss, especially against Raconic. As the extra toxic boys, you need to get it perfect in the draft stage and outdraft them. Get a few counters on the board before you even load into the game, and that puts you in a good position to win and follow on and win the entire match.
So Raconic, they went out last month in the quarterfinal stages of March to FA Sky. It was a 2-1. Sky went forwards to play FA Moon, but did get swept 3-0. So didn't have the greatest of followings on from that. But Raconic, yeah, did have great promise. And of course, extra toxic boys will be looking to make their mark today on this month. Shooting Star will be up first for Bounty in the draft soon coming into play. I've got to say, I love a nanny ban here straight away. Fang, I've seen played a lot actually in Shooting Star, but I'm not too convinced. It can work out well for players that really know how to harness it. Definitely got to be said. Eve being banned, I think I do like actually. I've seen it a lot in other leagues like Team Casso and other such ideas, and it does have a little bit of a place in Shooting Star. Not thoroughly convinced on it, but I can see the thought process. I do love Piper as a first pick. That's my go-to, Trev.
Yeah, I know it is, Ark. Don't worry, I know. I do like the Eve ban. Clearly, maybe they are forgetting about the range a little bit. They are choosing to go for a little bit more of an aggressive route by the looks of things, especially with this first max pick. Extra toxic boys, this is the kind of risks they do need to take against a team like Raconic, who did go out in the quarters, as you did mention, but still with a good performance throughout. They are going to pair it with a Gene, which is obviously a very good pairing between those two brawlers, but whether or not it's going to be able to rival the longer range approach that Raconic are clearly going for with their initial pick.
Yeah, it's definitely the right call. I love the max pick. Don't know whether I'm sold on the Gene pick just yet, but you rightly say it's a good pairing. Now the comp shifts a little bit, I think, away from what Raconic were thinking, because they've got to react. They've got to respond to that max, and then rightly so. Pro is, again, a very common pick in the SESA and ANZ region, and Pam coming into play, because ultimately when the max comes into play, everyone's got to hunker down behind something to heal from, but then the healing idea comes into play, popped into the mind potentially then of extra toxic boys, but nonetheless, another great brawler here to have. I do love Byron, and will help a lot in these moments of pressure they might find themselves on.
Yeah, I'm loving the slow in toxin pick as well through the Crow. You know, as they do go aggressive with the speed, you can kind of counteract that with the slow in toxin of your own. Speed already available, and Raconic definitely looking on the back foot in a difficult position here as they do start to get pinned a bit further in spawn, but Crescent maybe over-aggressing a little bit too much and forcing out the lamp blowout from him as the Pam turret was available with the pull in. Now Finn getting healed up by these magic puffs, but then again, is taken down near enough instantly, and a 6-1 lead has been established by Raconic, even though they were getting pressure back quite early.
Great to see Finn making his BSC debut today, of course. I mean, these skills, which we've seen from previous months last year, notably the October monthly final with Rock, Paper, Scissors. They lost, though. They didn't make it to the grand final. So it's going to be said, probably the more experienced, it's fair to say, of the team, but nonetheless, someone that can be bringing in a lot of insight. There's a lot of stars on the side of Raconic here, and I see a Gene pool. I need to see some support there, but that is the ideal person to take down in the very instance. And again, these skills left all alone and struggling to hold things together as a team.
Yeah, they might have a lot of stars, but they remained on the aggressive for a good portion, now choosing to back up. And it is going to take a lot of takedowns to get this lead back in their favor. A couple over the right-hand side would tie it off, but Crow with a jump, Pipe with a jump, a lot of ability to avoid these kind of splashes and big damage shots from both Gene and Byron. Max now with speed as well, and a lot of pulls and supers readily available on the side of Extra Toxic Boys. Gene going in, but taking a lot of damage on the route through. Jump comes in, and not enough burn down damage. Troy looks like he might fall as well. Piper's low, but he is going to stay up for just long enough. I believe the pull hits, but the timer ran out, so he doesn't manage to finish that one off. And they do manage to take the win on the side of Raconic Esports with a very, very close ending.
Pretty close. I thought they would have had it, actually. The way it was shaping up to be, the time with the run, despite it not being quite enough, seemed on point to me. The takedowns were coming in nicely. The Crow went in for the aggressive play, and it was seen coming. Nicely done by Extra Toxic Boys, but not quite enough. But surely that ending, a little bit of a lift, a little bit of a boost, considering what was a pretty slow and shaky start. It's got to be said for Extra Toxic Boys. But let's see if they can make a little bit more from this game.
They do have a deficit off the start, with Blue Star going in the hands of Raconic, and now make that 3 as a bit of an over-aggression from the Max there. They are playing this one a lot slower on the side of Raconic, just letting their opponents push into them, which is what Extra Toxic Boys need to be doing, using their own game plan against them when Raconic are standing a bit further back. Homemade Recipe going to miss. Slow Intoxin connected onto the Max, but instantly cancelled out with the speed. But now, Slow Intoxin once more, and it connects to 2 of them this time, but no aggression from the side of Raconic Esports, which is something you definitely need to pair with that Slow Intoxin and make use of them whilst they are available.
Aggression on his left-hand side. Finn can't quite decide between the mid and the left side lane, trying to support his teammates as much as he can again. He is quite experienced in that side of things. We actually saw some roster changes as well we haven't mentioned on the side of Raconic Esports. Asuka Chad remaining then on the roster, but joined this month by Troy and Bear Bear. So too short of the story there, but definitely some big changes on the side of Raconic Esports that don't seem to be showing much signs so far of being an issue. Definitely working well as far as this matchup is concerned so far, as they still have the lead here and haven't shed to lose it so far. But nice pull there. Finally starting to see a little bit on the side of Extra Toxic Boys. A little bit of a lift, but 20 seconds still remain, and they do not yet have the lead. A good pull here, and Asuka Chad will go a long way.
Considering how the last game ended, if it's comparable to that, they will be taking the lead, but a splash available. No max speed just yet. Splash comes in, but Pam Turret throws it a bit more aggressive. He's trying to stay up, but now takes a lot of damage. Jump to the right, I'm sure. Troy would have loved a bit of help over the left there, but trying to play his own life, and Troy managed to survive anyway. So Raconic taking the first set, not so convincingly towards the end of both of the games, but nonetheless managed to get it on the board, which I'm sure they'll be happy about.
Yeah, it was pretty comfortable, I would say, for the most part, on the side of Raconic for me. I mean, they definitely adapted the draft. I think it wasn't necessarily what they wanted to go for myself, because of the aggressive play that came from a lot of the ideas we saw on the side of Extra Toxic Boys as a result of that kind of that Max pick, really. Plan pick was smart, though. I mean, it took away a lot from what the Byron was able to bring to the table. I think that was a really smart idea, despite the Byron pick being the last of the ideas we saw on the side of Extra Toxic Boys. It could have worked out better than they had if they'd been able to take down those turrets a little bit better than they did. But I feel like it was just like a little bit of nerves, maybe a little bit of inexperience shining through from Extra Toxic Boys again, making their 2022 debut today. Raconic Esports did compete last month and did very well. Didn't quite make it through the quarterfinals, however, to be said. So definitely some question marks on both sides going into this next matchup. I think that if Extra Toxic Boys can start to be a bit more communicative, maybe a little bit more calm and collected. I saw D-Skills playing a pretty decent role as Byron, staying alive a lot better than his teammates and being more supportive on that role. But Brawl's a different kettle of fish. I mean, it really is. The game mode's so much more aggressive, much less about kind of staying, in the moment. And sometimes, it doesn't matter about even your KD, just going in and getting the job done, eradicating a lot of the hazards that could be approaching goes a long way.
Yeah, I do think, with the comp that Extra Toxic Boys did take with the Max and Gene, it's a lot more aggressive, which pairs quite nicely with the Brawl Ball kind of general game plan you need to take into it. So that might benefit them quite nicely, whereas, Raconic on the other side of things did play something a bit more passive, waiting for their opponents to push into them, which is also, don't get me wrong, a valid game strat in Brawl Ball, but with draft, we've seen it come more and more kind of, I think the games have genuinely been faster rather than the mirror comps we had been seeing in the previous year, where you kind of just sitting behind walls, playing it slowly, taking peek shots at each other, and we generally do see, a couple of counters on Brawl Ball coming in. So definitely a possibility of a comeback here. Extra Toxic Boys very much not out yet, as Brawl Ball coming up next on Pinhole Punt is definitely a map that can shake a few things up.
Yeah, you nailed it on the head. Genuinely there. I mean, there's no real place to pocket the ball on this map either. So that passive kind of style of gameplay is not going to fly here for Iconic. They're going to have to really embrace their inner aggression. Oh, brilliant. Absolutely love it. Oh, the love from Askachan there. That guy instantly went to the top of my book in the SESA ANZ region.
Favorite player.
Great to see him embracing the new player cams in what was a lovely little message. We love that, don't we, Trevor? Getting instant gratification from the casting desk is always a great thing to see for us.
Yeah, definitely. So instantly catapulted to my favorite player there. Need to see more players doing that in the future, I think. But getting back to the draft now, a little bit more important than a note being held up. Even Fang going to be banned out too. Well, probably the two strongest brawlers in the game at the moment. Going to be followed up by a Byron pick and a Crow pick. Extra Clubs are going to take Ruffs now as well, which I do kind of like being against the Crow. You've got the sandbags to take a lot of the damage and soak it up to prevent yourselves being burned down by that tick down damage. So I do kind of like what they're trying to take so far. I'm not sure about the pairing between Ruffs and Byron, as it doesn't seem too strong. But regardless, I think it's good. Spike going to be taken. What are your thoughts on that?
I like Spike. Spike's always good. I like the Ruffs pick in the eventuality that there is a wall break coming in from Iconic here, because ultimately they can have some cover to continue on through the map. I do kind of agree about the Byron, but it could be paired potentially with maybe like a Bell or something with a bit more longer range for an approach, or maybe like a Pam. Gale coming in is a smart play actually from Reconics. It means that if there's a tank pick coming in towards the end as a shock idea, it's instantly eradicated. It's a great brawler, a safe brawler to have in that position in the draft.
Yeah, and I do think you've kind of hit the nail on the head there. It's, you know, because of the kind of Byron they do have already and the Ruffs, which can power it up, a tank probably would be what they were maybe going for. I think it would be difficult into the Spike and the Crow regardless, but this is where the kind of comp starts to fall apart. Choose to take a Sandy, which is something that I haven't actually seen in competitive in a while now, especially in these monthly finals. The brawl that's kind of fallen off quite a lot since draft kind of came in, and only really works nowadays when paired with a Max, which is a tough pairing to get. So it is going to be good once they get a bit of control, but it's going to be tough to get it against this comp that Reconic have got.
Yeah, it's kind of okay to have, because ultimately they know there is no wall breaker coming in to make Sandy even more vulnerable. So that cover can be really utilized. Sandstorm, of course, as we know, a great deterrent and a great way to push back a lot of the aggression that's going to come from this situation. But ultimately, I've got to say as well, we see Blustery Blow, that stun with that cover all intact could give a lot of value on the side of Reconic as well. But already I like the way that extra toxic boys are coming into this one, looking a lot better, getting the ball up the field. But again, that sort of ability that we're seeing from Reconic recurring, of having a lot of that teamwork and mechanics there to get those takedowns and bring the ball back into their favor.
Yeah, Troy did get brought down very low by the Byron there, but now trying to aggress a bit more. He's going to be using Curveball as well. Sandstorm has been acquired and thrown down, but Stunning Blow comes in and the takedown's there, splashes as well, and that means Crescent. Oh, what?
I'm still pondering over myself, Trav. I'm not gonna lie, but either way, that is a goal for Reconic, and they seem pretty happy about that. I can understand why.
Well, that one was actually a good play. It wasn't a mistake. That was actually a really nice play that we kind of skipped over there. The pass forward and the super onto it from the Crow. But nonetheless, I'm not really sure what happened in that first round there. The first goal, definitely a little bit questionable, but I believe that puts Reconic onto match points. So I'm sure they won't be complaining about the mistake being made by the Byron there. So in a very good position to win this one now. Just one more game standing between them and the semi-finals. And Byron, Gadget being thrown out, and Finn actually starting off very, very well this time. Askachan's going to fall as well. And now they're on a free run. Go up a little bit further. They're just leaving the ball and not choosing to go for the goal. Gale is there, though, so probably would have been a tough push in anyway.
But I was with you, man, really. In that moment there, I did feel like it was a prime opportunity to push the ball forwards and at least get it right out the field into an aggressive spot and work around the problem with the Gale later. But and again, there probably a follow-up shot could have gone a long way and put a super shot into the goal. Couple of questions I've got to say I'm having here on the side of extra toxic boys. It just doesn't seem like Brawl is their game mode right now, and considering the situation that's upon them, not a great time to realize it either, because it is again match point. If they lose this, they're going home early.
Ball gets slotted in now, though, and does manage to get their first goal on the board. Forward now to try and get another one, but Soup comes down. Wall break on the right-hand side, which is... I'm not sure if it's going to really fare well for him against the spike there, but a little pass forward from the Crow does try to get a bit of control back now. All members of Extra Toxic Boys looking quite low. Sandy with some great position, though, and a takedown onto the Byron. And Gale now pushing forward into a good position once again. Splash comes down, and the takedowns are there. I believe they're probably going to play this one a little bit slow. Gale respawning this time. Actually, no possibility of the ball actually going in, so they do just slot it backwards and play for the 55 seconds of control.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad strat. I mean, ultimately, it is a little bit scary against a team like Raconic, who are, again, dropping their passiveness very nicely. It's going to be said between rounds into ball and becoming so much more aggressive than we saw previously. They have the ball now, but getting deterred nicely. It'll be said, Extra Toxic Boys starting to gain some momentum, some confidence as well along the way. Never hurts, and timer ticking down still. There's going to be a play made, or this is going to be them holding on here.
20 seconds left, but Askachad's making a move. Might be able to slot this one in here, and he does get it through. Great goal from him to even out the scoreline and keep them alive in this game. 13 seconds on the clock now. You need to just try and keep forcing this one through. Shots are going to be followed up onto the Crow, but super available. Splash from him as well, and now a Sandstorm is going to be quite difficult for them to win. Raconic going to fall in this one, but Extra Toxic Boys, first game on the board. And now it puts Raconic in a bit of a tough position because they lose this one and the scoreline's all tied up.
Yeah, I like the way as well that going into that moment, having conceded in that final moment, which again was a great play from Askachad, but never a great thing, after you conceding very quickly going into overtime. I think that, Extra Toxic Boys really felt that pressure, but handled it so well. Having that Sandstorm to hand, not using it too early, and making sure that when they did use it, they really made it count alongside the pairing with the Byron and the Super to hand. Just definitely show that they can do this. They can. They just have to kind of keep up a bit more of an aggressive stance. Some early goals went a long way in that matchup, so they kind of need to consider that same idea again of just holding their own, playing good defense, but trying to get that early goal in to put pressure on.
Yep, Sudden Blow available now and does get it through. Troy now starting to aggress once more, and DS kills now goes down again. Just an open goal left, and Finn shouldn't be able to stop this one. Stun is available, I'm sure. He does get it, but the trick shot comes through and the missed shot. Now Askachad comes in. No ammo left for the team, but they do manage to get it. Now Bear stuns that one. Only one player remaining on both teams now, but Troy coming back with a bit of pressure. Super thrown out as well. And they do remain with control, but a Sandstorm might relieve a little bit of that.
I couldn't see that moment there where the Finn had a Sweet Dreams to hand to prevent the goal, but the trick shot was good until it wasn't. It was the right play. It just wasn't the right way to pull it off, and definitely a little bit of a blunder there, but ultimately the ball's still in a good spot and the pressure's still being applied. Finn has still got Sweet Dreams, so there'll be a potential here for defense again. There it comes out. But will it be enough? No, Askachad doesn't hesitate to seize the moment. That is a goal on the side of Raconic. And if this continues on and nothing changes in the next 45 seconds, they'll be going through to the semi-finals and knocking out Extra Toxic Boys. We need to see more from them, and we need to see it now.
Yeah, the slow from Troy, and a couple more follow-up shots did take Finn very low. Now looking at a one-shot. Bear pushes through. Super shot not there. And Askachad's going to jump up as well. Doesn't manage to get the ball. And now we're going to see an aggressive push from Extra Toxic Boys. Don't know if they'll be able to stop this one. Stun comes in, though, onto DS kills. And now Troy cleans up the right-hand side. Splash comes down, though, but a super to cover their backs. And now they are going to be 13 seconds away from the win. Trying to tie this one off. Now Life Plant goes down. I don't believe we've actually seen too many of those in these games. Finn going to burn down Crescent extremely low too. 5 seconds on the clock. And it looks like Raconic are going to be going towards the semi-finals.
Bear feeling the aftermath of his own twister there. Askachad popping the message up yet again just to remind us that we are appreciated, Trev, and looking pretty pleased with his performance. And I think rightly so. I mean, he was playing fantastically well in that game, and as we fully expect, being our favorite. But now it's around the right way. I wasn't going to say it. Yes, hashtag that up on Twitter. I want to see it blowing up all over the place. Great performance from Raconic, got to be said. I think even leading up to that final moment as well, I questioned that play from the side of Extra Toxic Boys, leaving that Gale open. I mean, it could have been over there, in my opinion. They were able to shut it down just in time. I think also, though, it was a little bit unfair on them going towards that last play that they had, because the spike was invulnerable to the Sweet Dream stun. That would have been the perfect play to have, being a standing, bringing the ball up the map. But I think just generally overall, Reconic looked far more comfortable within themselves. They looked the better team on the day. Some signs of nerves and lacking of confidence, I would say, from Extra Toxic Boys, but we wish them all the best. We'd love to see them come back and give it their all.
Yeah, I definitely want to see them again. Definitely wasn't all smooth sailing on the side of Reconic, though, so definitely Extra Toxic Boys did put up a fight in a few of the game modes, and a couple of turnarounds were definitely a possibility in Shooting Star as well, so on a different day, the scoreline could have been totally different, and Extra Toxic Boys, that is why I'm looking forward to seeing you back in a further monthly final, if not next, another one further down the line, because you're definitely an extremely strong team and deserve it.
Yeah, keep it up. We want to see it. If you are just joining the stream, welcome first and foremost to the SESA and ANZ region. We're going to take a look at the bracket to show you where we've been going through today and what's more to come in the quarterfinal stages. It was FAF Moon took the win over FAS Shira. They were the first to go through to our semi-finals later on, and Reconic then, as we just witnessed joining them, that's going to be a banger. Do not want to miss that one. But first up, Serenity Esports up against Byro Esports is up next. 3 win agents after that. Our current monthly final champions take on Blitz, who are making a complete debut to the BSC, not just in 2022, but today. So looking forward to seeing whether we might see a huge upset there, or whether the 3 win agents might take it quite comfortably. But first up, Serenity Esports up against Byro, and I'm excited for this one, Trav. We saw Byro last month, and they played phenomenally well. Again, very close matches, but it wasn't to be. Went down in the quarterfinals. So Serenity coming in this month as a newer team, but not necessarily in terms of experience. They've got a lot of it behind themselves. But we went for both for Byro, actually, didn't we, on this one? Because ultimately, again, it's hard to underestimate that potential that comes with experience, and Byro as well with a ton of that. I know Aaron goes a long time back in the BSC, so it's great to see him back again this year and giving his all. And kind of, how do you see this one going? Do you think we're going to have a 3, going all the way finally today, or do you reckon it could be a 2-0?
As much as I'd love to see a 3-set game, I've got a feeling maybe Byro, just because of how much I've seen them play in these monthly finals throughout last year, and also coming back in the first monthly final of this year, they've just got the experience, I think, that's required to kind of finish this one off in 2, and that is kind of why I predicted them. And they're a notable team. I know they've had their experience and shouldn't really show too many signs of nerves, unlike our previous team, Extra Toxic Boys, who did kind of show those kind of tendencies that nerves would bring out. I feel like they've got the control that is, in their minds to be able to take this one home quite comfortably, and not really have too many shaky plays.
It's one of those things that cannot be underestimated in Brawl Esports, really. I mean, just keeping calm under pressure. As we always hear in EMEA being floated around, keep your composure is like the number one thing that is often remarked, and I think that cannot be more true. Having that behind yourselves, it really is very much a case of being able to hold your own and keep your team together as well under those pressurized circumstances. Goes a long way. Well, will it go a long way today in Safe Zone? Our first map up, Heist, of course, being the game mode. And this one's a tough one when it comes to draft, actually, and very important bans coming in. I love a Piper ban straight away off the bat here. Eva's got great potential, though, coming into play here as well, and that's a great ban to have. Byron being banned on the side of Byro, I think it's not a bad one to have at all. Piper's a risky first pick, to be fair, but Eve definitely having the ability to float over that water territory there would have been a great way to have more maneuverability. And it's wise from Serenity straight off the mark, showing good awareness to the meta and the banning so far.
Yeah, that Ruff's pick, I do kind of like it. It is not a usual first pick I kind of say you'd see on a map like Safe Zone. That is a little bit more like it in my eyes. The Brock getting the wall breaks down, trying to play it through that route of possibly have the Colt or the Brock, something like that. But then again, Ruffs, if it's paired with the right brawlers and you can play when the map isn't broken up through the mid or through the left-hand side, then it is extremely strong. But so far, Serenity have kind of got the edge, in my opinion, 2 extremely long-range brawlers, and that is going to be an extremely good thing for them to have.
I called it. I love the draft that's shaping up for Serenity. It's definitely something of a consideration, to be fair. They already know the rough sandbag is going to be an issue for them. So with that particular brawler pick in mind. They're gonna have to work together to get them eradicated. Fang's a risky pick here, I feel, a little bit. Not the worst in the way the map is situated, but if things get opened up as well, could prove problematic. And it really depends on the player when it comes to Fang. I know that we kind of see this meme that Fang's just like so strong, his super's insane. We know all that stuff, but ultimately you've still got to earn your super in the first place. You've still got to land those shots. You've got to have great accuracy, because ultimately if you don't get that super, you are a little bit high and dry with what you can bring to the team. So bringing in the Bell, I think, is a smart move on the side of Barrow there as the third and final pick for them. For me, a wall break could be quite nice to add to the Brock pick on the side of Serenity. I like a Colt. Pro wouldn't be a bad idea here. Spike's a safe bet. That's going to be a good deterrent then of the Fang. And Life Plant, as we know, is a very strong gadget. We don't tend to see much else being used on that side of things. And Aaron's shaking hands. He looks ready. I think everyone looks quite happy with how the draft's shaping up. But let's see how it counts when it comes down to it on the battlefield. I'm going to mention as well, Cooper K. Very original name there, Trav.
Might be a little bit of a fanboy moment there, but I'm sure if you qualify for the multi-finals, you really don't need to be fanboying. So, I mean, regardless, great name, but we are seeing the Spike versus Fang on the right-hand side. If you can keep him in a range and try not feed his super, it's going to be a decent matchup for Cooper K here. Scarge now over the left-hand side, so choosing not to break up that left-hand wall, just to keep his dominance over this left-hand lane and not really have many repercussions of Aaron actually being able to shoot back at a few of these angles. But X9J trying to push through the mid, cut short though, and now Aaron has been tapped up as well. So Sir Marge is going to try to take a shot. Rocket Fuel came in, but no connection, and great control so far by Serenity.
Yeah, I really like what I'm seeing, honestly, and some good taps going in on the safe. Whereas playing defense, the damage gear will come into play for Aaron, and an important takedown has to be said on the left there. Jay going down and keeps the pressure on from Serenity. Yeah, definitely so far it's Barrow feeling more of the heat, but they have got a good comeback comp, and just got to stay on the feet a bit more, get some supply drops coming in, finishing the rough side of things. It's, again, a tough thing to bang, and we got so much range on the other side of the field. It's not necessarily always the best draft, in my opinion, in every single map and mode in Brawl. Definitely showing straight away that it's going to take some time to get this comp rolling, especially when you consider that a lot of it depends on these supply drops coming up from the roughs.
Yeah, not the best jump from Samaj, but he did manage to survive it nonetheless. Home mid recipe going to be missed as well, so gives him a little bit of breathing room to try and push up the map once more. But X9J having a really tough time against these long-range brawlers, but the dash now comes in. Samaj going to get taken down and possibly Scarge with him, but the damage gear does activate and a little bit of extra damage comes down with it. Ruffs trying to get some damage on safe, but regardless of this control they did just have, they really didn't get much done.
Great taps from Nob in there. I really like what I'm seeing, and then follow-ups again. Utilizing a lot of that star power potential for the shield off the back of it. Aaron as well, doing a good job on the right-hand side. Starting to see a bit of a shift coming in, but the damage is not really reflecting that same story, unfortunately. There's a nice takedown there from Cooper K. Following up by Jay, but look at it can be done. It genuinely can be done if they can just hold the control here, get Cooper K taken down, and get a last final dash into the save. There's some potential here for Barrow to take a win, considering how much damage was dealt in the early outset of this game. A pretty good comeback. To be fair to them, didn't quite make it happen in the end, that 9% difference, but I think a pretty valiant turnaround considering how under pressure they were in the early part of that game, and credit to both sides. I mean, Serenity to really knuckle down and isolate the fact that of the weaknesses that were within the Barrow comp, but Barrow did start to have some promise towards the end, so maybe it's not quite as clear-cut as it seemed.
Yeah, now, same again, but they are going to be starting with a different matchup off the start. Aaron over the right-hand side now, and X9J trying to work for his super against the Brock. Definitely a difficult task, but with him pushing quite aggressively, it might be able to get it a little bit easier. Samaj now trying to push down the mid, which is favourable matchup for him. And now just trying to get a few shots off. Brock needs to start securing a little bit of damage with the control that he has managed to gather throughout the first portion of this game, but nonetheless, they're still 100 to 100 and pretty even amounts of control, but Aaron's starting to push a little bit now. Does have the sandbags if a Piper shot did come across, so Samaj choosing to save his ammo and focus it down onto the Brock, onto the Bell, which he does manage to get a connection on, but the home mid recipe did miss once more.
Gosh, just keeping a really nice handle on things on the left-hand side. It's the more experienced of the roster, to be fair. Has played in 3 monthly finals in 2021. two of which reckon, and it's great control. Keeping this Fang back is such an important component of this idea. Really, if they let that go onto the Piper, then it's going to spell a lot of trouble. So keeping his lane so important to do so here, but it is Barry that having a lot better of a start. It's fair to say that's the Fang going in, but a bit of a miss. Players will be said from Jay there. He went in on the Brock, knowing that the Piper would have jumped away, but ultimately staying alive. Pretty long jump away from Samaj there will give him a bit more of a space to work with in the mid. But I do like the way that Byro have not overcommitted too early on. They're playing this slow. That was their mistake in the last matchup. Despite not having the lead here, it's definitely looking a little bit better than it was previously, but they've got to start to get a bit more map control.
Yeah, a few shots coming down now. Incendiary does a lot of damage too. Fang trying to push through the mid, but he's going to have a bit of a tough time progressing up the map here with Samaj, Scarge, both at a pretty healthy amount of HP. Now avoiding a few shots as well. Aaron trying to push down the right-hand side. Does have to break due to the Brock on that side of things, but now power-up comes down. Bear in mind it is only about 28% damage dealt, so one push will secure a solid amount. Now damage starts to come down, but a homemade recipe does connect. Now Sandbag's going to be dropped too, and Coop Decay needs to try and get a defense here, just get a good amount of defense off, but he's not even tanking the safe. 1% in it now, and Serenity might be taking this one by 1%. They do just secure it, and that is the set along with it. Definitely a bit of a closer ending compared to the rest of the game and the one prior to that as well, but nonetheless, they do secure it.
Oh, that ending. Coop Decay knows it. He knows it. Whoa, that defense towards the end came so much into play when you look back on things, and just one little rough shot there would have gone a long, long way. But moving through Hyacinth swiftly into Layer Cake for Bounty. Gotta say, I mean, when it came to that matchup, draft playing obviously a very, very important factor, but you know, Fang, tough to make work realistically there in safe zone. I think it's fair to say. Can have, again, as we know, some great moments, but a few little misplays here and there as well didn't help. But ultimately, yeah, not always the strongest of broad picks. I do prefer a bit of range there myself. I think if you can make Colt work, that's a great thing to have in safe zone, but it's not for everyone. It's a very high skill cap brawler to have. Don't blame them for not bringing it in myself. But okay, for Layer Cake, well, different brawlers altogether. What are your kind of thoughts in terms of what the draft might hold for this one?
I mean, I don't know if it is really that much of a different brawler pool. If you think about it, we got some long range coming in there. The Piper Brock could be returning. Thrower's probably a bit more of the meta on this one. We can see some tank slotting in as well. Leon with Lollipop Drop, a great pick to have on this map. So overall, I mean, the brawler pool doesn't differ too much. I'd imagine we probably won't be seeing roughs unless they're playing for a late game, or if they're playing with the other star power, they're going to be gathering the match HP for those brawlers. But I mean, you know, it's just those kind of brawlers probably will be returning once again, and kind of the same play style as well. You've got to be quite passive and controlled about your approach to getting kills and then moving up the map. But I mean, it's just extremely slow and kind of just peppering down your opponents till they actually do drop.
In my mind, I'm thinking like back to last month when we had Coop Decay bringing in Carl here, so that's why in my brain I'm thinking very, very different brawlers. But I wonder if any of those outlandish ideas will come into play from either of these two teams here. You know, I gotta say, decent bans off the start. Wasn't too sure on Eve here myself. Again, with maps that have no sort of water coverage, it's not always necessarily going to utilize as much of her as possible, but Jean is always a decent one to eradicate here. There's a lot of healing qualities, and of course the magic hand being very, very dominant. Now we could see some risky ideas coming in with like a max kind of Pam speedy comp with Rosa combined. That kind of thing does sometimes work here. Depends how the draft goes. The first pick is Rough Spire, and I don't think it's a bad one at all. Ultimately, again, those supply drops coming in to buff up the team go a long way. Fang is the counter on the side of Serenity, and a good one at that, because there's a lot of coverage here. So that could be on the minds for Byro to consider in their picks to follow. Having some wall breakage could eradicate some of that Fang potential.
Yeah, I kind of do like what they've taken so far. It does seem like they kind of got the knowledgeable picks of the meta. I do really like the Fang. Ruff's kind of a good... It's not the best, but a decent countermeasure to it, with his sandbags can tank quite a lot of the super damage coming forward. But they are going to pair it with a Bell, so therefore might be having quite a difficult time against this Tick unless they pick something that's going to do quite well against it. But then again, if you pick something that's going to do well against Tick here, it's going to have a really hard time against Fang. So it's a difficult pairing. going to take a Sprout, playing for the same thrower strategy as Serenity are going to. Just trying to throw down the wall in mid and gather the control of that. But I'd imagine maybe breaking a bit of the grass along with it, down with that hedge.
I was literally just going to say Mortis could be interesting here. It's going to be tough to make work. It's going to have to be an early, aggressive maneuvering here from Serenity, because ultimately, once those supply drops start to come into play, the Mortis dash is going to be able to be defended far faster. Ultimately, though, if the Jukes are on point and everything to play, combined with the tick for the control, it could be a really interesting pick here to have. Obviously, the blue star going to be quickly captured there from Coup Decay. That will give the earliest advantages needed in the stages of the game to start things off. But Photosynthesis in play from Aaron. It's a great star power on the side of the Sprout. I do like it a lot. And again, Ruffs combined with Bell cannot be underestimated as to how powerful that will make Bell in the later stages of this game.
Yeah, Nest Egg's definitely a strong thing to have against the Mortis, slowing down in his tracks and attempt to stop your friendly brawlers getting taken down. Does have that tick head already secured though, so definitely something that's going to be provide quite a lot of control in the late game. They do have the lead though, so don't have to aggress too much, and that's why you're seeing Coup Decay slot down in this left-hand corner. Just wait a little bit and chill. See if he can wait out the rest of the game, because he is the one with the blue star, so him going down can sway it quite a lot, not only the fact that it'd be 2-1, but also a little bit into the later game as well. Is going to be having some tough time whilst having that blue star over his head.
Soundbags down, and I think wisely so, as you can see just how much Scar's just struggling here on this right-hand side lane. It's going to take a long time before he gets them whittled down, and in the meantime, it's going to be a struggle. But at the same time, it is Spyro that have got to make the play here. It's not necessarily down to anything more than that, and that's why Scar's not really that worried about it. Tick head to hand on the side of Samaj as well, and K doesn't need to go on the aggressive. He can wait his moment to... That's the idea with Mortis, ideally, is that you can choose whether to go on the aggressive or whether just to sit back and wait. Byro have left it very late. It's got to be set. 10 seconds remain, and they're starting to make their play now coming in. A lot of supers to hand on the Bell side of things, as well as Aaron. They've got to make these shots count. Ticket coming out the fence, and I think they may have left it a little bit too late. I don't think they're going to be able to manage it, and just the one star... Not even a kill, Trav. Not even a kill. Just the Mortis dash into the middle. I mean, what? the play needs to be made sooner. It's as simple as that. And Byro is as quickly as that now, facing up against a match point situation. Serenity have gone to match point without a single kill in bounty.
Yeah, well, once again, Coup Decay did manage to secure that blue star, and he did spot a target there, started to move into an aggressive position, but then again, backed up once more as he did try to retreat to his teammate. Samaj does fall quite low, and now this double aggressive comp, if they do get pushed back a little bit earlier, might have some issues. Samaj falling low once more, and Ruffs following up with a few shots. Scarge goes down to one shot. Ruffs can't finish it off, though, but Sprout can. But then again, Coup Decay is just going to come in, sweep up, and swipe down on the opposing Bell.
Well, either way you look at it, it's going to be a different strategy going in from Byro this time around. It's genuinely got to be more aggressive here from them, but not overly aggressive. That's the thing to consider here, as Smash has the ticket to hand. Coup Decay is marked up again, so that's the consideration to be had. But a difficult spot for Byro. Again, they had great promise last month, and Serenity here potentially about to cause an upset. See if they can do that, or whether Byro start to make a comeback. And again, quite a passive game so far. Just a few takedowns here and there, but nothing like the last game at least. Let's see, as the final 30 seconds approach, what happens towards the end.
Yeah, I have to start making a push a bit earlier than the last one, as you did mention, did only go down to the 1 star, so definitely need to start making a push round about now, because they left it just this late last time and it didn't really work out in their favor. You've got to be a little bit wary of this Fang Super though, but he is taken down quite low. Coup Decay does have Mark onto him as well, needs to be a little bit worried, but Sprout going to connect a couple of shots, brings him down to 1 shot, and the bounce shot does take him down. 10 seconds left on the clock, and they are retreating heavily. Hedge goes down as well, but now the Fang Super comes in, can't get the connection properly onto them, and they're furthering their lead. Byro Esports going to secure a game here and try to hold on to their last string of hope.
Oh, can you imagine the tension and pressure upon them in that moment, especially as the Fang came in. That was the thing for me. Seeing a Fang coming in when you're all bunched together towards the end of a game of Bounty, that is scary. It really is scary. But again, utilizing the Bell and the combination between the rough supply drops there really served to get that swift and early takedown. But some fuel left still in the tank for Burrow, but they're not out of the woods yet. They are still up against the match point. And Serenity with that blue star, we know what happened in the first game of Bounty when they did just that. They sat back the entire game and Burrow left too late. So if that same strategy is in their minds, it is Burrow that have got to consider playing and handling it a little bit differently.
They do seem to be playing a bit more aggressive this time, and it does work out for Coup Decay. Manages to avoid a lot of shots and also get the takedown on the Sprout. Prime target for him, and he did make light work of it. Tickhead available once more, so it is always a good pairing with the Mortis to use those two in synergy aggressively. Does throw it down, and it does get taken out though, but takes a bit of the mid bush along with it, so can't really complain about that one.
Well, 3 stars is 3 stars, and you have to get at least 2 members down for Serenity because blue star is also in their favor, so much will not be enough. Definitely something that will be on their minds here. As 45 seconds now on the clock. Gonna have to find some of these shots. Jay doesn't seem to know where Samaj is at all right now, and Cooper now showing his face is reminding Spyro of his lurkingness on his left-hand side. Good tap so from Jay this time round. Aaron, well forced back a little bit there. Pops a little garden mulcher for the hill. I like that a lot from him, but has to go back on the offense, and the tick mines coming in is making it difficult to do so. First Simpson Stoke will be a helping hand, and this is the play Barrow got to make, and they've got little time to do it, Trav.
Fang super available too, and he can go down. Just 2 of them have to stay up for this win. He can go aggressive, choosing to do so now. Goes in, gets the double takedown, cleans up. Scarge trying to bring it home for Serenity, and it looks like he's done just that. Mortis is going to dash up, but it makes no difference anyway. They take the win convincingly and manage to secure it.
Gotta say, I mean, that is in my book a big upset. It is. I mean, Serenity coming in, making their 2022 debut. We saw Barra last month, but we're not going to be seeing them anymore today. They exit the competition in the quarterfinals, and I really like that. For Serenity, I really like that. I think that they played it very well. I mean, again, I'm the first to say I love a load of stars flying around left, right, and center in Bounty. I mean, who isn't? But ultimately, you just have to do enough, and sometimes just that blue star is enough. And they really kept Burrow under pressure from the earliest outset in that second set. I mean, safe zone was very, very close. I mean, we saw a good answer, just that 1 final % difference to make that second set go to the side of Serenity. I mean, you got to hand to the guys. They played a really cool, calm game, and that's not always an easy thing to do, especially in layer cake for Bounty. That's got to hand to them, right?
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, Layer Cake is a map where you can just play passive like that, but to be able to maintain the star lead when having 2 aggressive brawlers and not going aggressive is quite a feat of that as well. When you come to realize it, when you've got a Mortis and a Fang, 2 brawlers with near enough no damage at range, and managing to hold the lead at a range and on a ranged map, it's quite a weird thing to think about, that they couldn't just aggress and pick up a few kills along the way. It would have had to be controlled aggression, but definitely I think that they could have won it if they had just aggressed a little bit earlier, especially in the first match. It did go down to the wire, and they were getting the shots through, just not enough time left on the clock.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing to get the right balance, like you say, but I have no doubt we'll be seeing Barrow again soon. Again, all players that can always keeping themselves up to date when it comes to everything competitive, and have had some phenomenal qualifiers, so absolutely expect to see them next month as well, so look out for them. But up next, Free-Win Agents up against Blitz. I mean, this is going to be a bit of a David and Goliath story, I feel. I mean, there's very little for me to say, we will say about Free-Win Agents. Blitz, on the other hand, almost their entire roster is new, not this year, but to Brawl Esports. So, what that spells, I'm not too sure, to be honest. I don't want to count them out, because it's fair to say, Free-Win Agents, they've got a bit of a history, which Blitz have yet to establish themselves. Let's say that for now.
Yeah, I think we can just leave it at that. Not like the 2020 world champions and Blitz. I think this is the first time actually attending a monthly final, but it is what it is. Definitely not a David versus Goliath situation at all. I mean, free win agents, they don't really need much introduction, but regardless, just an absolutely phenomenal team. Really, they really haven't got too many rivals in this region other than FA Upper Moon, who did take them to double match point last month. So it is kind of that team from 2021 split in half that is going to be the main point of it. And I'm gone.
Oh, I've got my wish. It's granted, Trav. I've been asking for a while now. And finally, I get my way. But yeah, I mean, Phoenix is the most competent player. I think it's fair to say on the side of Blitz. Played in 3 monthly finals last year with Salty Gang in the region. But again, free win agents are on a rock. They are our current holding champions in this region following last month. And have won world finals. There's very little teams that you can actually say that about. So with players like Coup Ace, Response, great synergy that go a long way back. And of course, got to mention the fact that they picked up Instinct as well from the FA Upper Moon roster from last month coming into this month. I did hear a little birdie this week say that Instinct's not going to be playing, but who knows? We may see some surprises. There could be some changes this morning for all we know. But at the same time, any roster change that comes into play, it makes a difference. As we mentioned earlier, it can make a difference. It's a factor which you cannot underestimate in that respect. Team synergies will come into question, and at the same time as well, just a new dimension, a new mechanic, a new feeling within the team as to how things are going to go. Not to take anything away from Instinct at all, just purely as an example, but if a player comes in, then maybe it's actually taking away from the composed nature of a team. It can maybe add to some of that in terms of tensions, and you got to keep a cool head in Brawl. I mean, it's got to be said, and not always an easy thing for everyone to do. I think that's going to play a big factor here. Ace, obviously playing today, as we see him sitting down with his Brawl t-shirt, which you love to see, Trav.
Yeah, you got to be repping the Brawl merch when you can. Love to see that plug from Coop. But Magma on the other side, he's wearing a lovely denim shirt, and you can't really fault him for it. We're seeing the Eve ban, and also seeing the Ruffs ban from the side of Blitz there. 2 probably expected ones on this map. I'm not really too sure about that Ruff, especially on Sneaky Fields, where he does seem to struggle a little bit. But Byron, on the other hand, I am liking that pick, just because you can provide good heals to tanks or sides regardless.
Yeah, I think Byron's a safe bet, honestly. Free win agents, as we know, do come up with some crazy ideas, but not one necessarily that's going to start things off here. I mean, M's a great thing to have, a great tank deterrent, and definitely when you consider the amount of bush that's in Sneaky Fields, always a great thing to have. Her super great for seeking out brawlers. And of course, Acid Spray wouldn't be a bad gadget to consider here, but more often than not, it's Friend Zone, just to potentially knock the ball out of your opposition's hands. Combinations here, I mean, they could actually go with a tank idea themselves. They're actually going to go with the tank counter, which is probably the smarter idea, to be fair. It kind of makes Blitz then have to reconsider some options, and Gale is always good. The knockback potential, again, adding to that same idea of being able to have some good clutch saves and defenses.
Yeah, we're going to see the Griff coming out now, which is always a good wall break. Got the good wall break potential from that on the gadget side of things. So it's going to pair quite nicely with the Spike and the Byron alike, just because they really do thrive with this map being open, especially against an Ems and a Gale, and also a Sandy, bear in mind. So I feel like free win agents, if they're going to do it, they're going to have to do it early before this map gets broken up. Otherwise, they could run into some issues in the late game.
I do like Griff pick. I mean, it's not necessarily always a go-to, but it can open up so much, and that's going to be something that could take away from what Response is able to bring, being on the Sandy pick side of things, and he's going to have to really utilize a lot of those sandstorms to great effect. Ace gets taken down by Phoenix on the right-hand side, and look at everyone low on the side of free win. Like, I don't want to rule Blitz out. I mean, they are making their, again, BSC debut today, but at the same time, that's a decent start. But you can see the experience shining through a free win agents there. Just getting straight back into the thick of things, and healing up accordingly. Nice start. Can they finish? Oh, I was going to say Sarge might have an opening there. I'm not sure he had to juke along the way. Might still have it. Nice throw back from him. That is going to be a lovely goal from Sergeant and a great way to start free win agents. Early pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say perfect place from them. As I said, it could have been a better start for Blitz, really, with the amount of pickups they got, but the experience did start to shine through with the push out and managed to dodge a few shots, and obviously resulting in the goal from Sergeant there with a great stunning blow, knockback. Got another one as well, going to get a double stun on that one too, and now they're pushed firmly into spawn, clearing things up now. Free win agents going to take the first win. Rough start, but recovered quite quickly.
I've got to say, like, there was definitely an early sign of problems from Blitz, but then it's like almost as if like free win agents were like, right, we've now understood their kind of like competency of level, and we're just gonna up the bar. They sort of went into it slow, but then when they upped the gear, they really went into the fast lane quite quickly, utilizing a lot of the Gale pickers again. Like it's really such a great brawler to have in those instances of just securing the goal and also having that think the terrible response going to have it. Yeah, there's Sweet Dream stun as well. Classic Sandy moment in Brawl Ball. That's a very early goal for free win agents who might be taking this first set in I don't know, extraordinarily quickly style.
Yep, Griff Super now coming out. Byron Super as well, did miss though, but a good trade out on the right hand side from Phoenix and Coupe the Ace. Response taking some heavy fire from Griff now, and it picks up a Super 2, but a double takedown comes in for free win agents, and it's just Sergeant versus Phoenix once again, going for the stun maybe, but chooses to wait a little bit longer as they do have that 1-goal lead, so can't really complain about that. Goes in now though, and stunning blow comes in. Great play from Sergeant in a 1v3 situation near enough, managing to secure themselves the first set in possibly the quickest set of the day.
I think that is absolutely on point to say. That was a speed run, let's say, in Brawl Esports, and free win agents, they just want to get the job done. They just want to just get in, do their thing, and get it out. I mean, a knockout coming up next. Obviously, this could be the quickest. This could be the quickest match of a quarterfinals in this region's history at the rate we're going. But, you know, to bring it back to the draft, I got to say, free win agents really just nailed the picks, in my opinion. I mean, so two of the most dominant brawlers on that particular map, and they were able to bag. And I think that, you know, for Blitz to come back in this, given the fact that, you know, again, not unfair to say they've got less experience in this position that they are in, they're going to have to really outdraft free win agents and apply some pressure. We need to see some more signs from them if they're able to take down former world champs.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, it's just not looking likely, really. As well as, you know, Blitz did play off the start in the first game, it really just didn't carry through. I will say it was the Gale really providing the majority of the goals and pressure, getting the stunning blows off and the blowbacks, just always on point from him, getting a couple of goals from it. Sandy stun, just stuns all around, really, to be able to get the goals. It wasn't like it was open, complete team wipes and stuff. They just played the opportunities they got perfectly.
Yeah, it's one of those things that comes with obviously experience, but also mechanical skill. I mean, we kind of almost grow accustomed to it ourselves, right? You know, the idea of, you know, popping your gadget early with a Sandy, passing the ball, stunning on the way through, and the Brawl was able to then pass through the opposition brawler. Same with the Gale, passing the ball forwards, having a super to knock back along the way. But for some that may be new to Brawl Esports, you know, these are really quite difficult to master mechanics. You know, this is something that teams spend a lot of time in their scrimmages and in their, you know, personal time to really nail down. And this is the great thing about Brawl Esports. Teams like free win agents, they make this stuff look easy. It's not easy, I can assure you. We've both been in competitive, so we know this is the reason why we're casters now, Trav, right? So, I mean, ultimately, though, I mean, having reflected back, yeah, this draft is going to be an important one. It's the most important draft of the day for Blitz now to really nail. And you've got to ask yourselves the question, you know, free win agents, with the amount of experience they have, you know, pretty much capable of having anything thrown at them at this point. It's hard to see how they can really falter here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult for them to lose this one. Usually I say it's going to be difficult for a team to win it, but actually this time I think it's going to be difficult for free win agents to actually lose this one. They've just proved so strong so far, and I don't think it'll be any different on Gold Arm Gulch. It's a hot zone map that kind of, as I said, similar to Bell's Rock, is just a kind of map that you usually get a couple of outpicks throughout the entire thing, and it's kind of countered by that last brawler. Very similar to the majority of Knockout, to be fair. Both Ruffs and Eve going to be banned out now, which is quite smart, I think, from both teams. You got the sandbags from Ruffs, which and power-ups, obviously, and Eve just being Eve at the moment.
like taking control. It does open up a lot of doors though for some strong lane aggressors and also some healing qualities to come into play straight off the bat. I think that it's actually kind of favorable for me, at least, to have the second pick in knockout. We go with the Fang for the aggression. Maybe we'll see a Jean to follow that, just in terms of the healing, or a Pam potentially as well. Pam was a very high-picked brawler when it came to knockout in this particular region. But Byron as well, great for range. That is the one they're going to go for, sure. We could see a Rico on the other side of things. Rico's a fantastic lane to really seek out the Fang, but you have to be cautious if they do, because a lot of juking on the side of Free Agents would deter it. There is the Pam that we kind of figured might be coming into play, but so far the draft is looking pretty decent for me so far, and the Jean as well. I like both, but this is the thing: is there realistically anything that Free Agents are not going to be able to handle at this point?
I mean, the question is, can you counter Fang? And they've got the Pam, they've got a knockback from Jean, they're playing Carl. I mean, I'm just not sure about that. You know, you said Carl, blah, 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 SESA, love a bit of Carl.
I love it.
I know that,
yeah.
But realistically, is it going to be that good?
To be fair, Carl, it's a common pick, mainly within Free Agents. I mean, we saw it a little bit, but they really like it. Like, they'll play it pretty much anywhere. But they also make it work anywhere as well. Response to the flying hook, straight in value as the bunching up there on the right-hand side of everyone from Blitz coming into play. It does have a lot of ability to really go. I mean, look at this response to the knockback there. Actually, the lamp blow was very important, and that is one obvious factor when it comes to Carl. One disadvantage of having Carl, but not showing as a disadvantage, as Free Agents made that look very swift.
Yeah, looking to clean this one up just as fast as they clean Brawl Ball. He's instantly going back in again, going for the spin on him. Scrapsucker's not going to do anything against the Supermate, and now just Phoenix remaining. Luckily, he might just give up on this one, but we got a little flying hook coming in from response here, and it should be finished off by them now, and that is going to put them on match point in a extremely quick game, to be honest there.
Again, as we said going in, this is looking like it's going to be a one and done. Nice sportsmanship though from Phoenix. I mean, with a little pull and a little cheeky gadget pop towards the end of the pin drop. I mean, I feel like he knows that this is a bit of an outmatch, and yeah, definitely always was going to be a tough start for them in terms of how the bracket shaped up to be. But what are your thoughts on the car right now, Trevor? Are you starting to get a bit more sway towards it, or do you just feel like it was possibly a mismatch from the start?
I think maybe it was a bit of a mismatch from the start, to be honest. I don't think they should be getting... Obviously, Flying Hook's going to be good against both Pam and Tick alike. And I guess, you know, against Scrapsucker, it could be quite good. But when you get in positions like that, you've got absolutely no chance. And that's why I think maybe it was just a bit of a mismatch off the start.
Who's Ace going to try and bring the ice for this 1v3? I'm not sure myself whether even he will be able to manage that, and does not, as a swift blow from Phoenix will give them a little bit of a saving grace, potentially, at least a little bit of a boost, if nothing else. And yeah, even Coop wanted to try to bring something more on that occasion. I mean, that would have been a great moment if he had, to be fair. But yeah, Blitz now have a chance to start to gain some composure in the situation. The Pam healing station, of course, to try to knuckle down behind. Two supers on their side as well, with magic hands, of course, and the head on from the Tick side of things. But again, on the other side of Free Agents, a lot of supers at their disposal as well. So definitely going to be coming blows to blows very soon.
We have got Gene Super available though, and Sergeant now does manage to get his eventually, but Magma still, I would imagine, has a Scrapsucker left. Super available now. Splash comes in on both of them. Response gets pulled in. Magic hand, Lamp Blowout's going to knock him back, but stun onto the Pam. Pull comes in onto Coop the Ace, and this might be the first game that Blitz managed to secure. Just Sergeant left, and I mean, if there's a brawler to 1v3, it's going to be Fang, but it's still an extremely tough position.
I was going to say the same. I mean, this could be explosive, but yeah, Blitz know it, and that's the thing. Not hesitating to just block that idea out of the question from the get-go. This is shaping up to be quite interesting, actually, especially as now the confidence starts to grow within their team, and they start to realize that actually we can win games, and we can come out on top here against the team that have got so much notoriety within this region. And again, they've got a back comp. It's a very defensive one, but it's going to struggle on the earliest outsets, and that's why Coop the Ace there able to really capitalize down without the Pam healing station to hand and making this a very early 3 versus 1.
Yeah, Response just slicing and dicing over the side. Trying to give each other supers here. We've got a 3-person super now on the side of Free Win Agents. And that is what makes it even more convincing than it already is. 3v3 now, but only one person has a super on the side of Blitz.
In the Twitch chat, reverse sweep question mark. I'd love to see it. I think I'd love to see nothing more. I think this goes to a third and final. So we haven't seen many third and final sets today, if not any. So, you know, that for me, to have against Free Win Agents and a Dark Horse story would be a fantastic thing to see. Taking it slow, though, here, I think is the wise decision as Phoenix, though, will be looking to get a pull, potentially if Response does decide to go in here, or Lamb blowout to cancel it out. Either way, it's a win-win. Coup to Ace trying to put some pressure on his top left-hand side and connect some of these shots. Has super to hand as well. That would be a concern, but it's still 3 versus 3. No, it's still a player lurking in the bottom part of the screen, guys, on the side of Free Win Agents. So I don't think it's 3 versus 2 just yet. And there it comes, Sergeant there, trying to get the upper hand here. Has super to hand as well. That could be very, very dangerous on the side of Blitz.
Yeah, we've got a 3-person super now, but I mean, late game should still be in favor of Free Win Agents, regardless of the Gene and Pam. Regardless of how tanky they are. Super comes in now. Scrapsucker is available, but I mean, I'm eating my words at this point. Maybe not. Response goes in. Knockback is there onto it, though, but he should be taken out. Doesn't get taken out just yet, but Lasserar comes in and cleans it up, and almost an amazing play from Response. I mean, it was amazing regardless, but it was almost an amazing clutch.
Yeah, almost an amazing ending, actually. Yeah, for sure. And wasn't quite to be. And again, this is my little concern here, is like the Blitz are gaining momentum. They're starting to make their comp work better. They know they can't go in so aggressive, but this is why Free Win Agents know that they must do just that. Response chose better. Oh, a great ball to Coup to Ace. The pick up there. The attempt from Sergeant to go in doesn't seem to work out. The Pam healing station coming into play as well. Response trying to make a last-ditched attempt in this situation. The Scrap Sucker coming into play. That is Blitz taking a set against former world champs. And again, I wanted to see this. I'm biased towards this matchup, Trav, and I don't think that's ever a bad thing.
No, I mean, just a face of composure from Magma here. Just taking, you know, the world finalists of 2021 and the world champions of 2020 to a double match point, to a double set point, should I say, or set number 3, and just looking as calm as ever. That's how he needs to be. Don't take that set for granted. Get on to Hot Potato, bring your all once more, and just make sure you've got it down and ready for the win.
Exactly that. We've only seen one matchup today go to the third and final set. That was the first matchup, FF Moon against FAS Shira. And, you know, I really like to give underdogs a boost, you know, like for new teams coming to the BSC, it's got to be a scary thing. I mean, it's a scary thing regardless, but going up against former world champions, that's the most daunting prospect that you can have. And again, yes, you know, Phoenix does have a bit of a background, but the others are new to Brawl Esports. So, like, good on them. Good on them. I'm rooting for them. I kind of like, looking back at our predictions, we both went for Free Win Agents. And I think that is okay. I mean, we're not going to get scrutinized in the stream chats for that. But my heart is rooting for Blitz. I've got to be honest. Imagine, good. Yeah, exactly. The production got my request once again to eradicate you from the stream, Trav, and it's a great thing to see they listen to me. I'm gonna go there and say it again. I imagine the uproar, imagine the upset. That if Blitz, I mean, heist is a risky game mode. I mean, this is I know Free Win Agents will obviously feel quite confident going in. I think it's fair to say. It is, in fairness to Heist as a game mode, probably one of the more control-based ones that could be, rather than a straight-up base race. So there is that definitely to consider there. But you know, the amount of control-based brawlers that they could be drafting here will lend itself well, I think, it's fair to say, to Free Win Agents. But at the same time, they cannot go into this and underestimate their opposition. They've lost a set to them, and that's not an everyday thing in the BSC.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see teams like Free Win Agents, especially how dominant they are in this region, actually losing sets. I mean, especially against teams other than FA Upper Moon, who did obviously take them to a double match point in last month's finals. But for a team like Blitz, who are flying, I will say, under the radar, because they managed to take a set off Free Win Agents, which is no small feat. Definitely need the recognition, even if they do get beaten here, of actually managing to take this team as far as they have. I will say possibly something to do with the comps. Carl, you see, you said it in the first one. You're like, oh, you're regretting your decision of saying Carl's probably not great. No, I'm not. I'm sticking with it. And I'm honestly glad Blitz won that, because don't pick Carl.
I like the passion, Trev. I like the conviction that you speak, and I'm with you. I think Carl, for me, as much as I love the idea of it, this is too much in terms of knockback that can really throw you off your mark, really. And I actually kind of wouldn't mind seeing some changes to that in terms of Carl. I'd love to see that super be able to be almost like immune to knockback, but maybe that'd be making him too strong. Either way, I don't think we're going to see in Hot Potato, but we will not be seeing either Eve or Barley. They are the bans. I'm not too convinced on the Eve myself. Barley is a great thing to ban, but not my personal preference. But ultimately, it is still nonetheless good bans. Ruff's going to come in straight off the mark from Blitz, which I do like. I think Ruff's here can work out phenomenally well. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Rico in the mid here. It hasn't seemed to have dropped off. It kind of has been in and out of Hot Potato in terms of the picks. Spike, though, yeah, I was going to say, a good thing to have. Either way, whatever comes next, it's going to cover a lot of bases. And M's, yeah, getting that brawler in early, I think, is a top pick there from Free Win Agents.
Yeah, I do think so too. I really do like it. Dynamite coming in, though. They're taking a risk with that one, and honestly, I don't mind it. I really don't mind it against the kind of competition that Free Win Agents have brought out so far. M's and Dynamite, if you can get the shots over the walls and maintain that wall advantage, then you are going to be going quite a long way in this map. I will say, they're going to have to maybe try not to break the walls with the rough star power or take the other one. They've paired it off with a Lola, which is not too bad either. I'm actually kind of liking Blitz's compare.
I gotta say, Dynamite is... I've seen it do phenomenal things on save zone. Notably, I think going back to last year, it seems like Reply Totem showed how this brawler can really thrive here. But I mean, Response seems to find it comical. I don't know yet. It depends on how this is played, and Ash King is going to land these shots well. If he does that, then it could prove a problem. But it can also be easily overthrown with what Free Win Agents have got going on, and already Sergeant not hesitating to get some early mark on the safe and forcing Blitz into a defensive position. He's actually almost going to get a takedown on Magma there as well, but just go down in the end. But about 28% early on for Free Win Agents will be a comfort to them at least.
Yeah, Response is going to be taken down in the mid though. Actually starting to get a bit of control and positioning. But just as quick as he gets it, Sergeant's going to push him out of it. Wouldn't be surprised if he does just turn and go for safe here. Just get their roll forward. And regardless of the super hitting, it was only a 44 damage M's that really needed taken down. Sergeant in a good position once again to get even more damage on safe, and that he does. Joined by Response now, who gets some more damage secured. Magma falling low in mid as well. And it wouldn't surprise me if they do just leave the Dynamite and try to aggress elsewhere.
Going out, does connect with Sergeant. Ace was able to duke it accordingly, and yeah, going to be able to heal up along the process. Now, this is the danger with Dynamite, realistically, is that you can duke a lot of the shots quite well, and you've got to land them as well, very accurately so, although you find yourself, struggling on the defense. It's easy to overrun, but to a very, very skilled Dynamite player, it's a dangerous thing. So it's no longer a meme for anyone that might be thinking that in the chat. It just genuinely depends on the skill of the player playing it, and again, this is Free Win Agents. I mean, Blitz are very much the lesser known in this story here, but match point for Free Win Agents, kind of what we expected, what we had in our predictions. But can they seal the deal, or can Blitz start to really dig deep? They're gonna have to dig very deep. I mean, that's gonna be a big shovel needed if they are to do so.
Yeah, Sergeant rolls forward once more, rolling reload in hand too. Spike shot's going to be following up as well, and he's doing such a good job of juking, staying alive. And yet again, he has stayed up once more now. M super going to be popped, and maybe can keep him alive here, but Response trying to push forward onto the safe, chooses to go for the Dynamite instead. And don't forget, he has got Fertilize, so if he did get hit, heals will be coming instead of Curveball.
Good aggression from Coupe Ace. Stays alive as well. Sergeant comes in to take some shots if needed. Gets the takedown there as well on the Lola, leaving King all alone. And again, like, Dynamite on defense is such a dangerous thing to defend against. This surely is going to be Free Win Agents sealing the deal, seeing themselves go through to the semifinals today. And we say goodbye to Blitz. Again, not the team that we predicted was going to win against former world champs, but the team that won our hearts, and just goes to show that even a newcomer to the BSC can still win again a set, at least, if nothing else, a set against the world champs. I mean, that in itself, I think, is a great story to have. But gotta say, congratulations to Free Win Agents. They go through to the semi-finals, and that is going to be very explosive to come.
Yeah, good, solid gameplay from the 2020 World Champs. But then again, you can't fault Blitz's performance in that one, really. Played so well. Taking them to a set number 3 is better than near enough the majority of the teams in this region. And once again, Macam is having absolutely none of it today. We'll have that swapped out just after the break. But nonetheless, Blitz just played that so well. And to be honest, I wouldn't have minded seeing Free Win Agents lose that.
I mean, you know, again, you know, we're always very good here, not being biased towards things, but there's still part of us, you know, our inner deep emotions that does like to see a bit of an underdog story develop. It wasn't to be, but nonetheless, I think a valiant performance on this. I do hope to see Blitz come back again and show us what they've got in future monthly finals. But again, it's been an eventful quarterfinals so far. We're going to head over to the bracket now to check out how everything went as we gear ourselves up for our semi-finals to come. Earlier on today, the first matchup was that grudge match, that rivalry matchup against FA Moon and FA Hashira that we saw actually last month in March. And ironically, actually, I think the same scoreline as well. So they were the first to go through to our semi-finals. And then there was Reconic Esports that looked very convincing, it's got to be said, against Extra Toxic Boys. Didn't go to the third and final on that one, and nor did it in the one to follow. So Serenity Esports with a 2-0 up against Viro was the scoreline there. And they will be facing off against Free Win Agents, who we just saw qualify up against Blitz. And that is going to be an interesting matchup, I've got to say. Serenity looks very fierce against the team that we've seen you know, time and time again in the BSC here. So potentially an upset still to come for Free Win Agents. So definitely stick around for that one. But the next matchup will be FA Upper Moon, last month's grand finalists. Took us to a match point against Free Win Agents then. They're facing off in the semi-final stages and up against Reconic. I'm super excited for that one, Trav.
As am I. I'm sure it'll be an absolutely beautiful couple of semi-finals, and then we'll see who goes on to the finals to win it all. I mean, nonetheless, all 4 teams here who have made it here have deserved it. Would have loved to see a couple of additions from other teams like Blitz with a different bracket. I'm sure that have made it just that little bit further.
Yeah, it's always a rough thing, you know. Like when the bracket comes, it's entirely randomized, and you know, there's only so much you can necessarily do when it comes to those things. But you know, FF Moon have shown such great promise, you know, this season. I genuinely feel like they've got a great chance of coming into this, but Reconic Esports have wanted to make their mark on things. They've wanted to establish themselves early on, and I think they've genuinely got a good chance, especially now getting through the quarterfinals. Possibly some confidence that comes along with that.
Yeah, I do think so too. I think Reconic definitely the underdogs in this one, as we saw Upper Moon go all the way to the finals last month and almost take it in a double match point. Nonetheless, though, they definitely have what it takes to rival these opponents. Well, Reconic definitely have what it takes to rival Upper Moon, just because of how well they've played today. Was maybe a little bit shaky at some points, but nonetheless, I think they played amazingly for pretty much throughout the majority of it, so you can't really fault them in that place. And I mean, Upper Moon definitely going to be having some struggles as well. I have mentioned it. They looked very good in their semi-final, but nonetheless, you know, with a roster change, we've said it time and time again, it can go quite wrong.
Well, I hope your predictions don't go wrong. Got a bit of a break now to head over to event.brawlstars.com to place those. We're going to be right back after this.
BT Zim, this guy refuses to go down.
2 for 2, 1v1. BT Zim on top.
BT Zim going. They got it at the last second. What a finish!
Meu nome é Vitor, tenho 20 anos e sou jogador profissional aí de Brawl Stars pela equipe da Clash. Dentro do jogo eu sou conhecido aí como VTzinho, moro no Rio de Janeiro e Brawl Stars é incrível.
welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through. That's gonna be it.
No way this one.
This is what everyone is here to compete for. So without further ado, let's brawl!
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship, where we're in the SESA and ANZ region today. I'm Mark, joined by my fellow Brit, Trav. Welcome back, Trav. You have a nice break?
I did actually. It was very nice, and especially after a few really solid and a few close games, I'm definitely ready to get onto these semi-finals and continue a great day.
Yeah, we hope you had a good break as well in the live stream chats and place your predictions, of course, most importantly, for FA Upper Moon up against Draconic Esports. Let's take a little bit look back at the bracket as well, just to revise ourselves of what's happened and what's to come. Ultimately, very eventful quarterfinal stage. We saw FA Upper Moon, Draconic Esports, Serenity Esports, and Freewin Agents all do fantastically well in the quarterfinal stages to make it to our semi-finals. It was closer on the side of FA Upper Moon and FAS Shira, and Freewin Agents and Blitz on the bottom there. But our first matchup, FA Upper Moon against Draconic Esports, following that Serenity Esports. I've got a big mean feat up against our current monthly final champions, Freewin Agents. We're looking to retain that title in April. But, you know, it was FA Upper Moon who did meet Freewin Agents in that grand final last month. So they will absolutely be looking to do the same again up against Draconic Esports right now. And Draconic went out in the quarterfinals last time around, but this time looks pretty decent. I think that's this is going to be a really exciting matchup. I think, you know, we haven't placed our predictions yet for this one, but what are your thoughts, Trav? Where's your head at? Have Draconic done enough, or do you think that FF Moon, based on last month and obviously the former months prior to that, have got it to go all the way this month?
I think that FA Upper Moon maybe still just have this edge. Draconic with a great performance in the semis, the quarters. I will say FA Upper Moon did look a bit more shaky, but I think they maybe did have a little bit of a tougher opponent, so I think you can kind of wear it down to that. But I think FA Upper Moon are definitely still the favourites coming into this one quite heavily, but you know how much we love an underdog story. Draconic Esports SESA very much still in this, and the same with the lower bracket semi-final as well. I think it's going to be pretty much a similar story of an underdog and a very much favourite.
Yeah, I'm with you, 100%. I feel like the safe pick of doing your predictions could well be FF Moon. Simply because from memory, going back to last month, it was Draconic Esports that played off against FA Sky in the quarterfinals, and FA Sky lost convincingly so to FF Moon in the semis. So if that's anything to go by as a consideration there, the team that beat Draconic lost convincingly to FF Moon. That's just kind of going back to last month, but it's a brand new month. You know, that's the thing you got to take into account. You know, teams get that moment to sit back, reflect, look back at their performances and analyze things through with their coaches and that kind of thing in the background, and come back stronger. That's Brawl Esports. You know, you look back at your mistakes and you turn them into strengths the following month. So I do like the way that Draconic have come back in this month. They look great. Question now is, have they got enough in themselves to go and cause what would definitely, I don't think it's arguably to say, it would be a huge upset. If they get a win today over FA Upper Moon, it would be huge. It would be huge for them.
Yeah, no, I definitely think so. Obviously going to be kicking things off with dry season here, I do believe. But as you said, it would be an absolutely huge upset, and it would be absolutely huge for them in terms of getting some points on the board. It is definitely a little bit difficult to, you know, get as many points as other people who are rising up as well. But regardless, I think this would catapult them into an extremely good position, especially after being knocked out in the quarterfinals, coming through to the semis this one and winning that as well, puts them in a good position and a good seed for further months down the line. So it's always good to have that seeding positioning as well. Now we are getting onto the draft of dry season here between these two teams. I mean, honestly, I think we kind of got a little sharpshooter thrower thing, kind of common meta and bounty.
Remind ourselves as well, Trump, you know, ask a shout with the casters shout outs today. I mean, you know, for me, you know, looking at, you know, this and the way it's shaping up to be, I need to see a bit more from CZK really decide with themselves here. But I mean, bang on both sides does even things out quite a bit. And that was, I think, if I'm not corrected, the brawler that CZK was hoping for. I think in the draft we saw him being displeased with the outcome. I think it was going into knockout, but they're going to pick Bell. That's an interesting first pick. Not necessarily my go-to, but if they are able to get a Ruffs, maybe off the back of this first draft, that would be an evil pairing. Speaking of evil Eve coming into play, the hatchlings are about to be let loose, and Sprats follow up. That could be actually a really good comp in terms of pushback potential.
Yeah, I really do like the Sprout. Eve as well, great brawler to have. With a little bit of lacking range now, I will say it might be a bit difficult, but we are seeing a Tick and a Mortis selected on the other side. But I kind of really do love the Eve versus Mortis matchup. You've got the jump away, you've got a lot of spawnables going at him as well, and the gene to finish off Iconic Esports composition. I really do like that. You've got the lamp blowout, you've got some good heals coming in as well, and grouping up's really going to favor this team.
Yeah, I thought it did leave the door wide open for actually Ruffs to have on their side with the build promotion star power. Just sit back in the spawn and play it safe as it, again, as I say every single month. This map does cater when you are behind. You can just kind of sit back, or rather, yeah, you can, when you got the lead, you can sit back in your spawn and really play it slow. But it doesn't seem like anyone wants to do that so far. We've already had a few exchanges already, and I do like that already. As Bounty, you know, being back and forth with the stars is always an exciting thing to see.
Yeah, you see what I mean about the spawnables? Orca did have to tank that one with no assistance from his teammates. It is a bit hard for Tick to take them down as well, bear in mind. Sprout is on the Mortis' side, but Orca showing no signs of trying to aggress any further than just sitting behind this back line and allowing Tenhu to try and get the majority of damage when they do come forward and create an opportunity for him to pounce. But so far, not really had the opportunity to do too much. As we see, CZK did actually manage to get the kill that put him in the lead.
Eska under a lot of heavy scrutiny and is way out of position here, right in the back spawn of Evermoon. Yep, that is going to be Fat Orca eating up a little meal there to add to his name. Good connecting shots and a convincing lead now. 6 stars and that blue star in terms of a lead. And Orca's not done yet, going in again. Some nice cycling there and stays alive off the back of that. That's a strong opening statement. It's got to be said there from FA Upper Moon. And yeah, I'm with you though. I do love the ideas that Iconic have here in terms of their draft, but the aggressiveness, just the sheer force of what, you know, FA Upper Moon are going with here, that's scary. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, definitely so. I really wasn't expecting this kind of scoreline when I did see the compositions, but they are playing it very well, playing it defensive when they need to, creating opportunities for Orca to go in. This time he has got that blue star, and that is defining who is going to be winning this one so far. But Troy trying to push down on Tenhu on this right-hand side. Is a 2-shot to him, and now My Mania coming down once more. And it seems like a bit of a recurring thing at this point in the SSA region with not using Lasserat.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like it though. I can see why it's My Mania is now in a much better place than it was prior to the rework. So it's definitely opening up some ideas, and the nerf to Lasserat as well definitely kind of hit it in just the right place for me. Alpha going in again, does connect nicely with the cycles, and again with the cycles, and I think one more shot away from another cycle. My word, that boy is doing wondrous work, and the celebrations I feel there completely and utterly appropriate.
Yeah, I was going to say, sometimes spinning is warranted when you've made an absolutely insane play just like that, so we'll let him off just this one time. 5 stars over his head now and an 8-star lead for them, so he is going to be the prime target to be taken down, but it is a difficult feat for these kind of brawlers to take this Mortis down. He may have over-aggressed and got overconfident here. We saw similar signs of that in different regions where people just get a little bit too confident, and now that lead has close to 3, which will only need to be a CZK takedown.
Well, it's not that much of a gap still, despite that incredible play, and it was an incredible play. Fat Orca, he's not done yet. He's not done yet. I mean, I was going to say a potential for comeback here, but it doesn't seem to be the case, as FF Moon now a much more convincing lead than when I first started my sentence, and they surely now take this first.
Yeah, I think we can tie that one off. FA Upper Moon taking that first set quite nicely. I will say, you know, when I was loading in, I was thinking, oh, well, I think we might have a bit of a game on our hands. The probably better team, as probably claimed by the community, against maybe a little bit of a better comp, but maybe it turned out that their comp was just as good as their oppositions, and that's why they did manage to win that one. Or maybe they are just, as I said, you know, maybe a little bit of a better team. But I think regardless, you kind of got to look forward, and these two teams are going to be doing too, as now we do have Crystal Arcade up next.
Yeah, I'm going to remind ourselves, the best of 5 format now in play in the semi-finals. So there's that moment of time to, you can take a loss. It's not the worst thing in the world, not compared nearly as much so to the quarterfinal stage of the best of 3. So there's some time to reflect. And I think the reflection from that matchup is consider the dangerousness of Fat Orca on Mortis. And it was a pick that was actually left open as a response from the side of Raconic. They had that third and final pick. Well, not in their favor, of course, but it's map dependent. But that's a note, in my book for next time around, 100%. That Fat Orca is a dangerous player when it comes to that particular brawler.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll probably go across the majority of aggressive brawlers as well. We've seen, CZK be quite saddened about not being able to have Fang in play, and we did see him playing Fang in Hard Rock Mine as well. A few misplays in there, but you can't really blame him considering he did have the gems. Maybe that's just kind of his play style of playing aggressive, and that will, be pairing quite nicely with the next map, which is Crystal Arcade. You can definitely get a bit more aggressive on these lanes and play them quite nicely if you do get control of them, but it's the kind of map where you either have control for the entire map and win the game, or kind of lose it with the opposite.
Yeah, it's a nice fresh map. I mean, if you played a lot back in the early days of Brawl, you'll remember it. And coming into the map pool, I see a lot of Pam being played in this region in terms of the picks. I see a lot of Crow as well being played in this region in terms of the picks and bans. Spike wouldn't be the worst ban here either, just to say, because ultimately, again, like you rightly say, with Fang being such a prominent idea on those lane sides, eradicating a hard counter to Fang wouldn't be the worst of ideas, in my opinion, either. Definitely a lot of ideas that can be played here, which makes the draft process actually kind of interesting. Not to say it's not interesting, of course. It's always interesting, especially with SESA and ANZ. Byron as well, going to be a big player in that middle area. But what I'm trying to say is the amount of possibilities that can be played here makes that draft process ever more important to get right.
Yeah, I will say we've seen a lot of 8-bit here at some points as well. 8-bit in the mid, paired with, Rosa as well, being able to put some bushes down and speed gear paired with that. Paired with also, the speed of the booster that 8-bit brings is sometimes just too much for the opponents to kind of handle. And I believe we've seen, a decent amount of 8-bit actually on, from FA Upper Moon on Gem Grab in Hard Rock Mine. We saw them play it, and it didn't really work out too well for them, but it's kind of a strategy that they're willing to, I'd imagine, to employ again if they can get it on this map, just because of how well the cheat cartridge does at getting gems from the mid and bringing them back, especially when the mid can be so harsh as it's shootable from all 3 lanes.
Yeah, great shout there, but yeah, that was one that Kenny reminded me of last month actually, and it did come out to play. So I think you could well be on something there. And despite seeing it earlier on today and not having much promise, I think it was on it was Joining Beasts. There's a couple of maps that we've seen it for sure today, and it didn't work out. Crystal Arcade, it could well work out. Bans coming in, even Roughs wasn't necessarily on my radar, but I can understand the reasoning why. I guess still, despite that, there's Askachad, a little mascot there as well. Spike there, giving him some advice, maybe. Fire is the first pick, not a bad one of that, to be fair, from FA Upper Moon. And Gale is, I guess actually with the Twister, gadget on the left-hand side or right-hand side to really shut something off, you can get a really nice pinch. So I like that from Raconic. That's actually really quite smart. I wonder what will follow that, though.
Well, you've said it. The Spike here is quite a good pick. I do really like the Byron. Definitely the strongest mid on this map, though. So Upper Moon have got quite a lot of wiggle room to work with. Going to be playing the Crow, which is something that you are going to be quite scared of. Slowing Toxin, absolutely huge no matter what map it's going to be played on. And pair it with a Byron with melees, and you're going to have quite a lot of issues healing.
I was going to say it wouldn't be the craziest of things to bring in a Griff here, just to eradicate the potential of Gale on the lane. But they're going to go with Sandy, and that's not a bad thing to have. I mean, ultimately, if cover is destroyed, but it's not going to be now as a result of that final pick. Pam coming in from Raconic, and again, that was a very highly picked brawler in Crystal Arcade last month, so I can see the reasoning why it was left open to pick. I actually kind of feel like FA Upper Moon could have handled that, but they've got enough heals from the Byron anyway to handle things for the most part, I would say. Good connecting shots early on from ZZK onto Askachad, and that's keeping him back. They're going to have to be very wary of that Gale pick on that left-hand side for sure, and already showing a clear understanding of how devastating it could be if left untouched.
Yeah, just winning that left-hand side is going to do a lot of justice here with a splash coming down as well. And CZK now picks up 4, make that 5 as he picks one from the other side that the Pam had just dropped. And Orca is going to secure another one. We got supers galore over this side. Splash going down onto the spike and a sandstorm available too. Played very aggressively, which means Orca's probably going to try and cycle it in the opponent's spawn.
CZK is juggling this so well. I mean, he is there for Orca. He's there for Tengen on the right-hand side. And he's also doing the gems in the mid and doing that as well. It's like a one-man band so far. Not to take anything away from his teammates, of course, but my word, is he keeping everything ticking along just as a Byron should. And yeah, displaying fantastic healing, fantastic damage, fantastic control, and gem carrying. I mean, genuinely, he's got it all. And I would, yeah, say it's safe to say this first game is going to go the way of FA Upper Moon.
Yeah, and I think, as you said, it's fair to say that CZK did play that one extremely, extremely well, just providing so much healing, so much damage, splashing left and right, helping people out, taking shots, managing to help his teammates get supers, and therefore they did manage to completely dominate the opposing team there with a pretty much 10-0 gem scoreline towards the end of the game. Going to be pinching the left-hand side once more, attempting to get Orca super as we know how valuable that can be in mid and late game.
Yeah, I think not a bad choice there from Bear to go really on the aggressive there, just to really double down and just even come back a little bit more towards the spawn side of that left-hand side wall. Nice blow there from Askachad and a nice stun on the wall, as now this comp starting to show that it does have some legs here. It's a good combination. Now that Orca out of position with nothing ready to show for it, no super. Now that one shot could prove costly. That will be able to be something to bring back into the mix here if Iconic don't really shut this down.
Yeah, as soon as Sandstorm goes down, so does the FA Upper Moon's teammate, Teng Hoon, and that really didn't grant them much pressure over the right-hand side. Orca, on the other hand, did get the left pretty much as a free lane because of it. CZK not doing as much damage as he did in the previous game, but a stun comes in and the heals follow up with it. Orca's going to manage to get that over the left-hand side and throw a super down on the left as well. Orca not going to get the heals, but a shot from Teng Hoon will connect with Bear, and along with the Sandstorm, Rude Sands determine where he is.
Yeah, I was going to say they can't feed Orca, but as I'm saying it, 3 consecutive shots will find a standstill. But in the meantime, the countdown is off. That is going to be a thing which FA Upper Moon have got to stop if they are to prevent this game from continuing on. Nice body blocking there from Askachad, and Bear should be okay for the most part, unless there was any Byron supers to hand, which there was not. A healing station as well for good measure. Good turnaround. I like what I saw there from them, and yeah, they started to really knuckle down and focus on Orca. That was the kind of night and day difference that I saw, at least in the first and second game there. Really starting to hone in on him, get him out of position, get him back into the spawn, and then keep him back there for the majority of the game. Good turnaround. Great plays from Iconic. Like it.
Yeah, and you said there wasn't a Byron super. There was, but it just dropped at his feet just prior, I believe, to when you said that. So a bit of a, life or tried to get the opponent's death situation for him, but chose to try and keep himself up, or as there was no chance of getting those gems out of there anyway. CZK now picking up his super, going to splash onto the spike, but a return super from him is going to keep the Crow at bay just long enough for his mid to slot in and pick up 4 gems and take the lead.
I'll go with a nice sweet dream stun there. Just able to then dance around the wall and keep the Sandstorm rolling in, and there just following up with a nice takedown on Askachad on the left-hand side. Meantime, Teng Hoon very low here. Going to be to rethink this aggression on the right. As CZK continues to keep everyone ticking along. 4 gems sitting there though, and Teng Hoon knows it. Wants to go and try and get a grab, but is shut down by Bear. Now having to rethink things through just a little bit. A lot of good taps, so and a nice slowing toxin as well. Going to allow CZK to get some nice taps on. But still, Volcanic come back quite strong and in full health.
Yeah, stun once more though, but Rude Sands does stop that stun near enough as soon as it gets put down. CZK trying to take down Askachad, and a pinch should come in from spawn now, but he gets the takedown anyway. Teng Hoon does have his super, but yet again, Spike of Troy is just really keeping a strong grasp on this right-hand side lane. CZK is the one who needs to try and make a move with his super or try and get Orca his by healing him all the way up, but 8 gems to 7, and they do maintain the lead regardless of this right-hand side not really having much pressure at all.
Arco dropping a pin there. It would display some confidence, it's fair to say. But at the same time, they can't underestimate this. That tick down, though, from CZK is going to see the gems dropped. And that is a very important left-hand side lane clear up. They can just take the gems as they will now. 10 to 5, they are split a little bit. But ultimately, they've got to get CZK. That is the key person to get down. All can go on the aggressive here. And that is going to be convincing. Just Ask Shadow all alone now. No chance of a comeback here. But the attempt was made. That was actually, until that moment there, incredibly close and could have seen Reconic take the first set. Wasn't to be, and FA Moon get the early advantage.
Yeah, a little bit of overconfidence from the PAM, just going a little bit into a tougher position than I'm sure he imagined it was, which is something you can't really do against FA Upper Moon. They will punish these kind of mistakes that you do make, and especially to get that second set on the board, it's not a mistake you want to make, because if they'd have won that one, it would have evened it out, and we know how valuable that can be in stopping momentum, because now it's going to require an entire reverse sweep of the sets here, getting 3 in a row on Pinhole, Punt, Bridge Too Far, and Flaring Phoenix, and that is going to be an extremely difficult feat against a team like FA Upper Moon.
Yeah, and especially when they've got that momentum going in as well. It's shaping up nicely so far for FF Moon, but there has been progression, can't be denied. I mean, the first set definitely was the harsher of the two so far, but yeah, they've again, Reconic have got great potential. I mean, there's no doubt about it. They can absolutely do this. It's just going to take a lot of it gets dig deep. It's fair to say. Pinhole Punt as well, you know, Brawl. Tough map and a tough mode when you are behind, especially if it's one that you don't necessarily want to favor. I think FA Upper Moon will like the position that they are in, and I think that Brawl will actually be probably catering more to them having the lead than it will to Reconic being behind, sadly to say for them.
Yeah, I do think Brawl Ball's very much so a momentum mode. You have momentum in the set, and also if you've got momentum going into it, you're going to be having a lot more confidence in yourself, a lot more pressure becomes because of that. And confidence can hurt you, but in the short term and long term, it can also assist you as well. Taking fights that you wouldn't usually take, which takes them off their game and surprises them maybe a little bit as well. So, you know, confidence can hurt you, but it can also help you out a lot as well. So Upper Moon just have to regulate that confidence as well as they can, because in a map like Pinhole Punt, you can be punished, and losing a set can, you know, lead to losing another set, and then it just all tumbles down from there. We saw it in several other regions where reverse sweeps happened in last month's monthly finals.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it's fair to say is lesser likely, but that's what makes me want it more. And when it happens, it does tend to, like you say, it tends to spiral, it tends to escalate. And that cannot be, cannot be underestimated at all. And it is going to be very much decided upon the draft as well. So FF Moon have been doing that very well today, no doubt about it. But they've got to keep that up and not drop the ball. And definitely players, it's fair to say, will be getting a lot more confidence when it comes to the draft. I know at the beginning of the season, as it was such a new format change, some were saying that definitely felt like they were under pressure to pick their brawlers. And when they went into that draft, the entire thought process went out the window, and their sort of strategy and plan was always something which would change along the way. But definitely seems like so far everyone getting a decent grip, and despite Reconic Esports being behind here, I have liked a lot of what they brought to that draft process.
Yeah, honestly, I really didn't mind their previous draft that they did have in Gem Grab. I feel like maybe they might have even had the upper hand on a couple of those lanes there. Like, Spike was constantly dominating the Crow over the right-hand side, which is something that, you know, should be expected, especially with the life plant. And then over the left-hand side as well, we saw some very good pushback from Gale, and it was only really the Byron assisting the Sandy that was making that lane work so well. And Pam, you can't really complain about that brawler at the moment. It's in such a good position. So if they can get another good draft like that again, but, you know, execute some of these mistakes that they have been making and execute them properly, then they're very much on the cards to be able to win this set and going forward and possibly even winning it all.
Wow. Again, we saw this map earlier today. No wall breakers the last time we did, though. Sandy played a vital role, as well as we saw various others. Crows, obviously, potential for... I was looking to see CZK's reaction to the Fang ban. Nothing so much this time round. Doesn't seem to worry him as much as before. But definitely probably would have thrived here for sure. Eve coming out early on for Reconic. It's all right, but I would have probably preferred a Gale myself here, to be honest. Just simply because at that earliest moment in time, you know what's coming next? It would have been my go-to. There's the Crow, though, and I think that was kind of to be expected. Definitely still some options available. Ems could be good. Pam could be good. Spike is always good. So, yeah, I'm curious to see what comes next.
Yeah, you see, this is the thing with draft. If you take Eve, you're leaving yourself susceptible to two of the next two strongest brawlers in Crow. And we've seen Lola on this map time and time again throughout the last monthly finals and qualifiers and other tournaments as well. Buzz is something you don't see every day. I'll tell you that. A very, very weird brawler to pick, and I'm not sure really what it kind of counters on this opposing team.
There's the Gale, though, and that was a smart move. If you're going to go with Buzz, then you really want to snatch that brawler while you can, because that would have been absolutely a thing to counter it. Max coming in for FA Upper Moon, and I'll definitely give a lot of their comp a lot more speed, maneuverability, danger that comes along with it. Definitely like the way that Lola has now come from this place of being predominantly seen in maps like Bridge Too Far and Heist and predominantly like, yeah, Hot Zone, but now starting to be a bit more versatile as players are kind of playing her more and trying her out and realizing that actually, yeah, she's still good. Early going in then is Tenghun and does get taken down for it. Let's see though. Oh, the jump there from Askashat and almost got paid on for it. Didn't happen. Wasn't to be, but I like the thought process there and a great display really of showing and utilizing the gotta go there on Eve. It really worked out well. Almost a goal there. An early goal from nowhere from Raconic.
Yeah, it would have definitely paid off quite well, but now a couple of supers on the side of FA Upper Moon. Speed available, just waiting for his entire team or just Lola to provide it to. And Buzz, I think, does have his super there in the mid. Bit tough to see in the grass, but he does, which means a stun is a possibility. Bear pushing aggressive, trying to get his stun as well. Wall comes in, and now they do manage to push this one in. Raconic are going to take the first goal in Brawl Ball, and that is a great goal to have.
I do like the draft. I do like the way they've gone about it. I know what you mean about the Buzz. It's definitely a lesser picked brawler now, despite him having some great promise. Or a bit of a miss over there though from Troy, but the Twister be a little bit of a saving grace. The ball going to be going away and allowing then time to come out the spawn there, but the pin, yeah, from Orcus, there's a lot there. They almost had an opportunity there and didn't quite manage to capture it, but now with Raconic on the ropes and their spawn, a chance to continue this assault and try and get a goal. They've got about a minute to do it, still time.
Was a very well-placed Twister that did prevent the goal there, I will say as well, but still, as you say, a minute on the clock. Buzz does have super, so got to be a little bit patient about how they play this and try and get a pinch in by winning these other sides first. Super comes in now, though, and a phase shifter will keep him alive. CZK with a healthy amount of HP. Bear, too, though, do choose to push in now. The knockback comes in and a lot of damage along with it. That is one of the strongest things about the super. Get around 650 damage along with it, and it cleaned up two of the brawlers there.
Again, I was surprised. I was really surprised that Eve is the first pick, actually, and not that... not the Gale, but they managed to grab it, and you can see now why it's working so well, and the Buzz as well, combined with it, it's actually working out well. I mean, Troy can just sit back here, the ball's in the pocket, cornered, and yeah, FF Moon know it. They are, behind the pins, yeah, from August saying the same story in the spins. Don't even need the ball. Goal early on was enough, and yeah, I gotta say, I mean, this is the first game, plenty of time for a comeback, but I do feel like this might be a case of being outcomped.
Yeah, I do think so too. I've still got a lot of worries about the Buzz playing into this. If, FA Moon can get an early goal, I think there's a right to be worried about the comp that they have brought on the side of Raconic. But if they keep on playing it like they did in the previous one, then they've got a lot high chance to win it. But Slowing Toxin comes in, but Buzz does aggress too, taking a bit of time. Now, the jump forward this time is going to work. And a mirror of last game, but this time, Eve comes out on top and manages to slot the ball in the goal.
Gonna go for the goal. Oh, lovely. I was waiting to see that gadget have its moment in Brawl, and there it was. And Orca, as quickly as that. Oh, the gadget coming back into play and almost defended it. Actually, showing they could be both used on defense and offense. Wasn't to be. Nice phase shifter from Orca and a nice swift response from that goal. This has got very interesting very quickly. I was just going to go back to what you were saying about the Buzz pick, though. I was surprised, I don't know about you, but the response from FF Moon, they didn't go for like a wall breaker when that came up, despite the fact that they could have done and really isolated that brawler. Nice defense from Tenghun there, but that was just a thought that I didn't mention before, was like they didn't choose to eradicate any of the walls in their draft. And I thought it was just kind of interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just absolutely... I'm just so flabbergasted, I should say, by Tenghun's defense there. It was so amazing, just jumping back and getting the two-piece just before they did manage to slot that ball in the goal. Now, Troy going forward, a great stun. Does get the takedown onto Lola, but Orc still left standing. Bear with his super now, and this should be done. Stun comes in, takedown as well. Bringing it back. Oh, not yet, at least not yet, I will say. Maybe should have just shot that, but Raconic are going to take the set, and regardless of how bad I thought the draft was in terms of buzz, it worked out for them, and clearly, I was wrong.
I liked it from the beginning, but I did worry about the counters to it. That was the thing. I mean, Raconic got some great ideas. I mean, you know, arguably, maybe better than FF Moon's drafts in a lot of instances. It didn't quite work in their favor in Gem Grab, despite the fact that I felt like it was well thought through and could have easily turned the tides, as we saw it was a much closer game. This could be a little bit of a secret weapon here. If they can get this right again, going into Heist, and just, I mean, we'll be then very quickly into a very different matchup. I mean, it'll be level if they can get this right in Bridge Too Far. It is a more challenging Heist map, I would say, when it comes to this particular game mode. I think that a lot of the usual suspects that we saw actually in the previous matchup could be quite ripe here, actually, with the Lola, possibly as well. On the side of maybe even the Crow, we saw a lot of Crow actually last month in Bridge Too Far as well. But you know, the long-ranged ideas I've seen countered a lot in other regions, like, you know, North America and Latin North. They've taken Max, and that worked actually against the most unlikely of candidates, Tribe Gaming. So I'm still very much open to ideas in Bridge Too Far. We saw 8-bit as well in last month that I keep vouching for, but we don't tend to see a lot in other regions. But it did appear. So, and I think it did work out quite well. There's a lot of choices here. And again, that worries me because Raconic like those maps when there's a lot of choice, and they seem to make it work more often than not.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that we should see Eve as a ban. I've got a little bit of a feeling just because of the amount of water on this map and how influential it will be if you can walk over it. Then again, though, you know, I think it is an extremely mechanical map. Long-range brawlers, majority of the time, long-range brawlers, we see Max and Fang sneaking in every now and again. But as a mechanical map, I think that kind of gives FA Moon the upper hand, but then again, we've seen some outdrafts from their opponents Raconic, which have worked out extremely well for them in, I believe, both Gem Grab and Brawl Ball. They did have the outdrafts, but Gem Grab just really didn't work out for them, so it's very much up for grabs in this set, and as you said, this set, and it's all tied up, and it just makes you put it into perspective that even having a 2-set lead really isn't that much if momentum swings.
Exactly that. Exactly. I mean, what are your thoughts on Fang here? Because I'm kind of a bit on the fence, I've got to be honest. I'm not all for it, but I've seen a lot of people trying it, and more often than not, I feel like, from what I've seen at least, it hasn't worked out. Are you up for Fang here? It tends to be just straight up banned. I think that actually FF Moon really want to play it, and they're being deprived of it. Do you like it here? Is it a good brawler to have on the lane?
I think it's kind of got to be paired with something that goes quite well with it. You know, if you manage to grab a Byron or something like that, then it is pairing quite nicely with the heals that go along with it. But I think as a solo pick, it's a bit rough to play with, and you just get absolutely melted from the range if you can't get your super. But we don't actually have an Eve ban now, so I'm going to be quite worried if it's not actually the first pick. And we've seen a Lola and a Sprout, which is something I really didn't expect, and Raconic picking up the Eve as first pick.
Well, I paid the big bucks, Trav, and yeah, rightly so. I think that is a bit of a miss, even maybe. I don't know whether Sprout is very good here, actually, very underrated on Bridge Too Far. But I would have, yeah, I mean, having the first pick though, I mean, it makes sense. So Raconic actually had the upper hand there, and maybe it was a bit of a miss from FF Moon. Lola, though, still very, very great to get banned out, and Colette is one that we don't tend to see as often. Pam definitely gets more airtime now on Bridge Too Far, but Colette, great comeback and knockback potential as well with the super, and there is 8-bit. So yeah, I like this from Raconic. It does have a lot of weaknesses though as well that's got to be considered here, but 8-bit can have a big role placing that didn't quite catch that one from Askajab, but having the damage booster in the center is a great thing to have. You can basically share the lane with it. Pairing with the Byron as well. I worry if this next pick's to Fang, it's not just me a Pyber, then it's a wiser choice. But Pyber has still got also a lot of weaknesses on Bridge Too Far. So, I don't know. What are your thoughts on the draft, Trevor? I kind of feel like, I mean, maybe I'm a bit biased and I want to go to the 50 final, but I kind of feel like Raconic have got a pretty decent chance here.
No, I do as well. I was kind of a little bit worried about the 8-bit until they managed to pair it with the Byron, which is going to provide so many heals if they can get the right situation. But at the moment, doesn't look like they might be able to get it. Super comes in, and already 12% on the save from CZK, and looks to me like Eve's getting kind of dealt with as well.
Yeah, that's a pretty phenomenal start from CZK there. Really utilizing the gotcha gadget. The healing comes off the back of those shots to follow, keeping him in the mix and in position. And Askachad struggling is fair to say on the 8-bit right now, and push his way forwards. But he's got to get that damage station down, and heals from Bearbear will do a little bit, but the shots follow again. CZK, the gadget, and the side lane there from Tenghun. Very good start. 50% now almost dealt to the safe, and Draconic yet to make a scratch on FF Moose.
Yeah, you got to realize a one push from Draconic, and it could all be turned around, as the amount of DPS their comp does have is quite ridiculous. But TZK does have his super. Gonna have a tough time against these pets going down, and he isn't actually going to be using the speed booster. He's going to be using boosted booster now, but even more damage starts to rain down from FA Upper Moon, and Askachad falls quite low, and Orca manages to finish him off without even needing a gadget.
Yeah, big taps from him. 3 consecutive shots there onto Troy and Bearbear. And the Pam healing station is providing so much value along the way as well. It's going to be a tough thing for Iconic Esports to shake here. Walken's damage coming down from CZK, and Hatchling's just not enough really to make the mark and to have the knockback there with the Pam being so tanky, and also the healing station, sometimes the hand, is proving to be a difficult thing to make Eve work here, actually, just considering what FF Minute brings to the table. Yeah,
the longer range is going to make us struggle a little bit since that nerf, but Colette with another super, only going to bring it down to 11% now, and Bearbear's going to fall too. This game's looking like it was over before it near enough even started with the first push that they didn't manage to get. FA Upper Moon going to be taking this one quite nicely and putting themselves in a match point situation for the first time.
Yeah, and I still like their comp. I mean, I didn't expect, though, the difference in the star power on the 8-bit side of things. I was expecting plugged in, actually, but it can be better to have the larger radius in the mid, but not playing the mid, though. Honestly, that's the chant that much, to be honest. And that we're laning now, but not that last game, playing the left-hand side as well, which I didn't quite expect from the 8-bit. I kind of always expected it to be more of the mid role. Some early damage this time round, however, and that was something we didn't see. A much better start, and didn't allow then the pop-off from ZZK to take effect from that gadget. They're not getting nearly as much value as they did before. So a lot of big changes, and actually, look at this. Almost 50% dealt. Oh, that I didn't expect that to come, actually. It's not a cheat card gadget there at all. It's, wow. Wow. Yeah, that's a different story. Okay. I see it.
I'm not really sure what to think about that now. I'm really not sure. Who's going to win this one? It's all up in the air at this point, because that was just completely dominant. I mean, Tenghun did get 50% on the safe, but it's nowhere near what they did manage to accumulate on the other side. CZK does get a good super, and this time he is going to pop off Arc. Back to the first game standards from CZK, but Eve is actually going to win a side this time and even it out. But 8% has been dealt, which isn't a massive amount considering how much we saw Draconic do in such a small amount of time in the last game.
And those on the hatchlings as well. Orca rather put that idea to rest early on, and a wise move for it, and a nice follow-up as well, getting the takedown on Bearbear. But yeah, my words, I got sucked from the situation earlier. But yeah, Askachad is running extra credits, so that's a dangerous thing to have. If they can keep FF moving back and really land all that value onto the safe, it's going to be a really dangerous thing. But now, obviously, FF Moon are aware of that, and they can respond accordingly in a nice, decent defense so far. But this game is incredibly close now. Both teams have shown their cards, and it's all for the taking.
Yeah, Pam going down the left-hand side, knowing nobody's there. Eve can cross across, though, but chooses not to. CZK is going to burn down on defense, which means it's all on Orca, who's getting great shots and takes down 2 of them. Tenghun on safe, and we know how much damage Pam does at the short range. However, the scoreline kept as close as it was, with Eve down this bottom side, damage gear activated. Super available from CZK, though. Might be trying to use it on safe here with a good few jukes. Does just get it off. Splash comes back and is waiting for him when he returns. 8-bit falling very low, but Eve pushing up. He gets the super off onto it, and now Pam on the safe once more. Bearbear just gets the splash off, which means they're going to be too aggressing, and Tenghun is going to have to back off, trying to pinch shot Troy now, which he doesn't quite finish off. Both of these players down now on the bottom side of Draconic do just survive with a slither of HP.
Extra credits used on defense there as well, so some signs of desperation from Raconic, but now the pushback coming in is strong from them, and there's a lot of damage raining down. I was gonna just commend ZZK for how well he's playing this Colette, but it doesn't seem like it's enough so far, but it's just that 5% for the positioning power is starting to take its toll, and this is gonna have to be a good defense here from FF Moon. We're going to the 5th and final set, not much time left. Ulka going to be rushing in, actually going to jump to the left. That's kind of smart from him, trying to get the pickup, doesn't manage to do it, gets some shots into the safe though, bit of a base race going on, 3% on the other side. That is going to be going to the 5th and final set. Raconic Esports coming back strong in Heist, and what a turnaround. They were almost up against an instant knockout, and now they've got a serious chance of an upset here.
I'm just sat here reading it. I was not even replying to you. I'm just sat here reading his notes. Don't forget about the admins, Ambrose and Neil. Great work from both of you guys as well. Clearly putting in a good shift on the back end side of things as well. But there is something that I didn't expect. 2 sets coming back. As much as I like to say, reverse sweeps on the cards, but now it actually is.
Yeah, it's indisputable at this point in time, and some definite growth along the way. And yeah, I do love that from Maskashed. You know, the team behind the scenes don't nearly get as much credit. We take all the glory, Trump. This is why I always make the shout outs towards the end of the stream on Aries stream, because he's absolutely right. But I love the positives that he's displaying today as well. But we are biased because he's already given us a big shout out. So there is that. But regardless, 5th and final set. Flurry Phoenix is the map for Knockout. Knockout is a tough one to have as the 5th and final set. And oh, this is now really starting to heat up, because got to remind ourselves of last month. FF Moon took 3-win agents, who, again, as we all know now, former world champs, to match point. This is looking really fierce. If Raconic get this draft right, they're going to the grand final. And considering last one they didn't get through the quarters, that would be insane for them. And the drafts right now are just being so creative and on point, and so many surprises along the way. FA Upper Moon, I've got to be, I don't want to say quaking in their boots, but they're definitely not going to be going into this lightly.
Yeah, maybe some slight overconfidence in the past couple of sets. I mean, they started so well in that previous high set there and just absolutely dominated the first game, really, and then got even more dominated coming in return, and that really must have, as you said, made them a little bit worried. And further going on to this set, they're going to be just as worried, if not more, now it is 2-2. Definitely a chance of them falling out in the semi-finals, which is, a big change from their finals run last year, last month, which was double match point against the most dominant team in the region. So maybe this little roster change is hitting them quite hard, but in my eyes, Tenghu's been playing very, very well. So I think that Raconic are just on top of the game at the moment.
Yeah, I think you're right, genuinely. I mean, sometimes roster changes make a very big, obvious statement, and that is got to be said has not been the case with F Upper Moon, and obviously Instinct leaving the roster, heading over to 3-win agents, and we'll see them up next. But before that, we're going to see the finale of this, and the bans are in. Fang is banned by FA Upper Moon. Eve is banned by Raconic Esports, and decent bans. Still a lot of options available. Ticks the first pick. I like a Byron here as well. I like Piper myself. There's also a lot of potential for Ruffs and various others. I even seen Even Surge have its moments. I don't think that's going to be the case here, but Spike as well wouldn't be a bad shout. Gene going to be coming in. Not a bad start whatsoever. We'd quite like to see something with more range applied alongside it, and I would prefer the Piper myself, but it's going to be the Pam. Doubling down on the heals from Raconic Esports, not necessarily the worst of ideas in a game like Knockout.
Yeah, definitely playing for the late game by the looks of things, working on those supers, especially Gene Super and also Pam's as well. Hugely beneficial in the late game. Lola is going to be picked up by FA Upper Moon, which is definitely not something I've really seen on this map too much, but it's going to be paired with a Byron. And that kind of makes their comp just a little bit better, I feel. Not better than the opposing comp, but better than it was beforehand. Byron being added to it. You've got the heals, which in, and also the splash for the late game. But if we're going to compare it with something that is going to be quite good, Buzz. And he's going to be able to get his super without doing a lot, but they are heavily requiring on lasting a long time in this round.
I mean, I understand the Lola actually, in the sense that you can throw the ego over the side there and just try to get some shots while staying from a safe distance. They had to go for Byron as well on the side of the moon, simply because they had no heals. They needed to have something along those lines. I like this buzz pick. I mean, because every time it's happened, they've kind of been utilizing it very, very well. And there's no wall breaker as well, except for the tick head. But that is not the greatest of starts, having said that. And a swift exit there on the left-hand side is going to make a lot of pressure applied to this as a 3 versus 2 takes its toll early on.
Well, I hope you do like the buzz, because it's looking like it might be in a bit of a tough situation off the start, but a great grapple on. Tengu actually using Last Hurrah this time is going to be able to knock him back and keep his life going. Splash comes in, and I imagine Malay's along with it, so tough time of healing up for Troy. Yeah, it is. You can see that now. Stun coming through, though. Orca's going to go down, and a few shots from Bear is going to get CZK low, but with Troy falling, it really puts him in a tough spot, and he's just going to go into the gas. Not even attempt the 1v2. He doesn't want any supercharge for his opposing team.
The wise choice. I think, though, like, I think Troy's playing the buzz pick pretty well. Gotta be careful, those tick heads will deplete some of the coverage, but using the gadgets as well is going to be taking its toll over time, and definitely some awareness being shown from FF Moon to his presence and keeping him at bay here. But definitely, I think the downfall of that last match, or the last round rather, being just simply the early 3 versus 2 on the Pam side going down. So Askashad being a bit more cautious this time, I think wisely so, and knows that the longer he can stay in the mix, and the more that buzz pick will start to shine. Trying to pair it maybe with the Gene Pool might be an idea, and getting Bear a bit further forwards would be the worst of ideas.
Yeah, a few shots down mid. Super available now from Buzz and Gene, so does have the pull ability and also the stun too. So I'd imagine we might see slight late game play, but he's not actually going to be using Lamp Blowout. Vengeful Spirits was just popped, and now they are pinned heavily into a corner. Stun coming through though, Orca's going to go down, CZK might be following him, and Troy now getting 2, but Askachad's one shot does manage to avoid the tick shot and start his healing, but another one follows, and he walks into 2 on the follow-up. Reconic Esports are not going to be able to get that one, and now we've got a match point for FA Upper Moon.
Almost an insane turnaround there on the buzz pick, but just harsh timing, I think is the best way to put it there. Just simply because Askachad was so low on HP, did his best to heal up and avoid the tip mines, but that tick head coming in as well towards the end, it was not looking likely to be able to prevail from it. But yeah, match point there for FA Upper Moon. This has got very, very tense all of a sudden, as this is a rough draft now, but to have when you're behind. But Troy there with a very, very important early pickup, and that's a 3 versus 2 that we've not seen so far, and a lot of pressure now being applied for FF Moon.
Super back again as well. Tickhead's not going to get any value from Tenghoon. Troy now just waiting behind this wall. If Orca uses his super aggressively, then he's going to be able to go onto him, but if he uses it defensively, he will get the takedown. Pinch coming in now, though. Pam's going to clean up. And Bear gets the takedown too. Gets them around. One more to make it double match point.
Get one free.
Yeah, that's the start they needed. The start they wanted. The start they obtained. Can they maintain this to see it through? Bear has that magic hand, but no support because the lane's being split so wide. So be careful as well to not pull a Lola ego instead, or something more devastating like a tick head even. Let's see though, Fat Orca's connecting really nicely, has the range advantage here, and that's keeping things at bay. Ideally, if Troy can get that early takedown like he did last time round, he wants to stun, that's the thing. He can go with the gadget right now, but he knows he's not going to be able to survive at all against Lola with ego, and that's actually a lot of pressure. CZK nailing it in. Oh, but look, the stun comes in. Oh, it's a double takedown. 2 versus 2, Drab.
Yeah, Gene Pool was missed though, and now Orca did survive that. Bear getting hit by a couple of tick shots, managed to get his super as well. Not the best for this late game for Amir. Goes in with Scrap Sucker, doesn't connect, but Tickhead is taken down, but Vengeful Spirit's thrown out, no connections. Super comes in from Orca. Tries to get the shot off, but a pinch onto Orca now might bring him low. Tick may be the only one remaining, but Orca survived way longer than he should have been allowed to. And now Tenghoon can bring that one home and give them one round away from the finals.
Tenghoon's been the last man standing on multiple occasions, and it's been very advantageous for him and his team. One more round will see them through to the grand finals for a second month in a row. But Raconic Esports are far from out of things yet. If they win this round, this really goes all the way. And there's a Pam healing station to hand, some utility on the side as well. The buzz, stun. I believe it's a stun, not a gadget pop. But either way, there's still some signs of life here. Raconic Esports can come back from this, but FF Moon know that they are very, very close to sealing the deal.
Troy now does have his super. CZK got his as well over the right-hand side. Orca playing in the mid with his super now. Splash available. But Troy, he can't aggress like he did last time. He did get the trade, but does want to play for a little bit later. Does go for it once more, but the splash comes in. Can't get the trade this time, as the splash is going to clutch that one up. 2v3. The pull comes in, and CZK should fall. Now they're going to bully Orca 2v1. Bear trying to get the shot off. Askachad's going to be following Teng Hoon and should get the takedown. And we are going to be seeing a double match point arc.
I gotta say, I love to see it, but I didn't expect to see it in the first match of the semi-finals. And everything now rides on this next game. And I mean, I wouldn't want it any other way. I would not want it any other way. But let's see now. Again, Raconic Esports with a riskier draft, but one that has paid off and shown a lot of promise. But FF Moon's definitely more traditional of ideas and gonna struggle in the late game, but maybe not so much. We've seen Teng Hoon survive until the very end more often than not, so definitely a lot of options are available. But Raconic Esports playing very passive at the beginning. I think it's the wise move.
Yep, super available now. And now Teng Hoon just trying to get a few shots off. Orca in the mid as well. Gonna get connected with a few shots from Bear. Gadget is popped. I'm not sure, maybe it'd be better to waste that, but he does choose to go in. Does not get the trade, but a follow-up from Bear might finish it off. You see Askachad over the left-hand side as well, going to clean up Teng Hoon. Bear does go down in a 2v1 situation now. Does have super, though. Couple of connections from Orca will keep him very low, and it might be better off just to let this one go, but he chooses to go for it. Super wasted, and this round is going to decide whether FA Upper Moon goes to the finals or Raconic make it a double round point.
I wasn't convinced either on the healing station, I've got to be honest. It was a very aggressive placement, and I assume that the Mother Squeeze star power was the idea, to try to get some HP knocked down. But yeah, I would prefer to just take your losses and come back and maintain it for the next round and get better positioning power, but wasn't to be. And now Raconic Esports behind here, and FF Moon's one more round will see them through. And they've got the high ground right now, despite Raconic being at the top of the screen. Troy, though, has got his stun to hand. And we have seen him from time to time getting that early advantage, but sometimes, however, not the case either. So if he goes in on CZK without the ego in play, would be the time to do it. But if he does so, he's got to come out on top.
Yeah, Troy got connected there, which means he is going to be, Bear's going to be rotating over the right-hand side, looking for a pull maybe. CZK doesn't see it coming. The pull is there. He hits it. Troy gets the takedown, and Teng Hoon having a tough time over the left too. Askachad going to be taking a few shots, but the stun comes in. Double splash, and Teng Hoon is the only one surviving 3v1 now, and it doesn't get any better than this. One round to decide it all. Who goes to the finals?
I love the fact that there was no hesitation there to retain the magic hand on the Gene side. Troy going in, got some good value. He's very close. Now he has super as a result of those final hits in that round. And this has got to be the pressure mounting so much for FA Upper Moon. They had 2 sets in the bag, and they've been dropping them like flies along the way, but now they can still go through. They've got to really hold their own, and Raconic have had all that momentum building up all the way through this entire series. But they can smell it. They are very close to it. They've got to keep their cool.
I'm worried for FA Upper Moon. These supers are looking menacing. Super available as well. Now you see an Askachad going closer, but Orca's going to be down that left-hand side too. Pull available. Does have splash though, but a few heals from Bear will top his HP back up. Teng Hoon does have his super as well. Now it's a 2 supers versus 3. CZK still needs to work for his, and I don't believe he's going to be too close to it. Bear, super in hand. Just need to try and make a move with it, but Tick spraying this mid. Super thrown down that right-hand side. Maybe cleans it up and goes for it, but the stun comes in. The takedown's there. Troy's very low. Askachad as well. CZK's going to go down, and Upper Moon are just going to hold on. CZK is not... He doesn't look too happy. He just looks relieved about not losing that one, and they will be heading to the finals.
Yeah, I think that I don't know, maybe, yeah, I don't know what to make of that, to be completely honest, but, oh, the tension, regardless, going in to that final moment was insane. I would like to have seen the Pam healing station be played a little bit earlier, actually, on the side of Askachad there. I think that if he placed it into the middle a little bit earlier on, trying to cycle his way back, I think the thought process was to try to retain it a little bit for the later stages, but they found themselves right on the back ropes as the gas was coming in. They just kind of made for quite an easy pinch then on the side of FA Upper Moon. But, oh, their performance today has shown so much growth in such an early stage of the competition. So you got to hand them really smart drafts, really intelligent ideas, and great knowledge of the meta, and being daring. I think there's something that's going to be said about that. There's never said enough, actually, in Brawl Esports. It's like sometimes he who dares wins, and I do like that and the story that told. And you just saw how close we came to a huge upset here. But it'll be FA Upper Moon back in the grand finals today for a second month running, Trav. Either way, let's take a look back at the bracket real quick, just to kind of revise ourselves on how everything's gone down today and where the last match will be heading for the semi-finals. Again, FA Upper Moon, great journey so far, as we just saw them qualify for the grand finals. Great win against FA Hashira, much closer though against Raconic, and they exited the competition in the semi-finals. Extra Toxic Boys lost to Raconic Esports in the quarters, as well as Byro taking the loss to Serenity. Freewin Agents, though, went through quite convincingly, so despite the scoreline, it was actually not what we expected. And now we will see Serenity up against Freewin Agents, and the question in our minds, whether that first matchup in the quarterfinals, Trav, did that shake them at all? Serenity looked pretty decent today already, knocking out, a pretty fan favorite for the region. Do you feel like that's maybe just more to say about the experience of Blitzers? They were relatively new, if not, 3 out of the 4 of those players were entirely new to Brawl Esports, so I'm sure they would have shaken it off by now, right?
Well, I'd imagine so. I don't know really what happened to them in that first set. They just didn't seem as confident as usual and being able to play as well as they usually do. But, I wouldn't mind seeing them play like that again, so we can see another 3-2 situation, or, a very close game, or even an upset to see who goes to the final between these two teams, Serenity and Freewin Agents here. Because, by the amount of close games we've had and being so close to upsets over and over again, I think we're due one at this point.
Yeah, there were some very fast games actually in that first matchup with themselves and Blitz, so they are capable of very quick turnarounds. But we also saw a lot of passiveness from Serenity as well, and that kind of, very aware to play the slow game, and I think that's sometimes underrated in Brawl. Like, I'm all for aggressive players. As casters, of course, we love it, but as a player as well, that's kind of my play style. I relate to it more. But sometimes being able to just kind of take a step back and reflect and just communicate to your team. Like, in fact, sometimes when you're able to do that, you're able to get more information across to each other and create a sense of calmness. And sometimes aggressiveness is not always the way to be able to achieve that same idea. Either way, though, Serenity have done great as a newcomer this year coming through in semi-finals. And Freewin Agents have got that experience behind themselves to not underestimate a team that they've not necessarily faced that often up against. So very curious to see how this will start in the early outset.
Yeah, I think it's really down to how the beginning starts. I probably would have said that about the last game as well, being 2-0 off the start and expecting them to sweep it. But then again, I do feel like Freewin is just a lot more comfortable as a team taking these wins. But I just said that about the Blitz game too. There's too many variables that go on into the thought process behind who wins these games, to be honest. But then again, Serenity did look very strong in those quarterfinals again. I will say, if I had to put money on it, it'd be quite heavily on Freewin Agents, but nonetheless, there's definitely been some very shaky plays from them. Losing a set against Blitz, possibly was an outcome. In my opinion, it was. Never take Carl ever again. But it is very much up in the air of who wins this one, I will say. Parallel Plays is going to be the first map, though, and that might open up a few possibilities as well, because we might be seeing something like a Gale, those kind of defensive brawlers paired with something a bit more aggressive, which, one mistake on a map like this and your game can be all over.
I'm with you, Trav. Predictions-wise, I'm going with the same thing. Both saying Freewin Agents. And not to take anything away from Serenity Esports, but I think at this point it'd be foolish not to be completely honest. But as we know and have seen, anything can change that. So I'm still rooting for Serenity. gotta be honest, this is like, I kind of play like, you know, both sides a lot of the time. I place my prediction in one place, but I'm also always rooting for the other side. Early bans coming in. Gale, great ban for me in parallel plays. For Hotzone, Eve as well. On the side of Freeman Agents being banned and taking no chances.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame we didn't have player cams when it was blind picks, because if we could see exactly what Coup d'Ace was going on his player cam, that'd be great for the opposing team. Fangmo is going to be the first pick for Serenity, and it is a bit of a strong one, so you got to be a little bit worried if you are Freeman Agents. But then again, it being the first pick, they've got a lot of possibility to be able to counter this, and Spike will be the start of that.
I think that is the way forwards, isn't it? Like, just kind of like see what Serenity do and just have a response to it. And yeah, Spike for me is definitely a really solid choice. Stu as well, not to be underestimated. Kind of I think not necessarily taking a backseat, was very much predominantly a go-to pick last year in parallel plays, but I think now kind of with the draft process in play, definitely more thought behind the pick and the waiting around it. Byron coming in from Serenity. Interesting idea from them, followed up by the Ruffs, which as well I quite like here for sure. Over time though, you've got to get those supply drops around the team to give them the best chance possible. The third pick didn't come in, but it was a Sandy on the left hand side from Ace. What kind of side are you with on the comp here, Trav? I've got to be honest, I kind of like the I kind of like having what Freeman Agents is running with, to be honest.
I'm actually on the side of Serenity's compared, to be honest. I am, regardless of how well Sandy's going to be able to pierce through those sandbags, I think it's still going to be an extremely strong comp, and you can see how aggressive they're getting quite early on. Sergeant playing the defensive side, but not playing on the zone, just trying to keep this Fang at a range, and I do like the way he's playing it, aggressive, so Fang can't get the positioning that he wants to, and you see him the left-hand side cleaning up as well. Coop and Response pushing onto the zone, trying to get a pinch on Sanaj, and Sanaj actually gets the takedown, but look how much percentage they've already managed to guarantee on the offensive zone.
Yeah, that's the thing to remember. It's on the offensive zone. That's the strategy going in here, and one that I really favor actually and really like. Just kind of go in, try and get those early takedowns, and then later on, you know, you're back in your home zone, and that's closer to your spawn. It makes much more sense. Cassie Hill playing a nice role there from Response. He dashes around this little one-tile block here, and yeah, staying alive there just as a result of that star power early and his mechanical skill behind the brawler. And now Sergeant going to go back to the other side of things to capture his own zone and get a bit of a head start for Coup d'Ace and Response to be able to join now the action from the behind flank.
Yeah, I mean, they've played this absolutely perfectly, really. Coup Decay didn't get stunned there, but a few follow-up shots from Coop anyway should clean up the rest of this team. Fang has super, but can't do a lot with it. Now, it is only 8% remaining, and Freeman Agents with an absolutely perfect first game. How they managed to secure so much offensive percentage so early on is just beyond me. But nonetheless, they did manage to do it and take that first game in a very nice fashion.
Yeah, I felt like it was very convincing and like calculatedly so. You know, like Serenity now though are going to be very much aware for that. I wouldn't be surprised if they double down the left-hand side lane now. Actually, yeah, and here they go to try to deal with this. Spreading out now just a little bit to try to get an early Fang super off of Response to get the angle just right. But now him coming in is going to cause an issue. And Coop as well, Coup Decay. It's realizing we're getting a Coup Decay and Coup Ace on both sides now, so not to confuse everyone at home. I think it's quite clear to see which of the teams took the inspiration from where. Let's see though, Coup Ace, the bottom left, nicely hunkered down, but does get double teamed out now, and scoreline's quite close actually though.
Yeah, but look at this percentage being secured by Coup Decay. We've got a mirror of what happened in the last one. Sandstorm played defensively by Coup the Ace this time. Scarge now rotating to the defensive side of things, where they have secured all 50%. So bear in mind that Freeman Agents do still have some of the home zone to get, but a couple of supers down the right-hand side from Serenity will be something to be quite worried about. Sergeant does pick up Scarge though, and Coop still remaining alive. Retreating to the arms of his teammates now, but he still does go down, but Response takes his place on the zone.
Response does play Stu stupendously well, I've got to say. Like, his jukes and ability to work around the situation does definitely shine through. And yeah, look at that. As I'm saying it, just beautifully displaying it. A little connection though from Coup Decay. Will make him consider a little bit his aggression. Cassie Hill's strong, but not overly powerfully so. Let's see. Oh, beautifully done. Does get taken down now eventually, but that was a great amount of maneuverability from him. And a lot of time well spent there.
Yeah, I will say it kind of deflated the push getting the Byron down as well. Otherwise, they would have quite firmly been on the zone already if the Byron had remained up. But Response now aggressing once again. QPK is going to be taken down. Response assumes his position on this left-hand zone on the offensive side. Scarge does go in though, but Coop is there to clean up once more. QPK is not going to be having any of it. Standing still, letting Free Win Agents have this first set, and rightly so with the performance they brought.
Yeah, I mean, they shone. They really did, and clearly very much prepared for everything Parallel plays. Draft-wise, I liked what I saw from the get-go, but yeah, Kuta is clearly very excited for that. I mean, he's always got a smile on his face. I even heard from production he had a massive smile on his face in the previous matchup in the semi-finals where he was proudly cheering on, I think, against his former teammate, which I think is fair. They had some issues in the grand final last time around, so he was pretty rooting for the underdog, and as are we. So, but back to the story at hand here. Yeah, a great opener for Free Win Agents, and there was some moments for Serenity there, but more often than not, it just felt like as well Free Win Agents had an answer for it. So I feel like it's going to have to come down more to the draft. And the question there is, do Serenity have enough knowledge of how Free Win Agents want to draft? Do they ever go back in their scrimmages and face off against each other? I'm pretty going to assume not, but either way, they're going to have to get it right. Hot Potato up next. It is the best of 5, of course, still, so there is a chance to recollect and consider your options going forwards, and maybe some of the brawlers that were shown in parallel plays on the side of Serenity will now be taken into heavier consideration going forwards. But in terms of brawlers, picks and bans, Trav, what are your kind of thoughts going into High Stump next?
Well, I'll tell you what, I know what your thoughts are. I'm thinking you probably want to see a Rico, which doesn't surprise me at all, really. Really doesn't surprise me, but yeah, I'd like to see a Ruffs. You know, the tankier units once more probably are quite warranted at some portions in this game. We saw a Daryl previously and other brawlers like that, but we saw a Spike as well. I really do like Spike. It's banned out a lot more than expected recently just because of how strong that life plant is and curveball being so difficult to dodge. I'd like to see an Eve. Not sure how good it's going to be on this map, but the jumping over the sides should surely warrant her at least a little bit.
Oh, how well you know me, Trav. I mean, you know, there's definitely got a lot of answers now, to be fair. I mean, it's still a heavy consideration, but I feel like, at least on the side of Free Win Agents, they want to secure that M's pick. That's definitely what they were looking for, and it obviously depends very much on the coin toss as to whether they're going to be able to get it, or whether Serenity would deprive them of it. Let's see, there's still plenty of other choices that could be considered here. I mean, I wouldn't be even opposed to a Colette, to be honest. We do see that shining through now with the introduction of a new gadget. And look, that's what I was saying earlier about Serenity maybe having had a bit more of an eye-opener from parallel plays banning Stu now, because they know the response is so good on their brawler. But the question is, are they playing catch-up? Are they kind of just reacting on what they've recently learned, or are they, you know, or are they looking back and going, yeah, we already knew that, we made a mistake, let's, like, you know, eradicate it now? That's the question in my mind, is, you know, are they just kind of reacting rather than preparing the occasion?
Yeah, the question is, though, was that coach or was that his dad? But nonetheless, seeing an Ems and a Spike being picked up from Free Win Agents here, which is two brawlers that I absolutely love to see. But Serenity sticking with the bouncing around walls tactic of picking up the Rico, and also going to take a Lola along with it as well, which I do also really like. But I feel like if Free Win Agents can establish control, it's going to be extremely difficult for Serenity to get back. But if they can get in these positions where they're bouncing around walls and not leaving themselves susceptible to these other angles, then they can definitely take this by storm.
Yeah, I do worry with the Ems pick and play. Like, if the Rico's going to go mid, how that's going to fare. And Ems can be kept back and controlled, and if you can do that, then good on you. But there's also a lot of territorial ability to push forwards, and if that brawler gets anything close to your safe, it's going to take you out and get a ton of damage along the way. Okay, so we get the Rico going left-hand side lane. I think the Lola mid is the play here, to be honest. I think the Ruffs would have struggled. The Rico could have done well, but again, like, you need the area spray, and that's actually going very much in favor of Coop to K there. Keeping Coop to Ace back there is exactly what they need to do and maintain, but that's the experience shining through. Just being able to hold themselves back and then have more support for the takedown. Then the Free Win Agents came out on top.
Yeah, Coop Ace's composure there really shined through. We're going to see an ego coming out from Coup Decay, though. Thrown backwards, not forwards, so probably not that much of a poor play considering Coup Decay would be able to pierce through it anyway, but following up damage from that regardless. And considering how much control it had, 21% is really not too much to worry about for Serenity. They can start to push out, but it might be if they keep it in this position. And a great stun from Sergeant.
Yeah, or if they miss Rico Super as well, like we saw a bit of a misfiring there on the left from Samaj, but it's the pressure that's being applied that just kind of can trickle in your mind over time, and the longer that you're pushed back onto defense, the more stress it pushes you under, and not a single sign of damage on the other side of the field, and Serenity need to change that. They need to push forwards, but this super from response being held onto there was a worry. Now the concern gone away to allow Samaj to push forwards, but in the meantime, Coup Ace and Sergeant pushing forwards on the right-hand side, which means that the whole team dynamic of Serenity now is under heavy scrutiny.
Ace pushing forward once again, but Samaj managed to come and pick that one up. Did get about 10% more life plant, keeping response alive a little bit longer than probably he should have been. Still, no damage taken for free win agents and keeping themselves in a great position here. Sergeant just working over and over again for super, but he can't manage to grab it. They're kind of just cycling deaths and keep on coming up over and over again just to try and last out this last 35 seconds, trying not to be on the defensive as much as Serenity want them to be. Super from Sergeant would be God's gift right now for free win.
I feel like the map is now in a place where Serenity wanted it for their comp. I mean, you can see the value that Coup Decay is getting with the Lola pick in the mid, and there's not really anywhere that Coup Ace can go to with his M's pick, despite being somehow able to get through all the bodies and placing down the damage. It's just a bit too little too late, really. I think the map being opened with the Ruffs was the idea, but when it was implemented, it was so late into the game based upon the aggressiveness and ability to control the situation that we saw from free win agents. And again, maybe just at the moment, Serenity looking a little bit like they've bit enough more they can chew, no pun intended, towards the rough pick. But at the same time, I feel like for me, free win agents, they landed the brawls they wanted when they wanted them, and that's feeling a little bit like so far Serenity playing a little bit of catch up and free win agents making the opening plays. And that's proving costly at the moment. You can't let Ems do that. Not in Hot Potato. Already the early damage in the side of free win agents.
Yeah, Sergeant's been allowed to heal fully up as well just because Coop took over as the aggressor. Samaj falls one shot, does go down. And Coop and Sergeant do remain up the map. Coop now does go down, but that is a lot more damage than in the previous game that was secured early. And it is thanks to Coop and Sergeant. Now, Spike on the defensive side, though. Sergeant's still remaining up this map, trying to dodge out as many shots as he can and secure another super. Good stun. It cuts the Rico super short, but a bounce castle will keep him alive and allow him to push up the map now.
I would love to sit down with Sergeant, nothing more than to ask him why he thought Sandy here would work. I mean, it is kind of okay. They're playing it to the best of their ability, but it's not a common pick, let's be honest. But at the same time, though, he's doing his bit. But I do feel like at the moment it's a lot of the aggressiveness that we're seeing from Coup Ace and response that's causing the damage here. Sandstorm here and there is good, but it's definitely not going to do necessarily as much in terms of the range at the disposal of Serenity. It's just an interesting choice. I don't know what your thoughts are on that one.
No, I actually kind of like it. I think it's more of a control brawl than a brawl that was taken specifically for damage. Like, if he gets his Sandy Super down here and his teammates are allowed to heal up or even secure some damage like Coop's doing now, then it's more than doing its job. You can see the pinch there as well. Coop does get the takedown and another one as well with the damage gear. Tries to go up once more, and even if he does go down now, it's not going to be too much of a damage for the team. 18% left with 40 seconds. And 91% on the defensive side. Really can't complain about that.
Yeah, you might be winning me over a little bit then, to be fair. Making it work is all that matters, but now, look at this. Serenity on the push forwards. But yeah, deflated quite quickly again as a result of that sandstorm. So definitely maybe something that other routes to consider here. I just covered the last one I saw standing here at the moment. I do love the way this is shaping up. 3 win agents looking very confident and composed along the way. That not quite enough to seal the damage on the safe. I don't see there being enough time. Maybe though, a couple of supers along the way. Nah, body blocking just too strong for me from both response and Coup Ace. That is going to be 3 win agents taking the second set then, and that's a big result for them. They look still quite calm and collected around the whole process, but yeah, they are one set away from joining 3 FA Upper Moon in the grand final for a second time in this month. Oh, not well, over the past 2 months.
Yeah, I mean, their performance has been so good, but we can't forget, it was the same with Upper Moon, and they almost got reverse swept, and it took another couple of sets for them to finish it off. So, Shooting Star going to be up next. Yet another mechanical game mode in my eyes. You're going to be playing those sharpshooter kind of brawls, and I know we've seen a lot of Max. It is definitely a possible pick that could come out, especially I think for Serenity, who need to try something a bit more unorthodox to get the win over probably the stronger mechanical team in Free Win Agents to be able to get the win. But I feel like they're just going to be quite calm, collected. They haven't actually lost a singular game yet, so they haven't really got too much to worry about, and as long as they draft decently well, they should be able to take this home.
You watch, you wait. Free Win Agent's going to be bringing in Carl here, I guarantee.
Reverse sweep.
Yeah. The Carl pick is going to be good here. Let's see. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I do like that Max approach, combining that with like a Pam and that kind of idea, and others like Mortis. Just that really rush-worthy approach can work out so well here in Shooting Star. It's definitely easier to see coming this year with draft in play. Let's be honest. Last year was more of a shock idea, which you could really get caught off guard. This year, you got a bit of a chance to see it coming. So again, that order of the draft plays such a vital role in choosing when to kind of like take a risk and leave something open, and hope that it still remains when you come back around to it. It's definitely a different meta, much more so than we saw last year now with draft and play and Shooting Star. And I like that. I was saying a lot last year how I wanted to see different ideas coming into play, and how we pretty much had that same comp last year of just Tick, just Nanny, just Piper. This year, not the case at all. Even Sprout mid has had a bit of a moment in draft, which I quite liked towards the later picks as well. Crow, though, I think could be an option here. Byron, as we've seen already today, causing a lot of hassle. Bans will be coming in shortly. Do you reckon Eve will get banned again?
I really don't know. It's a tough one, really. I think maybe so, but I think then again, you know, there's still a lot of other opportunities for people to kind of pick around it regardless, and I don't think it affects too much anyway. But I think it's definitely a possibility.
Nerf kind of hit it hard. I think Piper now, in a good place to counter it, but it's a possible pushback there. There's some areas of water as well, so I've seen it played out a little bit, but it's a hard thing to say. Since the nerf as well, like some teams taking that approach to kind of like instantly ban her out and just kind of not have to then think about it and just preparing their scrims. And by the time of the nerf coming in a few days ago, just kind of going, oh, do you know what? Yeah, I'm just going to carry with the same game plan that we had going in. But other teams taking the risk to leave her open. Curious to see what does happen here. I mean, it's still a bit of Leon sort of favored here in the EMEA region. Not my go-to either, but I've seen it work. For me, can't go wrong with Byron. I can't really go too wrong with Piper, depending upon what the draft process is leading to that point. Max is the ban, and I think that's a smart place to start, to be honest. Definitely both sides aware of the presence of that particular brawler, as we already discussed, being quite worthy of some very strong pushback potential.
Yeah, Nanny going to be that first pick, and with Max off the cards, it's really going to be hard to pick something that can dodge consistently Nanny shots and still be good on this map. So they do choose to take a Piper and try counter it at the long range, but then again, Nanny is going to be taking Piper by storm if they do get the chance. So Tick, going to be another really strong pick from Serenity here. Free Win Agents, definitely open to pick a thrower or something here, or definitely something that can aggress it quite nicely. They do take the Fang, which I know you've had a few reservations about on this map, but I actually don't mind it.
It could be nice to bring a Sprout in as well, actually, here. I mean, it's not bad. It's mainly down to ensuring that you land those shots. And I think it'll be Response, maybe on the Fang, or it could be Sergeant. I can't remember which from last month. But Brock is actually interesting. Not what I was expecting, but can work out quite well. I was kind of curious, though, with the Piper response to the Nanny pick, because Nanny's like pretty much a hard counter to Piper in many ways. Interesting that Serenity feel quite confident with that regardless, and Nanny was what I was saying earlier today, was my kind of go-to ban here regardless of like meta right now, because get that peep, it really can just be kill after kill and cycling in, and able to do so from a very safe distance as well. But early on, Ace also couped the K actually with a good start on the Pam pick. and it's actually going to be Free Agents on the back foot early on.
Yeah, I'm really not too sure about the Brock here. I know you kind of had a few issues with it as well during the draft phase, and I'm not sure if it's really going to be too good. I'm sure it'll be decent if they do manage to get some pushback, but that's a slightly misjudged super from response there. But going to go for Scarge. Does get his stupor though, and might get hit by it. The stun comes in on it though, and he might be able to follow that with a takedown. Blue Star swapped and then swapped again, and still only 2 stars in it, as Free Win Agents are just slightly behind.
I think Response got hard done by then, because I think he was going for the knockback off the heal station, but it got taken down by his teammate as he was going in the approach. So it kind of took out the idea and left him high and dry almost. Hence the clapping pin that he placed after it. But nice connection there from Sergeant, running the more Rockets star power as well to double down the damage, and that's going to be something which is going to have to keep in his back pocket moving forwards, as having just the 3 Rockets to sort of juggle between can be difficult when on the defense like this position here. The taps from Samaj on the left, and possibly a break here. Going to try to get a shot off before he does so, and that's going to allow then Coop Decay to come in with a nice takedown.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you saw it, but Response did super into the wall as well over the right-hand side, so didn't manage to get in range, but eventually managed to walk up anyway. Now, Peep coming in, and he's seen Piper, he's seen his target, and he goes for it, gets the takedown, swings it in favor, 10 seconds left, but a takedown on Response will tie this one off. Coop Decay aggressing, he's not choosing to super back, he goes in, and Free Win Agents just like absolutely stunned. They didn't even know what to do. They went back, they went forwards, but they did not get the lead back in their favor now. And I'm seeing your face, and I was the exact same way.
I mean, I thought Response actually was able to get that takedown before he went in. I was thinking that would be my play as well. But it was also not quite well thought through, in the sense that, well, obviously the way it went after that moment in time. Yeah, it was not a bad play, but I guess it was at the same time as the way that things went. But again, as you know, as I feel with Fang, it can have some great moments, but sometimes it's just not the right brawler for the right occasion, I feel, on this map. But again, got plenty of time to be proved wrong. But Serenity are in a good spot now, despite what they were going into this matchup. Got to be feeling much more confident about things.
Response has secured a super as well. Sergeant's connected a few shots also. Natty Peep going forward. And a little super from Response will distract him enough to get hit by it. But once again, Pam shutting down this Fang. Time and time again, and a few missed shots on the tick head as well is going to connect with the Nanny.
Yeah, Kuba's game has been great, honestly. Doing fantastic work in this game so far, and definitely a much better approach than Scrap Sucker as well, being popped there, and everyone being very, very wary of Fang and just kind of working together as a unit to really eradicate what Response is able to do. And yeah, the pin will display very much the same message. But however, if Free Win Agents can start to keep this push coming in, and they are doing well with the right angles coming in now, getting everyone into a corner here could be really dangerous, because, wow, if that super had been better placed, more Rockets would get more value. But I was going to say that brawlers like Brock can get a lot of value whenever else pushed back into a corner there.
Yeah, he still can. Coop Decay's looking low, and no more connections follow. But Response with a super hit, goes onto the tick, does get the takedown. Still needs to stay in for another one though. 10 seconds on the clock, and look how low Coop the Ace is. Little super from Coop Decay should assist in finishing off Sergeant. A couple of shots follow up though, and it's looking like we might be seeing another set as no more takedowns follow up. And Serenity are going to secure their first set.
Well, if it's alright with you, Trev, I'm going to keep my reservations on Fang for Shooting Star just for now. But
I agree,
very much open. I'm open to being proved wrong. I like being proved wrong, but I think actually more to say about Serenity there. I think the Pam pick there, just a really smart idea. And you just saw like the awareness of making sure that wasn't a factor, because it definitely could have been. I mean, even literally just in that game there, towards the end, that's where Fang will thrive and just come back, sweep up, and then walk back to the spawn and happy days. It wasn't the case, and now Free Win Agents have got to be very, very cautious about their drafts going into Super Beach up next. And again, Serenity also got to maintain that same consistency as we saw in Shooting Star, because it wasn't quite the case in my opinion the drafts previously to that in Heist and Hot Zone. So Super Beach and Brawl, to be fair to Free Win Agents, is a pretty good game mode for them, I've got to say.
Yeah, I mean, I did say the same about upper moon, though, I will say. And I believe they did manage to actually lose that set, and still the reverse sweep was on. But I do feel the same way as you in this one. Free win agents, I think, are probably going to be the stronger team on Super Beach. But then again, as we saw there, they can get the worst draft. They're not invincible in the draft period either. So if you do get the worst draft, then you are going to have a long struggle and a long game ahead of you to be able to take the win. And saw it in that one that they just really could not do it. And I'm on the same page as you, Noah. I'm really not too sure about the Fang on that.
Yeah, but in Super Beach, you know, they're able to land it. I mean, you know, we know what response is like with those up close and personal brawlers. You know, Stu, Fang. It's where that he's comfortable, and what Serenity did was quite smart, was taking him out of his comfort zone and really, you know, keep their eye on him and shut him down, because he's the aggressor. He really is on the team. And again, the playstyle that I really like, I really admire and relate to a lot myself. It's just that simply, if Serenity can keep this up, then it's going to pose a problem. You know, free win agents want to play the way that they want to play, and that's how you can take down even the greatest of teams, really, is by just keeping them at bay and then taking them out of their comfort zone and taking them to another place, taking them to play your game rather than their game.
Yeah, and I feel like that definitely happens quite a lot in the draft period as well, ensuring that they're playing your game by manipulating the brawlers that they've got to play to be able to counter the brawlers you play. And you know, I think it happened in the other one. Fang was just picked too early. They were able to pick Pam, straight counter to it, and he can't do anything. Something similar has got to happen here for them to be able to win this one. And it is a lot harder to do it on Brawl Ball because you've got like a lot more direct help from your mid, and especially because it's not as long ranged. Brawlers can definitely pinch a lot easier without having to pop like a homemade recipe or something like that. So it's going to be very difficult for Serenity to win, but I think there's definitely a possibility of them taking this set as well. It's just got to be done perfectly in the draft. They've got to play perfect, and they've got to carry this confidence from the previous set and momentum onto this one.
Well, for me, I do like the Gale pick here. It just tends to be more often than not a good way to go. Ems can be a good mid here as well, and that's for which we in Free Agent's favor, but I'm not too sure on it myself. I do like B mid. I don't know why. I've still got a bit of love for that. Actually, no Gale at all, because the ban-in play is there. I think a good one. I assume that Free Agents have lost the coin toss here, actually. That could be the case, because that's normally their first go-to. Eve being banned here, I don't know. Yep, that is the case. The coin toss was in favor of Serenity, who were going to pick Fang, and that might be something which is a smart move, considering how Response would have loved to have played it here. There's a lot of cover to hide behind, and they're going to be going with the Rosa pick on the side of Free Agents as a response. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that Rosa pick, to be fair. I think Fang goes without saying probably should be a first pick on a map like this. But Rosa, I'd imagine, to try and counter Fang, but along with it, you're going to open yourself to a lot more counters. Rosa has a lot more counters than Fang does. They're going to pair it with the Sandy, which I actually do kind of like, and they've tried and proved Sandy across a couple of game modes in both Hot Zone and Hot Potato Heist, and it's worked perfectly 2 times. They've won 4 games in a row on those 2 maps, so Sandy has clearly worked for them, and they'll be trying to get the same strategy going once more here.
It's a risky play here from Free Agents, because you leave the door wide open to other 10 counters. I mean, Gale is not the only one, guys. Just to put that out there. They're going to go with Byron first for them in control, but B could have been an option for that same reason to have that counter there, but they do need something. Probably Spike maybe would be a good shout to have something in the back pocket, or even a Barley, which I do feel is a quite underrated brawler to have in Super Beach. Griff to break open the side, actually, to completely expose Rosa to all that is. Well, I quite like it. It wasn't my kind of thought process, but I think Griff work out very well here. All Free Agents pick as a response.
Yeah, I was in the same boat as you there, to be fair. I thought they were going to pick something like a Spike to directly counter the Rosa and just throw that on it instantly, but if they'd have done that, I think we'd have probably just been swapping lanes for near enough the entire game and not really got much done. I'm not too sure what this final pick's going to be. It's going to be quite hard to counter near enough every single player, and they've gone for a Primo, which means they're going to be playing Sandy mid and double tanks down the lanes against a player who's going to break open the walls. They're going to have a quick and swift game, I'd imagine.
I mean, looking at the player game, Cube Days has clearly got a game plan in mind. I mean, like, there's a lot of conversation there and a lot of pep talk along the way as to how to approach it. So there's a plan. I just don't quite see it yet myself. I mean, they're going to be really exposed, massively so, and I don't know whether they're gonna have a really good early game. I think that's the plan here. Is like overtime is not the way to go for this one. They've got to tie this up quickly, and that's maybe where the urgency of Coop to Ace there is bringing to his team. Oh, the break through the wall there. Ooh. Oh, the timing! Oh, the timing! Absolutely impeccably done, and that is probably what's being discussed going into this matchup.
Well, you can't fault them. I take everything I said back. They're comp's insane. They're the best players in the game. What an amazing play from Sergeant there. And for a player who's flown quite heavily under the radar for the last few years, he has played that absolutely perfectly. Got the super as well. Maybe a little 1-2 with Coop is what's going to happen here. Goes in. Stun, not available for Coop. And, well, just yet at least. And he didn't choose to go for it. Response in a good position, though. Super available. Pops it now, and a little roundhouse kick. Does get the stun off, but a super followed up from Coop is going to be nice play. Might be able to slot this one through here. Byron went for the super, but another Meteor's going to start raining down, and Sandstorm running out. It's going to put them in a bit of a tougher position.
Well, I was still getting over that moment. Yeah, this is the thing now, is that there's a lot of cover in the side of the Free Win Agents defense. So if there's a position where Serenity push forwards, they have not got any more piggy banks on the side of the Griff either to break those open. So it's going to go against them quite heavily. And now Free Win Agents can just buy time. They can play time, play defense, try and just wait this one out, because they've done what they needed to do. All they've got to do now is not concede. And there's way more ability to hide behind things on the other side of the field. For Serenity, they've really got to make this moment count now. And it's a good push forwards. There's a lot of supers to hand, especially in the fang side. Oh my word, I thought that was going to be a connection there. That would have been a beautiful goal if that was able to be landed, but not quite the case. And the ball pocketed, that's a safe place to be.
Yeah, I mean, the tank plays in this game have just been absolutely phenomenal, really. Response sitting behind this wall of this super, maybe choosing to try and take Sanaj and catch him off guard, but Kupa looking like he's trying to go for it. Meteor's going to be raining down, and does open up a few walls, but with 8 seconds left, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do it. The dash forward, though, can he get the ball across? No, because Sergeant gets to clean up in mid anyway, and now Free Win Agents on match point after a beautiful play early in the game.
Championship pin there, showing its face just at the end there. A little glimpse from Kudace. I've got to say, though, like, the strategy was on point. The draft from Free Win Agents here is still high risk. There's no debating that. It is high risk. It's working out well because of the way they're approaching this in terms of the strategy. Going in super aggressive here and just overrunning everything as early as they can. That's actually a very, very good way to deflate the situation there. Not quite the same could be said for the firearm connection, though, however. And hanging by a thread there. But these are very important defense. You know, Free Win Agents want to get that early goal. Serenity learning from their previous game could be a deciding factor in this one.
I think maybe he could have walked that one in for a response there.
Yeah.
Just slightly. Little piggy bank coming down the left-hand side now. And breaks are a lot better than they were in the last game. You've seen both sides actually being broken up now. Kubia's going to burn down and didn't get a chance to use his gadget there. Goes for the pass forward, but a dash forward and a jump back from Sergeant to cover his tracks. Good recovery on his mistake there, and a good super from Response as well to tank that splash coming in from Samaj. Still 0-0 in this one, and this is where it's really going to get difficult for Free Win Agents, as no walls really remain in this mid portion.
Yeah, but everyone's just trying to heal up now along the way, but these Rift Supers can keep cycling in. Response healed nicely there, almost went down, but this is what I was saying about it being a high-risk comp. I stand by it. The double tank idea with the Sandy is so risky if you don't land that early goal, and now Serenity can start to embrace a little bit of this freedom, especially going into an overtime situation. They're going to be having a field day over this comp. The ball pocketed now, but realistically, Free Win Agents want to get this forwards now and try to get a goal before that comes, because the range is all on the side of Serenity. If it's an overtime situation, it could be devastating for them.
Well, there's the Sandstorm. That opens up a lot more possibilities for Free Win Agents, but quickly the possibilities are shut down by Coup Decay. Just Sergeant remaining now, does have his jump, gets it directly on Coup Decay, trying to delay this a little bit longer, and he gets another one as well. The takedown is there, and it looks like Coop's just saving his Sandstorm a little bit longer, waiting for the 3-player stack to try and get some control back in this game, as they really don't have many people who can spray this open field when a Sandstorm is there.
Yeah, going down now is the way to push forwards to get a bit of an early advantage going into overtime. The ball pushed forwards though on the other side of things. A nice takedown though onto Coup Decay. Again, Free Win Agents need this to be able to go through into the grand final. Today, this could be a chance to do it. Was Response going to walk it through? Oh, it went in! It was not off the line like I thought it was going to be! What a crucial goal to have with 10 seconds remaining. Not enough time whatsoever for a response. And that is going to be it. Surely no way, no. I was going to say, no way was that going to happen because I would have lost my mind. Free-win agents will be joining then FA Upper Moon in the grand final today then for a second month running. I would love for that to have gone in, but I don't know. I would have genuinely lost it, Trav.
Yeah, as did I. I was just sat with my hands on my head like when it was just the shot was about to go off. They got the triple kill and you were like, it's surely done, it's surely done. And he was just stood in the middle of the super. I was like, oh, maybe. Just hoping for it to go in and see some more games between those two. Between those two amazing teams. And Free-win agents towards the end of that game did play that phenomenally to be able to take home a win in that one and rightly deserved their spot in the final, coming against their rivals and previous teammates in FA Upper Moon.
I mean, it kind of all spurred off the back of that Sandy Sandstorm that you said was being held back. I think that was like the key turning point for me, and just timing that push forwards with the ball. There's an attempt to be made on the side of Serenity to push the ball back forwards, and then that's bang got taken down. So, but what a risky play, but one that was, again, it was calculated. There was method behind the madness, shall we say, on the side of Free-win agents there, and you can't deny it. I mean, if something works, then go with it and just make sure that there's a firm strategy behind it. They had that. They knew the weaknesses of their comp, and I think that's one very important learning there for other teams to take on board when it comes to your draft process. Is like, these things can work if you know how to make them work. And they played it great. I mean, against all odds, in my opinion, they came out on top. You can't take that away from them. I mean, they are our current monthly final champions, so they know what they're doing. Let's take a look back at the bracket real quick before we head into our grand final today. See how the teams fared. It was FA Upper Moon early on. That victory over Hashira, very close match though. And again, an even closer match to come in the semi-final up against Iconic Esports, going all the way match point. They are in the grand final. It was extra toxic boys. They have the greatest of starts this month, nor did Byro in their matchup as well. Serenity did pretty decently well. I mean, I've got to commend any team that can take a set away from Free-win agents, in all honesty. That's did Blitz in the quarterfinals as well. And they were 3 out of 4 of their players entirely fresh to Brawl Esports. So, but it is going to be Free-win agents and FA Upper Moon in our grand final for a second month running. And just to remind everyone at home for your predictions, last month they went to match point. So expect this one to be a close one. There's been a few changes since then. There's a few roster amendments between these two teams specifically. So Instinct last month was with FA Upper Moon. This month now, he's shifted over to Free-win agents, but we haven't seen him playing today either. So that's going to be said. And it didn't seem to deter FA Upper Moon's performance too much from what we saw, except for that semi-final performance, which was obviously very close, Trap.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, it just doesn't seem to have made too much of a difference, to be honest. It's just as close as it really was last month in terms of games getting to the finals. That double match point for Upper Moon was extremely worrying, I'll tell you that. But Free-win agents with a much more convincing win in their semi-final. I think maybe against slightly easier team, looking how Raconic performed throughout the day. They've been playing absolutely phenomenal. And as you said, from last month, the improvement that they've made is just absolutely out of this world. Just been playing so much better. Nonetheless, though, it is Upper Moon and Free-win agents in the finals, and it doesn't get much more close than these two teams. Basically a split from the 2021 Worlds team last year, gone to different teams and added a couple of players along the way.
Yeah, it's been a very back and forth affair, hasn't it? Because CZK, for those that don't know back home, it was with Cube to Ace response with Team Flash last year. So it's kind of all been mixed around, and now Instinct changing between teams as well. There's been this back and forth rivalry of rosters, you could say. But yeah, last month, FA Upper Moon had a phenomenal performance, but Free-win agents just claimed that victory. And I remember checking the response after the matchup, and he was the first to say that it was the most nervous he'd ever been. And that says a lot on the other side of things about FA Upper Moon. This is a team that Free-win agents do not take lightly, and also one that you've got to bear in mind. Being former teammates means that you really understand all the goings on of your opposition. You're able to know all of their weaknesses as well as all of their strengths. That is something that is a really powerful thing to have, and it's on both sides. So this is why we're seeing such a close rivalry forming between these two teams in this region.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, you know your opponent's strengths and weaknesses, you know where to exploit them, you know where to be a bit more cautious. So it really just levels out to an amazing matchup. And just to reiterate once more, last month it was a double match point between these two teams, slightly different rosters. Well, a slightly different roster on the side of Moon, as I'd imagine Instinct would be playing once more, as I believe he did join to be strictly the fourth player and under that strict instruction as well. So I'd imagine it will still be the same free win agent roster and Upper Moon roster as well. And you know, I said it time and time again, it might have hit them a bit hard to have this roster change, but so far, Tengu is much, like, he's filled Instinct shoes just as well as Instinct was playing, so it should be just as close as a match as last month.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, fully agree with that. And, you know, again, when it comes to those brawler picks, you know, it's not just the weaknesses of the players in terms of the skill sets, it's also what they like to play. You as a player coming into a team, know what shoes to fill, whether it's going to be something of an aggressive kind of role, whether it's going to be something of a lane control, like whether a player likes the long-ranged approach or the short-ranged approach. Even something as basic as that makes the biggest of differences when you kind of know what they're looking for. You can ban it out early on. You can even take some of that draft away from them by just kind of maybe just capitalizing down on a brawler which you wouldn't necessarily think is going to be your strongest, but knowing that that opposition can no longer have it is a really, really powerful thing in draft. And of course, you know, it's not necessarily translatable unless you're kind of playing a lot of draft in scrims and in private lobbies. But when you look at a brawler, you're not locking it in for yourself, you're locking it in for your team. So you can swap that around, give it to someone else that you know is better to play it, but just ensure that your position in the draft is really capitalized on, and that you're, you know, giving your team the best possible chance of having the best comp. You know, again, last month this was such a close affair. I genuinely can't see it happening any other way this month. What I will say though, however, today, just based on what we've seen so far, is that free win agents have had a lot more of a daring approach when it comes to their draft. And you know, like I said before, like method behind the madness, whether it's going to be madness or method in this particular matchup, we'll have to wait and see. But you know, despite our kind of previous thoughts on what was going on there, they still came out on top, and that does seem to be a consistent thing for this team in this region. You can't deny that.
Yeah, I mean, this team's just been performing so well. You know, once again, shaky start, very, very shaky start, only winning 2-1 against a team who has never even competed in the Brawl Stars Championship. Is not something you see every day, especially for, you know, 2020 World Champions, 2021 World Finalists coming in and winning the first monthly final, and then having probably one of the shakiest games of near enough your career at SESA, being the quarterfinals, is not something that you'd really expect. And honestly, I thought they were maybe going to perform a little bit worse in the semi-finals because of it, but clearly they've managed to regain their composure, just play as well as they always do, and just go back at it again and bring the momentum straight back off that previous game, considering they have just played. They're still going to be rolling, still be a bit more pumped, adrenaline still going from that game, and Upper Moon have had maybe a little bit more time to cool down, so that might also have an effect as well, getting themselves back up and going again.
Yeah, cooling down, especially as the players are cooling down a bit at the minute. Just checking into their lobby. I hope you guys at home are doing well. Event.brawlstars.com with your predictions. Has anyone got that shredder pin already? I want to know. I think maybe we have. Our predictions have been pretty good today, Trevor, already so far. I mean, if you had to put one down on this one, I mean, what would you be thinking for that? Like, if anyone at home wants to land that prediction in, are you going free win agents, or are you going Moon?
Too much pressure on my back. Too much pressure. You can't say if anybody at home wants to win, don't listen to this draft guy. If you vote the opposite of me, then, you know, it's not my fault either. I would say free win agents will probably take this one, but I think it'll be an incredibly close game, maybe even a set 5. And, I mean, it could go either way. So don't quote me on it. Don't vote the same as I am just because it's me, because Ark's putting way too much pressure on me right now.
I'm going to relieve some of that pressure and say that I'm going with the same. I'm going with free win agents, but in my mind, it is a 50-50 at this point. It genuinely is. But hopefully today you've had some good fortune in your predictions and been answering some trivia. We're looking forward to seeing some of the trivia later on today, actually, when I go on Twitter. I know that where the World Finals 2021 was held, I have my house down as one of the answers. So if you answered that, I hate to be the one to break it, but you were incorrect. As much as I would love to have done it here, but that was quite humorous. Some good banter there to be had, and yeah, make sure you're getting involved in all these rewards that go obviously straight into in-game. And while you're at it as well, make sure you head over to Twitter follow the @Brawl_Esports account there. That will make sure that you keep up to date with every single monthly final that we have here, as well as some really fantastic segments. I think, to be honest, the segments this year have taken a huge leap up in a fantastic way, displaying the talent that we have at the BSC, such a key component of keeping everything all inspiring every single year. But this year, really top-notch stuff. So turning on notifications there is a great thing to do. Just keeps you all informed along the way. We're going with free win agents on this one. I always said, actually, FF Moon, it is a 50-50, to be fair. So I don't think, even if you get it wrong, that you can really necessarily be wrong when it comes to this one. It's by far the closest grudge match and rivalry that we've seen forming in the SESA and ANZ region this year.
Oh, it's my most loved map at the moment. I love a bit of double swoosh, mainly because you can just play a bit of Tara on it. But I mean, to be honest, at the moment, it's not really very much in the meta anyway. You're kind of seeing a lot of Gene, Amber, Spike, stuff like that. But I still do love this map. I love how just incredible the fights are down the sides, and obviously you can lose control, but it's just as easy to gain it back. So it's kind of a back and forward fight throughout, and just peeking through the mid, trying not to get Gene pulled, and it's just a map where everything can turn around in a split second.
Well, MVP of the last match was Cooper Ace, so will he still be the same by the end of this match? We'll have to wait and see. I fully agree with the Amber pick, by the way. That's always my go-to thought in double swoosh, and I've been watching a lot of players like Javi in the EMEA playing it here, and it just goes to show how that brawler really does thrive here more than any other map, in my opinion. Whether we'll see that pick translate in the SESA and ANZ region, I'm not too sure yet. Possibly not, but maybe. Bans either way coming in for free win agents is Byron, which isn't really my preferred mid, to be honest, but nonetheless, still very strong in the meta. Pro pick banned by FF Moon, and the first pick from free win agents is actually going to be Eve.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Eve pick, but I'm just kind of looking over to FA Upper Moon and I'm seeing Max, which is something I don't think is really too common on double swoosh, to be honest with you. I really like the Pan pick. Solid lane, you push your turret aggressive, you play it defensive. No matter where you play, it's always going to be providing some kind of route out and heals. Gale from free win agents, and I'm starting to like this comp every time, more every time I see a pick on it. But Sandy. They've won every time they've played Sandy, I feel.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, even in Hot Potato, it served a purpose. It does seem as though free win agents always have a plan when it comes to that Sandy pick, because it has got a lot of weaknesses. B coming in, I don't know about that, Trap. I've got to be honest. I mean, I've got full faith in Orca, absolutely so. I guess the range is definitely going to be useful against brawlers like Gale, but definitely not what I would have expected to see on the lane side, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they thought it was a different map or something, because B on a lane, I mean, it seems to be working pretty well against the Gale, but I just really don't think it's that much of an amazing brawler here. Sergeant getting tapped by it as well, and now Tenghun's going to follow up and get the takedown. Kupia's trying to keep the gems on his side, but CZK is going to rush for them. Sandstorm not getting much value either, and the healing turret is going to be out healing the damage being provided.
It's always classic, isn't it, Trav? Like, as soon as we're talking about something being not what we'd expect to see in questionable, it starts to thrive. It's like the caster's curse comes into full swing, and we're not saying that we don't like these ideas, guys. You're kind of wondering what we're saying. I love B. I just don't know about her here. But the fact that Orca is making it work, I love to see. And that is something which, honestly, free win agents have got to consider greatly so, because it's already countdown. 10 gems in the pocket of ZZK, and very little to be able to push this forward.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't deny they had an absolutely incredible start on the side of free win agents, but from there it kind of just all crumbled. Tenghun now putting his turret down, and not a lot can be done by free win agents. FA Upper Moon going to secure their first game there, and the first game of the game as well. So it is a good one to make sure you guarantee. You got a bit of wiggle room now in double swoosh, and you've also got a bit of wiggle room in the entire series overall.
I mean, the start of that match was quite key, and I think Orca did very well to establish his role, but now Sergeant going to swap lanes. That could be wise. Today is going to go to the side of Pam, on the right-hand side this time round. Curious to see whether we'll see any lane swap at all from FF Moon as this game progresses, so whether it works out or not. Response looking for a super, can't quite obtain it just yet. has got the gem advantage now. 3 gems and a favorable spawn. So CZK should seem to be able to collect it, but he's low on HP. Comes back a little bit here as Sergeant goes down the left-hand side. That's allowing Orca then to come in and almost gets a big tap onto Response, but Response... How he avoided that. He went forwards there for a second. I was thinking that's not the way to go, but it actually led to him evading the shots. But a lead for Free-Win Agents, but FF Moon getting back good control.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried about Response's positioning there. Chose to go up instead of down, but definitely paid off in the long run. Tengu now going to fall as well. Response and Sergeant still remaining, but Orca with his 3k shot going to be trying to charge it up and fire it at Response, but no connection. 6-4 now, and this B lane is proving harder and harder to win, as whoever swaps on it seem to be losing.
Yeah, I love it. I really do. I love playing B, and I feel like she's just such a versatile brawler. And it makes me doubt myself, actually, as to how good she can be sometimes. And I just kind of end up seeing her only played in certain places, but I think there's a lesson to be taken from this, and Orca's the teacher right now. And sadly for Free-Win Agents, they are the students. They are failing their exams for it. And let's see, the gems are kind of tied up almost now. If CZK can snatch this last one here to put to his own, but yeah, that's another big tap from Orca there, and the pressure's still being applied there from Tenghun on the right-hand side. He's found a response there who can't lurk forward, so that's going to buy some time. And nice slow there from Orca as well to follow up. I've got to say, this is working out so well, but it was such a close game to call. It is still anyone's to play for.
Coop pushing up now as well. Does use his knockback to try and throw CZK off guard. Sandstorm available, and now evened out from the mid. Stun there as well. Follows up on CZK. Can't get the gems though. Coop maybe trying to take a couple, but he's going to take a few PAM shots instead. 11 gems now, and one more from the mid will mean that it can't be redone from there. CZK going in now. No reset from the mid available, and Response gets the stun. CZK can't quite get there. And Free-Win Agents do a big comeback from the mid. Waiting for the gems. Calculated response. And, calculated response from Response, should I say. And they do manage to make it 1-1 in gem grab.
Yeah, this is definitely not as clear-cut maybe as it seemed. I don't think the lane swap or lack thereof was necessarily a problem, as I thought it might be, but it seems like Orca's going to stay on the left-hand side lane regardless, and I don't see why not. I mean, it was mainly the later stages of that and the countdown which led to the conclusion rather than the early to mid-game. The pressure, though, from Free-Win Agents here, but low HP will see the demise then of Coop's ace, and Response forced back here. Nice Sweet Dream stun, and nice shots return from CZK, but still very close affair. Gems all in the right places in terms of who's holding the stash, so I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, I'm not sure about... I actually don't know about this lane swap here, because you see Orca's surely just going to be able to find it so hard to connect shots down this right-hand side instead of actually having the bush control and firing to another bush. CZK going to be stunned, but Rude Sands always interrupting those stuns in a bit of a poor fashion for the person who does do it. But CZK now is going to be able to survive just a little bit longer. Response taking some heavy shots, and Sergeant trying to jump out, but gets connected by that 3k anyway, and this little honey molasses should be taken down by the pets. There was a pet just stuck in the corner there for a second. I was wondering what it was doing.
It's just vibing. That was straight vibes in the corner, mate. The ace coming in with some good aggression. But forced back now. The PAM hitting station is in a great position, but Response will get it taken care of. And yeah, this is the thing, that Sergeant can't really use that gotta-go gadget against the might of the B, because B's got such a sting. And when you know where someone's gonna land, it can really come back to harm you. But look at this little lurk from the left from Sergeant here. But again, Orca doing a great job of finding it. Countdown in favor of FA Upper Moon, and that's, yeah, Orca finding Sergeant again. Response under heavy scrutiny now on the left-hand side, and there's no way surely that Free-Win Agents can bring this back, can they?
I don't believe so. Gems on the floor as well, so no chance of a reset from mid. Upper Moon are going to take this first set, and rightly so as well. They played that absolutely amazingly. I doubted the picks, and I am just completely mistaken, as that B was really the main damage dealer and the real reason they actually managed to win that set, in my opinion.
The way that just every time we see CZK, he just seems so calm, unless he's kind of raging at the draft not going in his favor. But yeah, I agree. I mean, again, the draft is whatever you make of it as your team and whatever you've been practicing, whatever you think is going to work. It's not for us to say that it's not going to work. We've actually seen the last 2 games back to back, kind of with having us more or less favor the team that we thought was going to win it and didn't. And I love to see that. I think that's only ever a healthy thing for Brawl Esports, for the viewers to be proved wrong sometimes, for us to be proved wrong, and for other regions to take a little look and go, oh, actually, let's try screwing that idea. Let's see whether that works for us. And then we start to see this meta shifting and evolving across regions. But yeah, great ideas from FF Moon. I'm loving it. And I want to see what they bring to Sticky Fields next.
Yeah, I think the same. I think their draft is kind of taking maybe a little bit of a leaf out of Free Win Agents' books, just because it was quite unorthodox. And maybe it's just throwing them off, and that's exactly what they need to do. They know their play styles, as we mentioned before. They know their weaknesses. They know their strengths. So they're just going to play something that literally doesn't matter, because how are you going to have strengths and weaknesses with B on double swash? You just can't. It just doesn't exist there. It's the first time I've ever seen it played there in my entire life. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to read what they're going to be doing, and I'd imagine they'll try deploy the same strategy once again in Sneaky Fields coming up in this map, but Brawl Ball's a little bit harder to try and to play these kind of hard control brawlers on and play at a range, because you're going to have tanks in your face, you're going to have people who are sneaking through the bush, and it's just really, really difficult. So they're going to maybe have to try something a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and I feel like as well, this is another map that I'm sure Free Win Agents will be looking for that EMS pick. I mean, it's always the case that in the maps where she can thrive, they try to lock it down. So depending upon the coin toss here as to which way it goes and who gets the first pick, I feel like, you know, that's something that FF Moon should take into consideration. I mean, I have no doubt that Free Win Agents will have a contingency plan and a comp that they know that they're going to run if that is the ban. But that would be the one that I would personally go for. There's actually quite a lot here that are worthy bans. You know, we tend to see more of the tank counter ban coming to play with the Gale, as opposed to like what we see last year with it being a Rosa ban or a Max ban and those kinds of things. It's definitely a tank counter meta that we're kind of in. The anti-tank is kind of rife right now. But nonetheless, it's quite a challenging map sometimes, especially with the amount of coverage when it comes to bush. You can find yourself in a sticky spot quite quickly if you're not paying attention to your peripherals.
Yeah, I mean, you've always got to have your eyes wide open and peeled when playing Sneaky Fields. No matter what comp you have, there's always going to be a sneaking brawler or someone just lurking in the back spawn, back bush, who takes you by surprise and takes you down. So you've always got to be on edge. You've always got to be on edge, making sure that you're not getting caught out, because even the smallest of mistakes, regardless of what map you're on, makes a big difference. But I think it's especially significant on Sneaky Field, because if one lane collapses, your entire composition is going to collapse when you get pinched in. We are going to be seeing the bans coming through. We're seeing a Fang and a Gale, so good predictions from you, Ark. I love that. You got any thoughts on what we might be seeing next?
The Gale ban is the big one, I feel, and it depends on the coin toss. I think that Free Win Agents will still go for the EMS pick, for sure, if they can. I mean, it's a great thing for information from the bush. But look at this. I love that. I love that from FF Moon. They got the first pick and deprived them of it, and I wonder now what's going through the minds of Coup de Ace there, as that could well be what they want. That was kind of what my thought was that they wanted. Whether or not it was for them or not, we'll not be too sure of. But there's definitely still some ideas they could run with here, though. I mean, ideally, you want to get close up and personal to the M's. So either way, yeah, Spike's decent. Wasn't what kind of thought process there, but range is definitely going to help. That might not necessarily be their idea to counter the M's, but definitely expect a lot of the speed gear running here. I think this is fair to say.
I was going to say, I'm waiting for a Sandy. They cannot go a single game that has Bush on it without playing Sandy on the side of Free Win Agents here. So there it comes. We got a Leon and an Ashe. I'm really not too sure about that. I'm finding it a little bit weird. Maybe they're going to have to play Ems mid, which might struggle quite significantly. And we got a Rosa. So not really any specified mids off the start on either side of this, all kind of playing lane brawlers, which means we might see some odd mids. We're going to be seeing the Ems and the Spike playing mid, I believe, unless Coop was there. We let in a little late.
Yeah, Response is running the damage gear and the speed gear here and trying to dance around this. Feel like as well that was a bad choice to have against the Ashe. That was a quick takedown from Sergeant, my word. I thought that was going to lead to potential to a goal there, but Let's see whether he's running popping pincushion or... I imagine it must be live blood, surely. But that was a quick takedown. It does make me question just how quick it really was as to what his gadget could be there, actually. But nonetheless, I do think that the Leon pick's probably the strangest of them. Despite me not being the biggest Ashe advocate, I know, shock horror. Twitter's about to attack me with that. But, you know, I feel like there's better brawlers to run, really. I think the Leon pick here, with that much cover for a brawler that really thrives on invisibility, not too convinced on yet, but let's find the way to take her in there. And again, Trav, I'm eating my words for yet another time today.
You see, don't worry. Every time I say, you know, a brawler's probably not going to be good here, the composition's not great, they win. So, I mean, if I keep on saying it, then I'm going to be guaranteeing FA Upper Moon the win, to be honest. So, I mean, I don't really know what's going on here. Maybe I'm just jinxing myself every single time. But CZK in a tough position now as Coop Yates goes quite aggressive onto him, but they do get a trade out. And Orca versus Coop now. I believe he popped a gadget, getting his rage up and running there, along with a shot. Coop managed to secure another couple, though. Sunstorm dropped and survives on 29 HP. An aggressive Rosa coming to the face now. Super available too. Might be a walk-in if he can get it off in time. Just get the super off, and I believe it should be, but it's not.
Have a quick pop of the gadget there from Orca to bring his health back up to try to defend against it, but it was a tricky spot from Coop there. He ideally, I guess, maybe wanting to... I think it's actually exacerbated all his Sweet Dream stuns, but positioning there would have definitely favoured one if he'd been able to manage it. Nice there from ZK in response, though, finding this opportunity, but does get overran, and there's a lot of potential to defend this, but now Sergeant coming in, has got super to hand, places it down for himself, running fertilized. Can he make this walk in? It's slow, but it's not going to be enough. FA Upper Moon will take the game, but it was close.
That's the moment where Fertilize can really come in clutch, I will say. And I knew he had it throughout the entire game. I was like, I just don't know if he can get it. Does he have any friend zoners left? Does he have any friend zoners left? Is he using acid spray? There's so many different things that could have gone into it, but he just managed to stop it regardless. And I think the help from his team would have managed to stop it anyway, even if he couldn't. So great first game for FA Upper Moon there, and they need to try and secure an early goal once more, but looks like it might be the side of Free Win Agents who do it this time with a bit of aggression. Orca sitting at one shot to the Sandy, but nice cleanup from Tengu here. And yet again, here's an ex-teammate of Coop Yates as well.
Who's rubbish now?
Yeah. I was going to say, though, as well, I'm just thinking back to the last game. I don't think we saw a single life plant, so I think it was popping pinkish in then. It could well be that we're seeing... Oh, response with a lively low goal there. Found the gap. I think it's a very unorthodox spike comp that we're seeing being run here with both Fertilized and the popping pincushion. Because that would explain a lot as to why that takedown was so swift from the defense. But either way, it's a much better start for an Agents who want to really not concede another set loss because they're already down 1, and 2 would be, yeah, a pretty dire position to find themselves in.
Yeah, aggression coming in from response zone. They might be finding themselves in that dire position, but Orca managed to get raged up and dashing forward now. Can't get the takedown. Sergeant does it, and he goes for some fertilize, getting use of it, making sure he's getting the most use out of that super as he can, but looking like this might be a goal. Stuns there. Walk-in should be as well. And even in this set out, Free Win Agents managed to get a game back, making it 1-1. And even out just as the last set, but we know what happened then, and very much still open to a 1-1 or a 2-0 at the end of this set.
Yeah, this is a really key turning point potentially here. If Free Win Agents can bring this one out with a dub, it will mean that the sets get much more interesting and tied up. And that last matchup looked a lot different from their first one. So learnings taken on board here. Not allowing then as well. Tenghun to get too much value and keep staying alive as well. Quite a key moment there for him. Continuing the pressure as well. And yeah, CZK gonna pocket the ball there and try and focus on this big control.
Yeah, Response managed to grab a super, but Orca's gonna go down as well. Tenghun, the only one remaining. In a 2v1 situation, a Sergeant Response starts to close in, but choosing to just keep control of this mid-bush, play the long game, wait for this Sandy to come back up and try get another super. I believe probably only a couple of shots off as Orca did feed him a couple of times with a bit of cycle on his old super, but now the close down starts to come in and there is a team wipe. The pass across should come in and a goal should follow.
easy stuff. I mean, the goal, not the lead up to it. That's all them. But yeah, when you're following up from a team wipe, it's pretty much only ever going to go one way. I mean, if you can't secure a goal with that, then yeah, we'd be scrutinizing you for it. So yeah, but the goal that was needed at the time that it was also desired. Oh, but how? I was going to say how they can defend against this, but that's a good start. I don't know if there's enough support as Orca can pop a gadget here, and I think he might have done so. Either way, we're all tied up, and FF and Moon keep their dream alive of going 2 sets up here.
Sandy Super's a bit annoying, though, for FA Upper Moon now as CCK falls low in the mid. Having to back up, and the Supers are there. Response comes in, Orca gets taken down. Follow-up is there, Slow is as well, though. And a little bit of a pinch from Teng Hoon. And CZK will keep him alive. Now goes on Sergeant, but a massive hit once again. And that definitely wasn't popping ping cushion onto him then. It was just a big hit. Fertilize goes forward, and he does get some healing off it. The Rat's coming through now, and a couple of connections. He does choose to regress, and I'm not sure about that, because now he's going to be feeding that Sandy Super, which is going to be so useful in overtime.
Response got oh, that could be a mistake. He's going to be able to get this ball out. Maybe pass the wall, pop the gadget, which he does. Can he walk this through? Yeah. Yes, he can.
He can.
I couldn't quite see. That is Kuta Ace looking very solemn. But it's a very important victory. I mean, we were literally just saying that that's a key turning point, but he's just taking it in his stride. He's just chill.
Just look at his face. He looks so morbid there after a set win. Clearly just focused on the rest of it. That's what we need to see. That's what we like to see, Coop. You stay focused, remain in that mindset. Bells Rock is the map up next after a solid win from Free Win Agents in a 2-1 set victory. After losing 2-1, bear in mind as well, so it's good to bounce back from that. Moving on to Bells Rock now, and we know that earlier on, Free Win Agents did have some difficulty winning their knockout set when in those quarterfinals, and it might have actually been this map. No, I believe it was Gold Arm Gulch that actually they did lose it on, but nonetheless, it's still a very, very similar play style, and they might also have some trouble here.
Yeah, the draft again going to be really important to nail, and could well have been the fact that they didn't quite land what they were looking for that last time round. And again, it's a tough thing when both teams know each other so well to get that draft to be in your favor, because ultimately it's like a lot of teams can sometimes hold ideas and comps that they favor to their chest despite screwing them and stuff. You know, you still got spectate. There's obviously a lot of ways that players and teams can get an upper hand in expecting the unexpected, shall we say. But I do love this map though for Knockout. It's probably my favorite one. I'm gonna go there and say it. A lot of ideas that can be shut down with Sprout, but again, you can't really pick that early on because then you just find yourself getting countered to it. But definitely a longer range affair, but a map that can be shaped really nicely along the way to favor a lot of different ideas. And that little pocket in the middle there, it's a bit of a trap almost, I find. It's a place that you can hide, but ultimately another place that you could also get trapped in. So Fire will be my personal preference of if I had to pick any brawler, what one I would choose to pick first or ban. But it's going to be Fang and Tick, and they're not bad bans, but I would be picking Byron first if I'm them.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout as well. I do really like to pair Byron up with like a tank or something like a Pam or something, get the double healing down, but they've chosen to go for a Sprout, the only other thrower really in contention, because Grom really has fallen off in the meta quite a lot after multiple nerfs that he did receive. So Sprout is the favourable pick, and then there you go, have a bit of Byron arc. I know you'll love to see it. FA Upper Moon do secure that straight away. Do have another pick following up from this though, and it might be something that can aggress that Sprout, and yes it is, it's a max.
Yeah, I like it from both sides. I was just surprised to see the Sprout, as much as I know it is really, really good here. I mean, it is like up there, my top 3 favorites. It's a risky thing to run at the beginning, because again, you open the door to being countered, but clearly Free Win Agents do not want to let the possibility of it being taken away or snatched away from them, but be pairing up with the Gene and the Spike, and not bad shout. Bit of healing from the side of the life plant, and obviously the magic pass from Gene gonna go a long way here. Ham though, I like this comp, Trav. I gotta say it, this comp is shaping up nicely for me. I guess the one thing to consider here is there's not really much in the way of wall breaks except for like a magic hand Gene pool. which is obviously then wall breaking on the side of Free Agents and what they want to break rather than anything else from FA Upper Moon. But this is a fierce looking comp for me. I kind of favor FA Upper Moon here myself. What about you?
I'm really struggling to say, just because I don't really want to, you know, bias one team in the fact that whichever's comp I say is worse wins. But I really do like Free Agents comp. I will say, I think if they can deal with this Byron early on with the Sprout and the Max as well, who's going to have a really tough time against this Brawl who's going to throw over walls. I do really like the spike against the Pam as well, keeping that at a distance and just using that curveball to try and pepper him down. But doing a good job of avoiding Matt, tanking him with some great dodges. But you see what I mean over here? Sprout getting some great shots over onto both Max and Byron and keeping them in a really tough position.
I think they are very closely matched comps, to be honest. I think the Max decision is the key point for me, and whether they're going to be able to make that work. Sometimes a Bell will go a long way, but a missed pull there is going to leave the door wide open for Tango to come in there. Everyone's trapped in that trap that I mentioned before we got started in, and that is exactly why. Sometimes you can hide, sometimes there's nowhere to hide, and that was one of those instances.
Yeah, it's just that explosive power of this comp that they do have. Need to try and maintain control, but it just folded instantly, and Sergeant did miss the gene pool as well, so he's got to keep an eye out for that in this one. Speed available once more. Does get walled off, though, so deflating that quite swiftly. Orca now trying to push forward. Spike Super cutting off that avenue. And Tengu looking like the prime target now that that's walled off, but a double splash came in, and it did stop the healing quite drastically.
Risky plays if Orca popped the 2 and it did not pay off. That's a nice takedown, 3 versus 2 now, and a Sprout wall there. Gonna keep everyone separated. Nicely done there from Response, and he's applauding himself. I don't mind that. I mean, we're applauding him anyway. A great move from him. Yeah, just to literally come between the entirety of the team and ensure that takedown. I really like the way that they went about that for sure, and that will tie things up nicely in terms of this round.
Yeah, he did manage to maintain a super, but 3 supers on the side of Free Agents, and an instant Sprout wall does get put up. Pull available as well, but hasn't been able to make much use of it over the past couple of rounds. Now, the wall does break, and a few shots follow up onto Orca, trying to work for another one. And I'm unsure, maybe he's not using, is it Transplant, where he just gets the wall back and places another one? I thought that would be the more favorable gadget on this map.
Yeah, I quite like it, despite my inability to use it myself. It tends to confuse me more than anything. But these guys are far from my skill level in a much better way. As you see there, that team wipe just displaying the skill of these players is unreal. I gotta say, like, that looks very good for me. And I do worry a little bit now that I've seen it play out. Like, Orca's got a big uphill struggle here with this max pick with no ability to break open this map. And Free Agents, they know that. They're really doing their best, and a lot of the times CCK is kind of always trying to keep him healed up and then can't go on the offensive himself. And sometimes it will work, no doubt about it. Obviously, it's a designing comp to be aggressive, but sometimes it doesn't necessarily work out that way.
Yeah, I was going to say, the position that Gene was in when he gets it, it's really tough for Max to push as well, because instantly if he goes onto him, he's going to have that knockback, but Coop's going to fall down very early on. Knockback not going to be, actually it is going to be used and burnt out. Response probably just going to be trying to hold on to his super, as it is quite valuable actually in this matchup, walling off that mid and trying to get a 2v1 on one of the sides. But nonetheless, FA Upper Moon are going to secure this first one. Max speed available as well, Pam turret in hand, and they are choosing to explode out of spawn and go for a quick game. But Orca's caught off guard. He does get taken down. Sergeant going to be traded out, and CZK does have his splash. Not using it defensively, though, as he is managing to heal up anyway. Chooses to throw it on Coop.
And it's the wise choice, because they've got to be able to keep back this assault here. And that's going to be Coop going down despite the attempt of the life plant. That'll be one less for a later round. At the moment, though, we won't even get to that stage, especially his response there. Hanging on for dear life, though. Now he goes down. Nicely done. Got to be said. Oh, it's tied up.
Yeah, the intentional death, he was like, no, I'm not waiting for the gas, I'll just hop in this mammoth squeeze. Just get it done with, move on to the next one, and it's probably the right choice to make. I don't think there's much chance of him clutching a 1v2 there, especially with the amount of health that Pam's got, and I believe Max still had a phase shift left as well. So probably the wise choice to just get it over and done with, move on, come back, and this game is going to decide who is going to be winning this set.
Again, this is the deciding moment really for me as to whether this max idea is going to work out or not. And I mean, we saw that explosive nature as you put it, Trav, going in the last game, and it didn't quite work out. But then it did get its moment to shine, so it just looked a little bit hairy for a minute there, and that's the risk that FF Moon are running here. And oh, that's a great gene pull there. Fantastic takedown as well, and Orca just depending upon these heals now to keep some aggression going, but it's the time that Ruin Agent's going to be nurturing that healing process, and now the gas coming in, yeah, that's going to be a rough thing to counter.
They didn't actually get any supers off him being the last one remaining. Did walk into the gas though, so now won't be coming up with anything but that Sprout super. Byron does have his as well, but Response throwing a few shots out. Orca falling quite low, but instantly healed back up by CZK, and now super available. If he can use it on Tankung as well, I'm sure he will, but Tankung doesn't really seem to want it, as he is running away, but hand turret thrown up, and Scrap Sucker 2. Slow, huge super in mid, and Gene Pull doesn't connect. Well, I mean, it does, but he already went down, and making it a 3v2 now to try and take this set back in their favor with only 2 more takedowns needed.
The low face to throw away, but not going to make much of a difference. Well, celebration's already in order, it seems. Ruin Agents didn't think it's all over. I think it's fair to say that I do as well, and that confirms it. Comes to Ace there, again, calm and collected, and shows absolutely no sign of celebrations, but just a bit of anger towards his teammates. I think it's more of an uplifting word of advice, to be fair.
Never looking happy, never looking happy. You're on, if you win this set, you win the entire monthly final. Show a smile, Coop, show a smile. But it is Parallel Plays. Needs to keep his calm and composed regardless. Parallel Plays coming up next, and this is the map we did just see Fruian Agents play in their semi-finals, so they do have already a bit of momentum going on to this map now. They played Sandy on it, which is something you don't see too often, but it worked. Stu, and I believe Spike as well, something like that, which was a pretty solid comp overall when did manage to get it done for them. But they're against a much tougher team this side in Upper Moon, who I don't know if they actually do have any practice on this map today, but I'm sure being a team of their caliber, they'll scrim to the finals anyway.
Yeah, they absolutely will, for sure. I mean, the last time we saw this map mode for Ruin Agents, my biggest takeaway was response on Stu. And CZK, again, coming from the same team last year, roster-wise, he'll be well aware of that fact. I think they've got to take that into consideration. I'm assuming that they were also watching from the sidelines when they were in that matchup. But that, for me, is definitely one to consider. I think others that could be good. We saw, I think, Byron earlier today, and that's not a bad shout for me. I do like Gale here. I think Gale here can be really, really quite good on the defense. And I guess another takeaway was how well prepared Fruian Agents seem to be on this map. And their ability to kind of juggle the zones. There's a definite strategy when it comes to parallel plays that you don't tend to get in any other hot zone map, where it's about whether you choose to capture your personal defensive zone first or the opposition's, and they were very much on the opposition's side of things. Whether or not they will be this time round against a team like FF Moon remains to be seen, but it's definitely something of a consideration to bear in mind.
Yeah, definitely got to keep that in mind. Draft about to start now. Parallel Plays. Bans probably looking towards something like a Gale, a Fang, something like that. Get those out of the way. Coop barking instructions to his team about the draft, I'm sure. And it is Gale and Fang, so probably what was expected. 2 strongest brawlers in this map. Probably you don't really want the aggression of Gale, and you don't really want to play against the defensiveness. The aggression of Fang, and you don't want to play against the defensiveness of Gale.
Yeah, I think this is shaping up to be a decent draft for sure. Byron being the first pick as well. It's going to leave the Stu pick wide open, and surely following this Spike pick has got to be Stu from Response. I mean, based on how well he was dancing around the last time round, there it is. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. So FF Moon now going to have to consider this one and how they want to handle this, because there's a lot of speed and a lot of defensiveness already shaping, despite the Gale ban on the side of Fruian Agents. Lola, interesting.
Well, Fruian Agents can actually guarantee themselves the same composition as last time, something that's tried and proven. Crow being picked this time, though, might slow a few things down, slow Intoxin, but they choose Sprout. which is something we haven't actually seen in a while. I remember some extremely good plays in 2021 from Spen, playing Sprout on this map, blocking off the entire of the back of the map, but it's a difficult brawler to play. You've got to be able to play it well, especially against, you know, some of these brawlers who can jump onto you and splash you like Byron and Crow. But I'm sure, and I mean, we literally spawn in response already on the offensive zone.
It's funny when you mentioned that Sprout example, because that's literally, and I'm not saying this just because the cameras are rolling, that was literally the first thing that came to my mind as well when I saw it. And again, you're absolutely right. We haven't seen much of Sprout here at all this year in terms of the draft process, but I'm very curious to see if it still translates as well as it did last year with players like Spen just utilizing it so well. Look at the amount of capture time, by the way, Trav. We've barely started talking. 57% already in favor of free win agents, and look how far them out they are pushing FA Upper Moon back so far. And this is a really key set to bear in mind here. FA Upper Moon have got to be better than this, right?
I mean, they've got to win this. They've got to win both 2 games in a row if they lose this one. If they actually want to stay alive in this monthly final. Response near enough guaranteeing, and I'm sure by the time he does go down, we'll have guaranteed near enough the entirety of this zone. Just a couple % left. Sprout Wall going to be thrown out. Not going to actually get it, but he replaces it straight away. Guarantees that, and only 11% needed, and it's on the home zone. This should, in theory, be a match point if free win agents can guarantee themselves this defensive zone now. See a few dashes from Response and the takedowns there as well. Start to secure it now, and this is going to be match point for free win agents coming up next.
There you have it. That championship pin again showing its face, and that's quickly things have turned. I mean, it looked like it could go all the way. I don't know now. That was a convincing start. I would love to see free win agents actually lose. I want to see us go to the final. But FF Moon have got a lot of work to do, and yeah, that was not something they wanted at all. Match point then for free win agents, and some catching up to do for FF Moon.
The Sprout mid is just absolutely ridiculously good. He managed to guarantee pretty much 2 takedowns already. He's actually taking the defensive zone this time. Sergeant is going to fall down, and CZK starting to move up now. Coupe is playing very defensive, and Response, I believe, is actually using 0 drag, trying to increase his mobility, getting up the map. Sprout Wall thrown out in mid, but a slow onto Response. Won't really affect him too much because he can move even without that. But CZK picking up this right-hand side, starting to move onto it, and this is exactly what they needed to be. Need to be doing, should I say, and starting to guarantee themselves some offensive percentage as Coupe tries to defend and doing a solid job of it as well, but Life Plant doesn't tank for him and he goes down.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Coupe doesn't watch that back to bots to see that I hope his team lose. I'll never hear the end of it. But you know, FF Moon are playing a lot better and a bit more calculated, less erratic, shall we say, as Response just clinging on for dear life here. Orca though, gets the clutch hill coming in from CZK and can go on the offensive again, but again, the way that Response is able to hang on himself just goes to show that both teams are so aware of their strengths and weaknesses, their ability to stay on their feet and their HP and what they can withstand and what they can't. CZK goes down the end. Good to Ace, a bit weird on the left, but staying in the mix. 4% in it now. A much different game, but one that carries far more weight when it comes to the outcome. Free win agents want this one wrapped up right here, right now.
Oh, the wall. The wall, that might do it. Sending them all around the left-hand side, replaces it and blocks off that. I'm not sure about that because he's going to spawn on it and destroy it, so I'm not sure about that play, but nonetheless, they do have the lead. Only a minute left and 30% left to secure. CZK in a tough position now, does have to pop Gadget, but it's not going to be healing him. Gets this heal from the super, though, and the damage as well. Coupe did take the lead for him, but needs to be a strong defense now from free win agents. Do have a wall. Doesn't fully wall off the right-hand side, but funnels them through one specific tile where they can get through. Orca trying to make an aggressive play. Response pushing up as well, though, and deflating that. Pro did slot on, though, and is going to be guaranteeing some percentage, but Coupe's going to go down on the left. And they're still getting some up top, but Sergeant eventually defends it. Response now in the middle of the map. 30 seconds left and only 7% in.
Good pressure being applied. For the most part, FF Moon are withstanding, but the timer is ticking. There's 8% in it, and this could be the opening chance here. A great play and a great takedown there. Hills coming in big from CZK. Is this going to be enough? It's one last final-ditched attempt, but Orca's on the zone. He's capping it right now. This is going to be so important because Vay goes down. 1% is all that is in this, and I think the free win agents will take it. My word, though, did they have to work for it? The Spins congratulating themselves with the championship pins. And Coupe Days, bounce back to sitting in his chair like it's just another day in the office.
The famous towel making a return as well from the LAN events of 2020. The towel is a staple of Coupe de Ace's equipment needed. A massive congratulations to Free Win Agents for winning the SESA and ANZ monthly final. And CZK looking as disappointed as ever. Actually, he's looking the same as if he wins, but nonetheless, congratulations once again.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, I would love nothing more than to have seen not only the same grand final teams compete, but the same outcome of going to a match point. But honestly, though, at the same time, I don't think it could have really happened any other way. When you looked at how Free Win Agents came in with that approach in that first game of Hot Zone, I mean, the Sprout plays were phenomenal. Again, aside from that one ball that you rightly pointed out was instantly going to go down from the respawn, but it just goes to show that brawler still can really thrive. And I just think that everything was working their way when it came towards those final matchups. And a bit of a shaky start, can't be denied, but for the most part, leading into those later games, they really found themselves. And again, you know, this is why they were monthly champions last month, and it's why they're champions this month.
Yeah, I will say, taking it in set 4, massive plays from them, and well deserved as well, 3 in a row after that first initial set loss. And I will say, after that first set, Upper Moon were looking absolutely incredible. I thought they were going to take it. I thought my prediction was going to be completely wrong. But then 3 sets in a row, Free Win Agents managed to come back and absolutely destroy their opposition once again, taking it and not even requiring that set 5 match point this time. They managed to do it in 4.
Yeah, and you know, what's to come has got any reflection upon this result, then, well, either way, it's going to be sending a lot of firm, heavy shockwaves throughout the region, and definitely a sore defeat there for FF Moon. Ultimately, last month it was a lot closer, and that can prey on the conscious mind, can't it, going forwards? And you know, it's been a roster change that they've obviously had to cope with. I don't think they can feel disappointed with their performance, if I'm honest. I think that they did really, really well. But it was just that bit of momentum that started in Brawl Ball and led forwards through the game modes. And yeah, I mean, just it's Free Win Agents. I mean, what can you say? I mean, they are one of the best teams in the entire world.
Yeah, you can't say much more than it. You can't say much more than just that. They are one of the best teams in the world. They managed to take the swamp and completely destroy their opposition, 3-1. And I will say, it was a very, very convincing win as well.
I can hear Coop in the background saying, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" We can hear you, Coop, but I'm not sure the production can hear you right now.
We can, Coop. Don't worry, mate. We can. Yeah.
But we are lining up Coop in just a minute. We'll let you guys know when that interview is ready. But yeah, it'd be nice to sit down with Coop. Actually, we had a response on the show last month when obviously Free Win Agents picked up the win back in March. So it'd be yes, interesting to hear from the man himself, as was on the webcam, and definitely got a couple of questions lined up for him very, very shortly. But you know, what are your thoughts, Trev, in terms of your predictions for today? Did they kind of all come to light more or less in the way that you expect them to be? There was only a couple, wasn't there, really, that we kind of missed the mark on. So hopefully the viewers at home got some good progress on their tiers.
I mean, by the looks of things, the only one that really we differed on was I predicted Hashira from the first one, just because I thought that roster change would maybe shake up a little bit too much on a FA Upper Moon, but clearly not, as they made it all the way to the finals. And then from there, we both got Byra versus Serenity wrong, and rightly so. Serenity completely proved us wrong this month. Played so well. You know, dominating a lot of the competition, taking FA Upper Moon to a double match point is an achievement in itself.
Yeah, I fully agree. I'm hearing that Kutais is ready for us on the line, Trav, so I'm going to come back to you in just a moment. Cannot wait to hear from him and find out how he is. Mr. Coop to Ace, it's lovely to see you again.
Lovely to see you too, bro. What's up?
I always know when it's an interview with you that we're never going to be short on any words. I think that of everyone I know, you can speak more than anyone else. But firstly, congratulations today. Fantastic performance yet again. I want to get straight out of the gates and ask the question of, like, you know, it was obviously a fantastic performance last month. Very, very close.
Yep.
Did that place more pressure on you guys going into this month? And how did you approach that? Like, what was your strategy? Because sometimes that can be aiding your confidence, but sometimes it can also apply maybe more pressure with expectations.
Honestly speaking, was okay because last Monday was like very tight. It went to double match point, but overall, like we still won. Like it didn't hit on our confidence because actually it gave us like a momentum boost instead. Like me and the response and search was like super hyped up after we won the game, and like we were super motivated into winning this Monday because like it will more or less signify our spot for MSI for mid season. Then it's like we're just super happy that at least we came up a more like cleaner game against them this time in the finals, 3-1. I feel like we could take the first set on Gem, but like there were a few misplays by us, like much to be learned, much to be improved on. We did scrim against them, but like it didn't go as well. Like they had the upper hand on the scrim, but apparently like I think that gave us like the motivation to do better this time in the finals, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's absolutely fair. I think that's it was a rough first start to the sets, but you were able to claw it back. I want to take things back just a little bit prior to the grand finals. Talk me through a little bit about that semi-finals, in particular the comp that you guys ran on Brawl Ball, right? So you had your draft going and you went in with a Primo, and Sandy. Talk me through that because you had some fierce words with your team going into that matchup. You had a strategy in mind, and we were speculating how that was going to go. Talk us through it.
Okay, so there was like a small little delay, like maybe like a 0.2, 0.3 seconds. So like I had to adopt like a completely different new type of strategy, bro. Like I had to just run like easier ballers to play against. I had to run Sandy on Hot Potato, whereby is used to counter the rough sandbags and all these type of things. So like it completely changed the entire comp of how I wanted to run with my team because we weren't so confident in getting the shots in, especially like Jesse or like maybe Max, because the shots become slower and like shots which they're not supposed to hit us hits us. So that's where it just changed the entire dynamics of the game. Yeah.
So we were witnessing the actual mastermind in work in real time because you look very, very serious. Normal, I mean, it's unlike you.
Very, very serious. I'm always serious. You should know this by now, bro.
And so modest, can I just say? Okay, a final question again before we let you go, Coop. But you know, in those moments between games, like I think that if everyone that I've watched on Player Cam, you have all that I've seen seem to be very, very much as I know personally. But you know, you're a lot. You're very good at talking, but
very
talk
good.
us through some of those
the best in talking.
What are you communicating to your team? What are you saying to them? What are they saying to you? And is it all just like serious, or you know? You mentioned that you were kind of making things up as you went along in Brawl Ball, but is there also other areas that you kind of dabble in when it comes to those pep talks?
Okay, so like we tend to joke around at times. Like we try to try different strats and like so that opponents keep guessing what we might go, what we might ban. So at the same time also I try to be serious. So like at the point of time like you know we picked Carl, you know, like it wasn't like our common comp. We didn't really run Carl in our scrim, but we just wanted to test it and try it, like just to play around. But after that, after we lost, I was like telling my team, okay, guys, we gotta stay focused, stop trolling around, we gotta play serious, pick proper ballers, and start getting your hit into the game. That's it. That's just it, bro. I just need to keep my team grounded 100% every single set.
All right, in a sentence before we leave, Carl, good or bad? Trav thinks bad. I can kind of see the thought process. Are you going to play Carl again, or is Carl out now?
We will see, bro.
Okay, I'll hold you to that. I want to see. It's always a pleasure to see you. And again, a massive congratulations to you and your team. Keep up all the hard work, and we hope to see you and your towel again in a future month.
This towel helps me to win Monday finals, bro. I will gladly take it every day. I need to buy 10 of these, bro.
Well, we need to see it then for next month to see whether you can make it again. But 2 months in a row is not bad at all. But yeah, congratulations again, and we hope to see you again very soon. Good luck in your next qualifier, mate.
Thank you so much, Shaq. See you.
Well, Trav, thoughts on that? No, Carl, wait and see. It seems like he may have taken on board a bit of your advice there, maybe.
I think so. I think as the knowledgeable person I am, I think it'd be wise for him to listen to me. But that guy just never fails to bring a smile to my face. I'm just sat here laughing at the interview just because, like, he's just such a comical guy. Like, it's great. Comedic genius. Coup d'Ace.
we're very fortunate, are we, across all the regions in Brawl to have so many great characters. And you know, we were saying in Bucharest last year at the World Finals just how it would not be a World Finals without Coup d'Ace there, just keeping everyone alive emotionally. And yeah, it's great to see him back on the camera, and I can't stop laughing myself when I talk to him. He's such a bundle of joy. Anyway, let's take a look back at the bracket real quick just to see how today went down. And again, if you are just joining this show, apologies, you've missed a lot, but Trav, break it down for us. Where are the best games for you, and yeah, how did everything escalate?
Honestly, the first one in quarterfinals was even one of the best games. FA Upper Moon versus FA Hashira finished in a 2-1. They advanced to face Raconic, who had just then beaten Extra Toxic Boys, which is still an undefeated team name except from Dogs to Lobster. Serenity versus Byro was 2-0. And then Free Win Agents just scraped a win against Blitz, who are very new to the BSC, so it was a surprising scoreline there. Serenity did perform quite well against Free Win Agents once more in those semi-finals. FA Upper Moon taking in a close double match point against Raconic Esports, which was, you know, one of the highlights of my day, probably the best game. FA Upper Moon then came second in the monthly finals, grand final against Free Win Agents, who did manage to win 3-1.
Yeah, 2 months running, and you know, good for them. It was very, very intense grand final, but I'm with you. I think Raconic Esports for sure, definitely going to be on a lot of minds going into the next month. Trav, take us back to your predictions. I mean, I can see them. I want you to talk them through and just, what do you see there?
Yeah, is this because you've done better than me? Is that why? First off, I did actually predict Hashira. I did mention this before. I thought maybe their roster change would have taken a bit more of a hit than it did. Tengu definitely filling Instinct shoes better than I would have expected. Raconic, I got that right. Byro, I got wrong. But I'm glad that Serenity proved me wrong, because they played absolutely amazingly as well. And then from there, it was all smooth sailing for me and you. Free Win Agents, Upper Moon, Free Win Agents for the wins. Those are my predictions. So I'm pretty glad about how I did, and I'm sure you are as well, doing a little bit better than me.
Oh, I am. Well, let's take a look back at the regional leaderboards now. See how this region is shaping up and who is there to be keeping an eye on going into the following months. Obviously, we know who's going to be at the very top of it. But at the same time, there are some big rising stars in this region. It wasn't quite the month, really, for Byro Esports, but they are still in a pretty decent spot in fourth. That is very, very commendable. I mean, it's on par at the same time with FA Hashira, who, again, those two are kind of brewing for me a little bit. I'm sure we'll see more from them in coming months. But yeah, Free Win Agents and FA Upper Moon, obviously we're going to be dominating the first and second place position, given their first and second place finishes in both the March and the April monthly finals. Grass Monopoly, we didn't see any of them this month, but I want to see more of them in future months. They didn't quite make the qualifiers. Expect some more from them. And same with a few Nervous Men. We saw them last month, didn't appear around this time this month. Blitz, obviously at the bottom there, but I really liked their debut today. Serenity as well, having a great time of things. For Chronic there, I think those points more a reflection on last month than they are this month. I think they'd be very proud of their position, but I'm sure we'll see a much more from them. And FARCN there in 8th with 45 points. But yeah, the competition is shaking up a lot. Notably so in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th area. But yeah, Free Win Agents and FA Upper Moon looking pretty fierce, Trav.
Yeah, it's always nice to see a few more teams rising up in that region. For a region that's been quite dominated by one team, it's nice to see a bit of a split and a bit more competition. But here are the leading teams in all the regions. If Worlds was tomorrow, these are the teams who would be going. SK Gaming, Tribe Gaming, EU Team Queso, STM EU and OGs from EMEA, Tribe Gaming NA, Avengers and STMN from NA and LATAM North. Zeta Division 1, who have did defeat in the previous month their counterpart Zeta Division 0, and Rising Sun Esports in East Asia. And then ECA region is obviously on hold. AC Milan Clash and Arena Cosito are from LATAM South. And as we have just seen, 2-time monthly final champions of 2022, Free Win Agents from the SESA and ANZ region.
Neatly tied up with a bow there, Trav. Lovely, nicely done. I mean, we are just getting started here, guys. I mean, there is so many more months to come, but I just want to ask you, Trav, you know, like in terms of the teams that we didn't see, we mentioned there a little bit, Grasman Doppin, who I think we actually saw, didn't we, in the qualifiers actually go out. It was a very close game. I think it went to match point. You know, do you think they're going to be coming back next month? And like, kind of where do you see things shaping up? Do you think we're going to see similar names kind of repeat themselves, or maybe some new names, maybe some upsets in coming months for certain teams in their battle to claim the crown over SESA and ANZ region?
Yeah, I think at the moment it kind of seems like we've got those two front runners who are going to be making those finals consistently throughout the year if the rosters do remain the same. Obviously, it's very much open to interpretation of like who moves around and stuff like that when teams start to perform badly. But I think there's around 8 teams after those two who can qualify for these monthly finals. We saw, as you say, Grasmid Oppen. They just didn't make it this time, so they're a definite contender. And then the other teams who we saw today, just all performing absolutely amazingly regardless, and a couple of teams from the previous one as well, a few nervous men, definitely up for contention too. So I think they've got around 10 to 12 teams who can make these finals, and I think that the battle for them is also going to be quite fierce.
Yeah, exactly that. Again, we are not done yet. In fact, we are barely getting started. This is the first monthly final of this month. We are back tomorrow for South LATAM region, starting from 12 p.m. BRT, so do not miss that. In fact, a great way to not miss that is to head over to Brawl_esports over on Twitter and turn on notifications. That's a must. Do that. It helps out a ton. I promise you that. And with time zones and that kind of stuff, it can go a very, very long way. So make sure you do that. And yeah, that is how you can go about that. And I hope you guys at home did well in your predictions today. I hope we gave you a good head start into this month. But again, plenty more to come. Other regions to come next week rather as well. East Asia, EMEA, North America and LATAM North. There's honestly so much to come still. Trav, give us your final thoughts for the day. Like, who stood out for you? What was your highlight? And anything else to care to add before we sign off?
I mean, I think overall, Freeway Agents definitely deserving the win. A few rocky games here and there. I think my highlight of the play of the day would be Sergeant Clash dropping that meteor and scoring the goal, and we were just absolutely both astounded by that play and just could not even speak for the next 10 seconds or something. So it's just an absolutely phenomenal play, really, and I think that's a bit of a standout for me across the board in all monthly finals we've seen so far as one of the best plays.
Yeah, I'm going to go for the Mortis cycling that we saw as well earlier today. But I mean, amazing plays all around, but those in particular definitely stood out for me as well. I want to give a massive thank you to Supercell for making this entire year happen again. We wouldn't be here without them. And to everyone working behind the scenes over at Esports Engine. They are some of the hardest working people that I've ever come to know in the industry. So they keep everything rolling in the form that we see. And yeah, we wouldn't be any without those 2 people in particular. To all the players, to all the teams, to all the coaches, to analysts, to the viewers at home, to you. Thank you for joining us in this journey. And yeah, everyone else, we appreciate all your time. Back tomorrow for South LATAM from 12 p.m. BRT. That time zone there, put into Google to help you out a lot. Until then, myself and Trav from everyone here, our production, have a good afternoon, good evening, and good night.